Do this. Yeah, here we are. Yeah. Okay. Actually, wait, I need to adjust my system volume real quick. It's on 50. No. OBS, where'd he go? There it is. Wait. Hold on, actually. Peak 24. And then if I just try it again around 50, it's peak 24 again, I guess. Yep. Okay, so that has no. That does not concern the audio. Ah, this isn't Nikkei. I keep forgetting to change it. Limbus company. What's the interval called again? Mnestic experience. Yeah. Limbus company. Update, please. Yes. Here we go. It's all set up. Very scuffed again. I could just restart the stream and all that. Who cares? I'll just update it later. While ads play, be sure to hydrate, do anything you need to do, yada yada yada, whatsoever. Thank you for coming. If you tuned in, we are not doing Nikkei today, although I will be doing Nikkei again at some point eventually because summer event. Yes. Anyways, ads soon. Please take care of yourselves.
True. An ad break is starting.
Welcome back from ads. Seems I didn't finish this in time. Anyways, let's begin. My tongue is frozen. No. Wait. For this one, we should go about it like... No, Heathcliff has been in the Vanguard for too long. I should pull him back and let him... Dante. Huh? Oh, sorry. Did you say something? I provided you with an answer to your question, but you exhibited no observable response. Is the Sinner's combat performance deteriorating beyond manageable parameters? No, things aren't that bad, but it's just hard to focus on one conversation when I'm trying to support battles happening in completely different places at once. On top of that, Rhodia shopping chatters starting to get a little distracting. A few days after we entered Encorp's district, the bus pulled over in the back streets of Encorp to take care of a distortion case. This contract was supposed to be handled jointly with the LCD team, but distortion suddenly started cropping up all over the area of the back streets called Butter Street. Sounds like cardiovascular failure, without any coherent pattern. No obvious point of origin or route of spread, nothing convenient like that, and I had no choice but to split the sinners into several groups and send them out. Otis, Ishmael, Seclair, Don Quixote, Yusong, and Merceau were on their way to rendezvous with the LCD team. Heathcliff, Gregor, and Hong Lu were suppressing distortions that had showed up from other directions. And with our onboard stock scraped down to the bottom, Rodnia and Ryoshu, who were done with their share of the suppression work, were put in charge of buying supplies for the bus. As for Faust, she decided to stay behind with me on the bus. I wanted to get through the consultation sessions I'd been putting off, and thought I might as well get myself some much-needed practice with handling the new Golden Bow power I'd acquired. To reiterate, there are no issues requiring special concern regarding Faust. It is true that Faust has on several recent occasions expressed dissatisfaction with a certain Faust. However, those instances should be classified as a mere personal grievance. Hi, Fab. I mean, that's good if that's all there is to it, but you are indeed first, and thank you for the hydrate. Let me get the drink. It is warm, contrasting the cold of the ice cream. Muy magnifique. Did I already say this line? I mean, that's good if that's all there is to it, but this was not the first time Faust had seemed unlike herself. There had been times before when she spent far longer alone than usual, lost in thought. Moments when she could not produce immediate answers to questions from the other sinners or me. Could it be? You can't access the Gesellschaft. May I ask your basis for that inference? Because you're acting a lot like you did back on the warp train. It appears there remain occasions on which you are still capable of surprising Faust, Dante. So I was right. You really are cut off from the Gesellschaft. That was not intended as a confirmation of your conjecture. Maybe she's saying that while she can technically access the Gesellschaft, it may as well be that she can't. I wish I could ask more and get to the bottom of it, but the way she was sidestepping the subject told me that prying wouldn't give me any further insight. Right. I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it. Your reserve is appreciated. Shall we move on? Yes, your consultation is the next agenda. After cross-referencing the records pertaining to the recent events in the House of Spiders, it would appear that memories concerning the individuals designated as Sora and Bran currently remain only with you, Dante. As such, the influence of Ryoshu and her sword lead to further omissions in the official records. The manager will be responsible for supplementing the necessary information. Yeah, not the first time I was the only one left with intact memories, huh? That's right. Despite K-Corp's memory wipe procedure, Catherine's erasure by the Golden Boot's power, and Araya Shiki severing people from existence, I was the only one who remembered what had transpired. There is one time, though, that you do not remember, Dante. And that would be the Arknights collab. But ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping my head with this clock still showed no sign of returning. Why won't my old memories come back, though? Is it because of this clock head? Speculation based on your experience with the bus team thus far will not meaningfully contribute to the recovery of your former memories, Manager. Hello, Shalol. Limbus Company, indeed. We are working on the event. I haven't started yet, and it ends in like how many hours now? Too close is all I can say. Inductive reasoning conducted from memories with gaps, after all, is bound to have structural limitations. Bungie would serve as an adequate analogy. Bungie? You watching people suffer with 1k hours in Limbus. Yeah, it do be like that. Yes, Bungie. Receiving feed and increasing body mass alone when provided with no meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its rearing. Even at the terminal stage, when exposed to kitchen instruments and the heat of the stove, its limited experience would provide inadequate to constitute an understanding of its ultimate fate and purpose. Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubts can only be obtained from the whole of the experience that you will have to have accumulated at the terminus of your entire journey. That is, your allotted mission. Because treasure awaits at the end of the road, at the end of hell. And that treasure will give me back my memories in my head. Also, indeed, at the end of the road, you will be able to engrave your aspect. Identity? I still have no idea exactly what aspect means, or even whether it's an object. But if I know one thing, it's that the me, from before all of this began, had wanted it badly. Obsessively. Desperately. It's more like an instinctive knowledge. But with my memories gone, that feeling, however strong it is, does not change the fact that it's just another word with no discernible mental image. And you're not gonna tell me what it actually is, are you? The aspect. What it means, or why I wanted it so much. If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no. I am unable to tell you. Pay it no mind. You are still following your star acceptably. Please concentrate on the journey. More importantly, have you grown accustomed to that incomplete power? Current observations suggest you have yet to arrive at that level. Well, I've gotten pretty used to focusing on one place at a time, but keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. Otis' team is doing well in combat even without my direct supervision, and Rodnia's team is shopping and not engaged in battle at the moment. Taking my mind off them would prove much easier, but that wouldn't give me the much needed practice. So I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every sinner status. Sufficient familiarity should result in substantial tactical value. You should be able to cast a wider net when information gathering and when information gathering, and employ previously unavailable tactical patterns. Right. And I'd also be able to tell when it's about time to call someone in, too. Even as I continue talking with Faust, I make sure not to stop observing the places where each group is, and what they're doing. Yep, following Heathcliff to the rear was the right call. I don't see any injuries. His team's still doing pretty well, even without my directions. As for Rodnia... Wait, did she just stuff all of the pastries and bread she brought into her pockets? How did she manage that with a huge baguette? An Otis group, let's see. Ah, looks like they joined up with the LCD team without any issues. LCT. Then that guy over there must be... Hang on. Faust, there's a dude I've seen before, but he seems a bit, different from what I remember. Could you specify the issue? I'm monitoring the situation right now. We should probably join up with them too. Let's end the consultation here. This is rather precipitous, Dante. If the incident is of a serious nature, perhaps a request for support for the LCC... No, it's not an incident. Though I wouldn't say it's not serious. The bamboo-hatted Kim. He has shown up again, right? Rendezvous. This is going from bad to worse. Really? Dante seems to be tied up helping the other groups. Otis command calls have been working out well enough, I'll give her that. We've managed to hold the line better than expected, but we're definitely starting to feel the strain. Why are you waving your hand all of us? Arm and hand signals? Huh? What signals? What's swinging the arm sideways even supposed to mean? You don't know? It's scatter, damn it, so scatter. That was close. We almost got flattened. Damn it. Even rookies with nothing but the most rudimentary military training would have recognized a hand signal that basic. Well, we're not all trained soldiers here, are we? Verily, the flourish of a single hand doth indeed make a boast of a chivalric elegance. Yet, when thou suddenly wavest thine arm about, clenching and unclenching thy hand in that mystical fashion only to suddenly turn tail, forsooth, I am bereft of understanding what thou meanest to say. To think that of all the personnel in the team, only the swabby has the discipline to interpret a basic field signal. I only picked it up during my sailing days, and realistically speaking, did you really expect ordinary people like the others to understand professional military signals? This is unacceptable. Even after all the operations all of you have been deployed under my lead, you're all still ignorant when it comes to nonverbal signals. Why am I having a hard time speaking? I don't think even Dante would know those signals. Yep. Might as well be splitting hairs. Literally. Let us appease our agitated hearts and follow Miss Otis' instruction. We should disperse and withdraw. Megaton, landing! Hey, pretty cool, huh? Let's face it, I know how to make one heck of an entrance. Whoa, aren't you supposed to be cleaning up the distortions upstairs? Oh, finito a million years ago. You guys were taking forever, so I figured I'd take a peek and lend a hand. You're welcome. Split by your thundering descent, the floor's form and shape are now crushed beyond mending, sunken deep enough to be likened to the incipient of a wellspring. Don't you worry your head about it. That's all after teams 2 take care of. Anyway, that should be all of them, right? The force of your landing neutralizes the last of the distortions outside the building. Great. Can you check on the distorted peeps' faces and clothes? Their faces are all segmented. Makes my skin crawl, not a pleasant sight. As for their attire... This one appeareth to be a sweeper, and that one yonder bears the attire of an ordinary fixer. And this distortion I landed on... probably a local resident, judging by the clothes. Did any of you happen to see anything nearby bursting with a big pop and flash? Nay, not once. Hi, Matrix. Does someone have an Mnestic experience? I am going to have one, probably. Okie dokie. You know what? Then let's all head upstairs. This suppression request is kind of a pain. We'll need to put together a nice, neat plan before we start poking it too hard. A plan, sayest thou? How? How? Was this not a mere matter of slaying distortions where they stand? Huh. Wait, did nobody brief you? This has oft been the This has oft been the structure of our assignments. We are given instructions, we perform them, and only afterward do we begin to perceive the nature and contour of the task to which we have committed our hands. Really? Well, guess every department has its own way of doing things. No big deal. I'll explain everything once we're upstairs. Thank you for the hydrate, Matrix. I almost said fab because I'm used to it being fab. Soda. Oh, by the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time, did you? Only our new girl. This time, that dude, I mean, Mr. Bamboo-Headed Kim's also here. So, huh? He's okay now? Sure he is. You'll be surprised once you see just how okay he is now. But last time you said he was still under treatment. To be precise, I believe Miss Angdo stated that his mind is yet to regain its former tranquility. Huh. That? You'll get it once you see him. I feel like we'll just end up having the same conversation twice. If I say anything about it now. Ah, you have arrived. Kim? He is tall. It's blinding. It's so bright. The midday sun is pouring in like crazy. Yet the warm tickle of the sunbeam is rather agreeable. You would say that, Yasung. He does have the sun shower ego after all. No, this is not sunlight. Because unlike this, there is more to the sunshine than its warmth. Then what exactly is this light? Why is this thing on again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeballs. Apologies, Lady Ezra. I am yet to be accustomed to this machine. This is my first time laying a hand upon the complicated workings of such a contraption. It activated of its own accord, and I have yet to discover the method by which it may be silenced. That's why I told you to leave it alone. Fiddling with things you don't understand usually ends with something, or you, broken. Nothing good comes of it, I tell you. But Mentor, Lady Moses has instructed me that in every moment and event, clues are hidden under the veil of one's surroundings and must be examined with care. Yes, and that only works if you're savvy about the knack. Hang on, did you just say mentor? Ah, I had not yet been afforded a proper opportunity to introduce him to you. This here is the esteemed leader of the Blade lineage, who is all but a master under whom I have apprenticed. Do you really have to dress it up like that? I told you, I only took on the role because there wasn't anyone else around to take the job. Switch, where's the switch? Ah, gotcha. He is tall. Goodness. Known as Bamboo-Headed Kim. Yes. That's me. Oh. Guess I should say, pleased to meet you, folks. Wait. We thought that was him. It's just his freaking outfit on a coat rack. Hmm. His outfit is on a coat rack. Okay, so more often than not, first impressions are prone to change. The bamboo-handed Kim, I remembered, was a man who drowned in his own fathoms, blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless, heavy voice. That, however, had been while he was distorted and sunken into himself, so I figured his original personality might be somewhat different. But this is not just somewhat. His personality isn't even in the same ballpark as my expectations. You're telling me this guy here is Bamboo-Hatted Kim? Yep, we double-checked with Ezra, and she said he really is the same guy. Whoa, that fire on her head's not hot at all. Fascinating stuff. I feel like he's an airhead. Can you... Okay, can we check again just in case? I really can't wrap my head around the fact that this is the solid, serious man whom we'd fought. Just look at what he's doing. He's rubbing my face all over, like he's checking out some kind of mantelpiece ornament. A lot of ticking and talking going on. That's supposed to sound like them talking to you folks, huh? Further confirmation would be redundant, Dante. This individual is conclusively identical to the one designated as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. I've got no idea what you folks are so suspicious about. Angdo, just what exactly have you been telling people out there about me? They're all starting like they've seen a ghost. I told them you are a gallant and formidable warrior, mentor. But they don't look like they've heard the most flattering things about me. There, don't you hear it? The faint undercurrent of disappointment and the ticking. I also told them that you are a man of few words, but with much affection for the followers under your command. Angdu. Yes, mentor? That's a complete and utter lie. Man of few words is definitely not something you can say about a guy who's as talkative as me, don't you think? Yet I spoke no falsehood. Although your conduct is rather shallow and perhaps less refined for a leader of an organization, you are much more reserved and taciturn when conversing with those unfamiliar to you. Are you not? No matter who one may be, one is bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those around him. So I refrain from mentioning any truths that might invite the latter. To even hint at anything that might tarnish the reputation of my master would not be unlike spitting on his name, and mine by extension. I simply had no reason to put on airs in front of my own folks. In any case, oh. So you can't see anything if I block this part, hmm? Do tell, how many fingers am I holding up? Those are not my eyes, you know. Your own folks, huh? Then you've already acknowledged and accepted that you now belong to Limbus Company. Why didst thou not pay a visit to the LCE? Verily, when one's mind is plagued by the absence of tranquility, venturing forth into the open air and touchable field of grass cleareth the storm of the heart. An asset of the company is expected to act in the company's interest. Yet, for whatever reason, I didn't see you fighting on the field of battle during Operation Spiderfire. You will have to account for your absence in the mission. Otis addressed Kim as though she were conducting a formal investigation, every word flat and hard. It was obvious she was not about to let her guard down anytime soon. What mission? Oh, that one. Kim finally seemed inclined to assume a more serious disposition. He stopped peering into my face and turned toward Otis, although his hand was still on my head. Alright, clearly there's some disconnect in expectations here. Listen here, you. I'm really not all that hard. Oh, wait. I'm really not all about... I'm really not all that about hard work. I'm really not all that about hard, bothersome work. Get what I mean? The real disconnect was between a stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth. But so let's talk about the kind of fellow I am. Meet the resident layabout, who's forced to do his job, with a frown too, I might add. Only when he's got absolutely no other choice. I'm really not some big shot Angdu's apparently been promoting me as, folks. And I'd very much like to stop getting roped into stuff that keeps putting my life on the line. Fab. Fine. Then why did you join the LCD in the first place? If you'd rather be unemployed... No, never mind, they probably forced you to stay. You catch on quick? First, they spout this nonsense about distortions and all, and then force hired me, calling me a company-owned resource, or whatever. And the other day, they were again on about... what's his name? Golden Bow? Yes, they invited me on a tour to another department to listen in on some important presentation. And I accepted. I thought it would be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. Angdu, there are times when your commitment to duty shines brighter than the sun. I find that attitude so dazzling that I have to squint when I'm looking at you. Who knows? Maybe that's why I'm wearing this bamboo hat. To shade my eyes from your utter brilliance. Do you mean to say that you are in need of a shield to protect your eyes? Lady Ezra, might I submit a request for a pair of sunglasses for my mentor? Only if it's not too much of an imposition on the budget, that is. I knew it. Perfect. Sunglasses. Give the man sunglasses. Make them those pixel sunglasses too. You know, those funny ones. Perfect. They would fit him so well. Also give him a frickin' ball cap. That right there. That's what I keep telling you not to do. You can't just say yes to every silly thing he says and turn it into a supply request. Small expenses add up a lot, you know? You gotta save up everything you can in the piggy bank while you still can, or you'll end up broke. Is there truly no room for reconsideration? No means no. Then, pray, make the purchase for me. I shall cover the cost myself. No, can't do it. Wait, what? My poor mentor is in a state of great discomfort, yet I possess neither the wisdom nor the knowledge to navigate the silver tongue of merchants in the maze of stalls to locate the very best item. So I must beg this favor of you. You're giving me a frickin' headache, girl. I am aware that you and yours are no strangers to such dealings. There is no one else I can trust to complete such a procurement with the swiftness of the wind. You know what? Never mind what I said. I'll just get what you want. You're the gentle lady, mentor. Your suffering shall soon be alleviated. You will soon be given your 600 gold carat sunglasses, lined with diamonds, rubies, amethyst, sapphire, with holographic displays, and a prescription best suited for your eyes. Right. My apologies for interrupting you in mid-conversation. Pray, continue. You had reached the part where they invited you to tour another department. No sooner Angdo's words left her lips than her eyes glinted with something I couldn't really put my finger on. But it was a strange intensity that sent a chill down my spine. Yeah. So that day I was just gonna relax and watch some TV. Well, good on you for showing up to work today, I guess. Let's say there's a debt to be repaid. At least you understand that we are indeed indebted to the company. Yeah, I suppose I do. I suppose that gives us a canonical explanation for to claim their bones yield my flesh. Or yield my flesh to claim their bones. He is so lazy that he doesn't give his all in striking with the blade, gets hit, and then he's like, ow, that really hurts. And then he actually has to try so he doesn't fucking die. Kim's gaze lingered on Angdu's prosthetics as he answered. Oh, Miss Angdu, your arms. Only after following Kim's gaze did Sinclair seem to notice Angdu's brand new prosthetic arms. The last time we saw her, Angdu had lost both of her arms, and I remember Ezra asking her to sit tight and choose what type of prosthesis she wanted. Those arms are probably it. It's not just the arms, even her clothes are different now. And the sword. I had these arms fitted anew as soon as the operation was concluded. The gracious host in one of the LCD's teams had prepared them in advance. With evident satisfaction, Angdu held up her dark metallic wrist as if to showcase them. The components fixed along her arm clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment, before neatly folding back into place. Oh, such graceful smoothness! What the machine articulation! 'Tis as though I am beholding the marvelous prosthesis of the illustrious Siegfried himself. Huh? Yep, the showcase would have gone lackluster without that trademark reaction. Those are strikingly similar to the Schwarz Industries N7 lineup, but I thought that model was discontinued. Nah, not theirs. It's one of the prototypes developed by LCD's Phenomena Deciphering team, and they put them on her for a trial. Doubt you'll find another like them. They're based on technology spun from distortions. Oh, I see. Distortion prosthesis. Nice. Sounds like something you would find in RimWorld with the Anomaly DLC. Just, yeah, you need a new spine. You take this revenant vertebrae and you put it in your back. There you go. New spine. You can also go invisible now as a side effect. Enjoy. For a brief moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as if he had glimpsed something that brought him back to a memory. Then, just as quickly, he fell silent. Whatever he'd wanted to say next catching in his chest. Does something trouble you, Master Sinclair? It wasn't hard to understand what struck the tender memory for Sinclair and why it cast a shadow over his face. But, sorry, just reminded me of something from a long time ago. My dad used to work with prosthetics before he passed away. I thought this was the exact same model I saw back then. It appears I lacked tact. These arms have stirred a stressful memory, a painful memory within you. For that, I apologize. It's alright, I'm fine now. Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it, there was a firmness that had not been there before. He really had grown a great deal. You can thank yours truly for picking the sword. I was there with her. I did inform Lady Ezra that any blade that could serve as a weapon would suffice, but she insisted on browsing the goods. I dare say I was given the opportunity to lay my eyes on every type of sword I could ever hope to see in this life, walking through the workshop street every day, that day. Oh, please, girl, we talked for just 4 hours. That's nothing. He's singing. He's a happy man. While everyone was distracted taking in Angdo's new outfit and equipment, Kim had quietly slipped away from the crowd and crouched down in a corner. I see. What a mood. I understand. He wants to sit down, just like everyone. He was rummaging through things scattered on the floor, picking them up. Is he pocketing them? Oh, so he's just a thief. Anyway, what's this place supposed to be? What are all these things? It's basically a wreck now, but there are strobes. And that cloth backdrop over there. Maybe it used to be a photo studio? Oh, that could explain why there are so many photos stuck around the place. Probably. This thing looks like a camera, at least. Sinclair picked up a small cylindrical object and turned it over in his hands, studying it with curiosity. Has this man never seen a camera before? What do you suppose this is? A battery, maybe? Ah, there's some kind of strip inside. Let me just pull it out. No, that's... Oda shouted a sharp warning at Sinclair, as if she had realized something. But Marceau's hand shot out before she could even finish, clasping over Sinclair's wrist before the strip could be pulled out. So Marceau knows what it is, probably. What? What did I do? Exposure to sunlight damages these objects. I already pulled a little bit out, though. It can be rewound. Carefully rotate the rigid section on the cylinder. I am currently blocking the sunlight from reaching the exposed section. Damage is of no concern. Okay, you mean this one, right? This is the part that rotates? Yep, it went back in. With a quiet nod, Marceau took the object from Sinclair's hand. It seems to be a film roll. There is something written on the outside. Experiment number 4. It appears to be a compact roll for a film camera. You seem to have handled one before. Yes. Marceau's answer came without any further explanation, but the way he adjusted the camera on the table certainly didn't look like that of a first-timer. I once received a report containing photographs taken on film cameras during the war. Film rolls used by N-Corp are particularly difficult to falsify. They were often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. The film fixes light directly onto the medium from what I've heard. A peculiar expression flashed across Ezra's face as she regarded Otis. Perhaps it was the mention of war that caught her attention. Anyway, we managed to regroup in one piece. Let's come up with a plan to deal with these distortions, guys. Where should we begin? Then, in the next breath, she returned to her usual bubbly self and steered the conversation away from the subject. Both Ezra and I, we're both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. For all her unfailingly perky disposition, Ezra too may be carrying traumatic memories every bit as devastating as Gregor's. Does there yet odd? Does there remain odd deserving illumination? Huh? Yeah. Wait, you're right. How about we clean up the distortion already? I couldn't feel any traces of distortions nearby, and it didn't seem like any of the other Sinner teams elsewhere were actively engaged in battle at the moment either. Dante is asking whether the distortion suppression has not, in fact, already been concluded. Oh, not yet. These people we fought just now, they only got caught up in the distortion. They didn't actually distort themselves. We haven't even gotten close to the distortion's inflection point yet. Inflection point? Anywho, finding an inflection point without the team leaders around is gonna take some time. Maybe it won't be too bad with your help. Ezra swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration, as though she had just been handed a puzzle box with half the pieces missing. By inflection point, are you referring to the point on a graph in which the directionality of its curvature changes? Calling to mind the present context, it may less be a mathematical term, and more a specialized polysemy, referring to the point at which distortion occurs, the mode of intent, or indeed, the point in which inflection of the mind occurs. Yep, that's about right. That's the kind of inflection point I was talking about. So, in our department, we use that term to mean the source of a distortion, the inflector or cause behind it. Stuff like that. You know, distortion's hard to treat if you know if you don't know the core cause. Treat the symptoms you see on the surface all you like, but if you never find the root cause, the distortion never gets solved. Though I guess you guys never really had to look for that kind of stuff, huh? Your boss clock opens a door into the fathoms or whatever, right? What are you laughing at, Matrix? What is funny? What have I done? You mean Dungeon of the Fathoms. Yep. That's the one. From where we're standing, distortions are really high maintenance, time consuming headaches. It's one thing to somehow manage to locate the inflection point, but curing it is another thing. But you guys can just march straight into someone's heart, knock the snot out of everything in there, and then ta-da, patient ready for discharge. That's how it works, right? Ugh. Not gonna lie, I was so jealous when I heard about it. Almost bit my sleeve off. Barely. I had thought your team would be set about resolving distortion once the foe was vanquished. As we are wont to do. Was that not so? Fab is and will be the best out of context clipper. This is true. I kind of realized how my failure articulation sounded there a little after I said it. I knew it was gonna happen. I had a feeling anyways. There's been times where I felt like it was gonna happen, but it never did. Sadness. Of course not. Why would anyone come to us with a distortion suppression request if it were that simple in the first place? But yeah, most of the time, peeps try brute force approaches to it first. And when things go south, they send requests to the company, or to our detective's office. That means the client this time must have been Bingo. Apparently, the residents of Butter Street, Cardiovascular District, had all chipped in to commission all kinds of agencies like the SVI and the Combat Specialized Fixer Offices. But none of them could actually do things right, and the job got passed on to us. Meaning, the distortion phenomena related to this kind of photograph is still occurring. Unchecked. Somewhere on the streets. Exactly. That's why we gotta find something. Anything that might count as a clue. Ezra gazed down at the people lying on the floor with a complicated expression. Neat, ash gray suits, and the logo on the collar of the uniform and briefcases. Hey, it's in the N-Corp's logo. Come to think of it, was it Marceau? I was once employed by N-Corp. What? You used to work with those people? Yeah, he did mention that he used to work at N-Corp. Maybe he can offer us some insight. Do you know who these guys are, Marceau? Yes, manager. These are N-Corp Class 2 staff members. Given the camera briefcases in their possession, they are most likely members of the pinframe team of Service Disclos. Marceau recited the information as though he were pulling it from a file he had already sorted and placed in the back of the shelf of it in his mind. Okay. Pinframe team. Huh. Anything you can tell us about them? Yes. It is one of N-Corp's many field departments related to information gathering and processing. Their primary duties include the handling of N-Corp's internal information, analysis of N-Corp's internal intelligence, the sorting and arranging of N-Corp's internal information, and intersector. That'd be enough. Well, is he a talking encyclopedia or something? Yeah, another thing to be jealous of. You think it'll be okay if we borrow him sometimes? Might be an issue for us if you just went and borrowed our team's encyclopedia. Looks like everyone agrees that he's an encyclopedia. Marcel, please recite lines 5 through 9 of the graphical equation for V2X. Anyways, your encyclopedia is right. You know, they also keep calling him an encyclopedia. Isn't this, Oh no, because an encyclopedia and a ticket are different things. No, he was also called a book. No, Ryoshu was the ticket. Lucio was the book. Missed opportunity there. Actually, yes, that is a fully missed opportunity. Marcel with the Lucio ID, he could have just been called the encyclopedia instead of just the book, and it would have fit with this event way too well. They're from N-Corp's pinframe team. Seen them a few times before in N-Corp's nest. But why would people already busy with dealing with nest affairs come all the way out to a shabby back street like this? Got any guesses? I am unable to determine that. The possible range of connection between the two pieces of information is exceedingly broad. Listing every relevant reason as to why they may have come here would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I will present a determinative answer to that question. Ezra staring holes into me with an unspoken, "Is this dude always like this?" wouldn't pull any answers from me, you know. Because, aside from combat situations, I still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Okay then, Marcel. Maybe this will be easier to answer, from an objective point of view. And that was when I noticed something I never imagined would happen. Marcel's eyes widened, his gaze fixing on me with such force that I could almost feel the faint tremor in it. Okay, there you go. Marceau's Kanto is going to be tremor. A leveling stare it came with. There is no such thing as an objective point of view. Manager. A clipped tone and a look almost bordering on rebuke. A given judgment may seem infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately, all things are subjective without exception. I fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Part of it was because Marcel's reaction had caught me off guard, but I also wondered whether this response might be connected to why he would always refuse to make judgments for himself. And if this has something to do with his turn, which I know is just around the corner, got it. Then tell me 3 subjective reasons you think are most likely for why these people had to come all the way into the back streets. Thank you for the hydrate, Fab. I need to understand who he actually is as much as I can, because I'll never know when I'll get another chance to really get to know him if I brush this off with a simple, "Oh, I see. My bad." As usual. Yes, Manager. I would presume that their mission was one or all of the following. Retrieval of a video recording or recordings in violation of N-Corp's taboo. Prompt elimination of the violator. Contact with an informant in the backstreets collaborating with N-Corp's nest. Or identification and arrest of a wanted individual or individuals designated by the nest. Taboo? You mean these people could be taboo hunters? Nah, no way. They don't send out taboo hunters for every single violation, you know? Like, wings usually leave minor taboo violations to be handled by subcontracted fixer offices or employees of the departments in charge. I'd say these guys are N-Corp staff. Miss Hangdu, what are you looking for in their pockets? I am looking through their belongings for enlightening clues yet to be hidden. In the sleeve or the fold of their garments, Lady Moses had been gifted with the art of discerning the truth from what lies before her with but a single glance. Yet, my eyes are foreign to such a feat. Let me take a look too. This is an employee card, and okay, this one's a wallet, so let's put that back. We don't want to be robbers. Aha, this might be it. It's an order missive. Ezra pulled a sheet of paper from an N-Corp staff's coat and read its contents aloud. Work details. Elimination of the individual of a Category 3 taboo violation. Address, Butter Street. Category 3 taboo violation. This is the place. Which means all of this might be pointing to something. Whoever used to work in the studio and the distortion phenomena might be connected. Yeah, now that you mention it, when that whole pop and change thing happened, it did kind of feel like a camera flash. Alright, let's start by combing through this place. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. Oh, at last. Has the hour arrived for my debut as a detective, forsooth? Unfortunately, maybe Don Quixote. Actually, that's a good question. Where is Ryoshu? Where is Honglu? And where is... Well, we already know Rodney's on the shopping trip. Don Quixote must have been miffed for not getting to play detective back in T-Corp. No idea where she'd been keeping them, but she immediately pulled out the detective props that had been given to Rodney, Ryoshu, and Honglu back then. Verily, I had foreseen that the day would come. Let me adjust some background volume. There. Fortunately, Otis wasted no time putting an end to Don Quixote's badly timed shenanigan. A sharp dressing down from her was enough to make our dejected chivalric adventurer stuff the costume away. Okay then, we should get moving too. That was a very long one. Very long one. Oh boy. Nice. These guys just fatal slash. Wait, how many blade lineage is this?
잠시 이것만 삼키고.
We have a whole team of blade lineage. Nice.
출전 망설임 배워내겠습니다.
I can't wait to see Otis lose every clash. We spent a long while rifling through the photo studio with the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. There sure are a lot of photos around, but almost all of them are just pictures of buildings. Nothing much to tell from that. Aside from the canister containing the film roll Sinclair picked up, there are no remaining items. There are no remaining items here that can count as a proper clue. Executive Manager, I've confirmed that the rest are all empty plastic containers. Then it's probably best to check the contents of the film roll directly. Yes, Executive Manager. I will find a way to develop the film. Did you guys find any sort of development room or equipment nearby? Let's search a little more before we see what's in that film roll. Mentor, what do you make of this object? For the 18th time, Aingdu, I have no idea. If I had wits bright enough to understand what lies before me, with a single glance like that, team leader, I would have passed the royal examinations long ago and secured myself a lucrative position as a court official. But Mentor, hadn't you already passed the royal... Once swung, a sword does not retrace its arc, I knew. So, it is with life. There is no undoing what has already been cut. Thus it is unnecessary to dwell on what can no longer be undone. There is no after for what has been slashed away. Not for you, Mentor. Ought you not dwell on what can no longer be undone? I misspoke. I did not mean it that way. I do. I merely meant to say that I do not wish to recall my past. I am aware. You have told me as much since long ago. Whenever you were placed in a position to retrace the past. Mostly at the eateries, where you once filled your belly on unpaid tabs, and each time you brought down the stone wall before our house by your own erring hand. Those are exactly the kind of things you should never forget. Ow. Belly. I feel a stabbing pain in my belly. This spot. Oh, the very wound you once gave me afflicts me yet. The one from when you thought you were only poking me with a scabbard, yet by some cruel turn, it was your sword that ran me through. Mentor, you said it was completely healed, and that I need not concern myself with it. Those very words have been repeated at least 80 times. but it still aches every now and then, chiefly when I hear your sharp cutting words that I really don't want to hear. Ah, is that so? Angdu suddenly pulls out a sheet of paper and began furiously writing something down. She has her own book of vengeance. What's this? I have written down the words that I have just said. If hearing my sharp-cutting words afflicts you so, perhaps reading them instead would cause no suffering. Okay, so it's not a book of vengeance. It's a book of words to make you feel pain. The Book of Pain. Kim's face began to contort like a wet dish towel being wrung dry. Add soon. Oh boy. I really can't believe this is the same mentor Angdu follows so devotedly. Where's all that dignity? Ooh. And forbearance, Angdu said he had. Young Angdu, there is a matter I would ask thee. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who felt that way about him. Pray, speak freely. This may be a discourteous inquiry, but, I, too, when speaking to the others of those whom I serve, even ornament my words with a laudation of an acceptable degree, and yet... I understand your concern, Lady Don Quixote. I suppose this is your first time seeing Mentor with his shoulders so unbraced and his bearing so loose. In truth, when I first beheld him, I also wondered whether a man could truly be a leader worth placing my faith in. And have begun taking a break if needed. So, yeah. Sometimes I dream about cheese. Hopefully my choice in snacks don't interfere with my speech. Anyways, welcome back for the ads. Also, hello Nico Nessie, welcome. And since the ads have finished, I will therefore declare, I hope everyone has managed to get anything they needed done, hydrate, yada yada whatever, because I'm continuing. I suppose this is your first time seeing Mentor with his shoulder so embraced that his wait. Didn't I read this? However, upon my honor, I assure you that I have never once uttered a falsehood when I spoke of him to you. My respect toward the blades of my own and foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, even should my arms be torn apart, all of these are undoubtedly the teachings that my mentor has imparted upon me. Yes, I use stream elements. Truly. Why, if fortune should grant the opportunity, you may witness Mentor's true self yourselves someday. That is to say, if we let ourselves be carried by the currents of the river to arrive at such a chance. Angdu gave her prosthetic arm a casual sweep, smiling sincerely as though she truly believed every word she said. Then, leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered, "Besides, unless I speak with his feigned, stern ignorance, there will be no end to his digging in his heels. I would ask for your trust, for all is aimed at his benefit." "Forsooth, thou too hast been burdened with the trials of serving your superior?" So that's what it was. Yeah. Just as I witnessed the budding of this peculiar bond of commiseration and camaraderie between our chivalric friends, the door leading outside was flung open with a loud slam. "Housekeeping? We're here to collect your taxes." We have arrived at the target location. It appears that the advance party has already been defeated. Wait, who are these people? Didn't they say there was only a single violator? Oh crap. Looks like it's too late to talk our way out of this. Whatever excuses we come up with. Oh boy. This is not gonna go well. The same thing happened last time. When I saw the N-Corp employees, I thought we had the wrong intel. And all of a sudden flash blinded my vision white, as though I had stared straight into a burst of searing light, so intense and bright that it made my head swim. Yep, that was the same pop, and with my vision blinded, and the only thing I could make out was Ezra's soft murmur, until even that came to a stop as her breathing hushed. Oh. It didn't take long for me to realize what was happening. Seeing it again doesn't exactly warm the heart, wouldn't you say, Angdu? Though Escort may be indeed passing through hard times, this alley was not quite so wretched in form, was it, Mentor? That is right. Is that right? It looks much the same to me. Ah, this place. Did we just get teleported to Escort? No, Dante. Though it generates a considerable sense of verisimilitude, this is... I think I know what this is. This is a presence. I haven't been able to detect it until just now, but somehow it was now surrounding us, saturating every corner of the space where we stood. The dreary stone walls, trees bent and coiled in grotesque forms, the sheer the sheen of the light, and even the air we breathe. All of them point toward a single phenomena. Oh, Sayu, welcome. Hello, Raiders. If you need a raid to run, feel free to do so. I believe it's really late, and also, hi, Awesome Knight. I'm going to assume that you're the one that got in the raid. I feel so bad because I don't think anyone's gonna understand me anyways. I appreciate the raid, thank you. Actually, wait, I do know of one way to say it. Raid. If you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. I believe it is late where you are. Again, thank you for coming, and I appreciate it. Yes. There. If anyone wishes, they could probably toss it to do Google Translate, I guess. I don't know. Hopefully it doesn't mess up the translation, though. Or whatever translation everyone uses. Yes, but hello everyone and welcome. We are simply doing Limbus Company's Mnestic Experience event because it ends soon. If anyone plays a game, I highly recommend, if you haven't done the event, these are spoilers. If you haven't. Okay, anyways. The dreary stone walls, trees bent in quote grotesque forms, the sheen of the light, and even the air we breathe, all of them point toward a single phenomena. This is the depth of the fathoms. Fathoms made entirely out of distortion. There are completely different distortions where the N Corp employees were just a moment ago. Executive manager. This is exactly it. This is what I was trying to explain. Where Ezra pointed, the people in smart, neat suits had vanished, and in their place, figures clad in blood-stained doppelrobes were approaching us with dragging, uneasy steps. Right, let's fight first and talk later. Ready, on go. My blade is poised to strike, Lady Ezra. And, wait, where's the bamboo-hatted dude? I'm afraid he has already taken his leave. He said he had no desire to cross blades with the, Junakund of S-Corp twice. Come on, man. Not again. He's a repeat offender, that's for certain. Executive manager. Wherever Kim's gone off to, this definitely isn't the time to be asking trivial questions. Right. Let's do what Ezra says, and get ready for battle. On your orders, executive manager. Men, prepare for battle. I can't really speak out to that. How many people is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people. 9! We have 9! And I can pick. Let's see. Okay. 12 and 16. 20. Do that one. Oh, that's an 18? Why is that so high? And you are targeting Ezra. Let's see. Focus him down. Oh, now you notify me, Steam. Like 3 hours later, I get the notification. Let me commemorate this gift. Okay, minimize that. There we go. Boom. Okay. Thank you for shouting out Sayu. If you haven't followed yet, Sayu is an amazing, talented artist. I was actually very impressed with the one-line draw I saw that one night. Slash in Pride. Good, good. Wait, what about Sloth? Unknown. How could you do this awesome night? Okay, 14 to 11s, 13, and okay.
발광. 차단.
Sloth seems to be very lackluster against them.
귀와 요격 반수가 이어졌다니. 정말 앞돌고 수밖에.
Clashable. Clashable counters. Okay, how many enemies are there? And this is a finish in 10 turns, right? If that's the case, then honestly, this should be very simple. Yeah. Oh, good timing. Good timing indeed. Let's get in a new batch of fresh bows.
즐겁겠군. 차!
I think I might have focused a little too much. Wait, Ezra did one. Nice. That one dead. He's dead, Jim. Okay. Now we just need to lose the clash. 13, we lose to this one. Let's go. Please don't stagger them.
육참. 골단 반수가 이어졌다니. 귀와 요격. 그냥 정말 앞돌고 수밖에.
How? Thank you.
달빛이 밝다. 그 문까지 밝힌 너를
확실하게 갈라지는 감각이었네.
혈이 남자.
그냥 5배.
배워냈어요.
Easy. Very. That should be all of them. Surveying the area with measured alert, Angdo casts the blood from a sword with a few sharp flicks before sliding it back to its sheath. Make sure you polish that blade. Huh. They're not changing back. Doesn't look like beating up the distorted ones reverts them immediately this time around. Perhaps a fortunate turn of events? In a way, let us search for clues while time allows us. Right. You take that side, Angdu. I'll search here. Ezra and Angdu moved about as though they were used to this kind of situation. Without even taking a moment to catch their breath after the battle, they began searching the space. Prithee, Don Quixote was the first one to voice her doubt in the surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves in. We battled distortions upon our arrival hither, yet never have I beheld our surroundings be changed with so sudden a flash. Prithee, I cannot make sense of this situation. Couldst thou render a detailed account of this distortion phenomena? Apologies. It would appear I overlooked the briefing due to the urgency of this predicament. This is, according to the definition presented by Lady Moses, a location-type distortion. It's basically when a whole space distorts, and since places and buildings can't move on their own, the distortion gets fixed in a certain space. As for this one, looks like the distortion's already progressed pretty far along. Middle stage, probably? They don't usually get this big, but this one here is covering almost an entire street. Then those people. They entered this space and got caught up in it. And our job right now is to get to the bottom of the phenomena. What exactly gets people caught up, and what happens to them once they're in? Of course, we can't really rule out the possibility of a powerful distortion that's encroaching upon its environment. Oh, by that I mean when a distortion bleeds into the space around it and warps it. Oh man, I'm actually talking like our team leader. Rubbed off on me, I guess. Ezra continued with a sheepish giggle. Sheep. In any case, we won't be able to suppress or cure the distortion, even if we whoop these guys' asses 100 times. We need more clues to help us locate the inflection point. Maybe we should examine these people over here too? With a call, Ezra directed our attention to rows of collapsed people all around, all of them clad in dapper robes. And these are the glyph emblazoned upon their headbands. Cho bespeaks propulsion and pursuit. It marks them as Shunakund, functionaries charged with scouring and hunting runaway nobis. You care for the homeland as we do. I am unsurprised that you know of them. I could hardly fail to know, for I too was once enumerated among their quarry. Scientists and technicians were daily being dispossessed of their stations in Escorp after all. Finally got shards for Yasong. If you had to pick one between Liu Association Blade Lineage or Index, which one would it be? I would 100%... So, I will provide you 3 answers. If you are planning on pulling on this wall purchase, Liu Association Yasong. If you want to get extra currency or more synergy with the new Blade Lineage team support that was given recently, Blade Lineage Yasong. If you want to use a very strong unit that is good, then Index, Nurse Father Yasong. Overall, out of the 3, I would highly suggest the Index Nurse Father. Thank you for the follow, Lou. Index Nurse Father is pretty good on his own as well, so you don't need a full team. Liu Association's good for SP support on burn teams, so if you have Magic Bullet Otis or Philip Sinclair, that would also be very great. And Blade Lineage, you will need upside for him. He kind of sucks until then. I'm sorry about that part. But that's a Season 1 ID, so it's expected. I could hardly fail to know, for I too was... yeah, I already read this. So, it was no idle tale. Scientists who ply their craft without fattening Escorp's coffers are seized forthwith and made nobis of the corporation. Indeed, I count myself fortunate to have absconded with my friends before the Brandon Nobi could be impressed upon us. Otherwise... Nobi, the wretched appellation conferred upon the people for the convenience of those in power. A vile practice and an excuse for their power-mongering. Nothing more. The only good units you have is Middle Otis. So Nurse Father Yasong would probably work out. It would contribute to the team of... well, also Liu Yasong because Middle Otis is technically a burn unit as well, you could use Liu Yasong there. But if you're planning on running House of Spiders, then having Nurse Father Yasong is a pretty big step. If you want to run Ryoshu, that is up to you. You could simply run the team without Ryoshu so you can, enjoy the Nurse Father gameplay. Otherwise, if you run Ryoshu, you're basically just sacrificing everyone to make Ryoshu strong. Novi, the wretched appellation conferred among people in the convenience of those of power, vile practice excuse for the power among and have more. Yep. The so-called taboo hunters of S-Corp operate by much the same anatomy. Does the breaching of taboo summon the hunter, or does the hunter first seize his prey to thereafter frame the capture with invented transgression? If the powerful so desire to chase a man down, to take possession of his very being and keep him caged, then they need only decree that he should bear the lot of a Nobi. Such is what S-Corp has become today. Thank you for the hydrate also tonight. Technically I don't really need that announcement message anymore. Ah well, I guess I can keep it. Wait, did I read that part? My mentor too is one of the victims of that accursed practice. Ah. Then could these people have been sent out to capture your mentor or your song? Or me, perhaps. Or none of us. Depends if you want to brush me. Yep, song, tranquillism, and Corbico contemporary. It's clear. Many, yep. You were going to pick Leo Association, but he didn't look as good as the wall purchase units. The Leo Association Yasong is probably one of the better burn units, and his support passive is also amazing. Even off field, he is good. You mean to state that they may have... You mean to state that they may be conceptual forms of Chunokuns generated by distortion. That is a plausible conjecture. And also, Matrix is correct as well. He does play the game quite a bit, I will mention, at least. Also, Matrix streams as well. If you, Awesome Knight, could you do me a favor and shout out Matrix? Because he does stream as well. Yes. Index does what? Poison sinking currently. And prescripts. Thank you. We are getting nowhere with this clue hunting. With a heavy sigh, Otis pressed her fingers against her brow as if her head were starting to pound in frustration. To delve further into the matter, it is necessary to determine why the S-Corp and its Chunokuns have appeared as the motive of this phenomena. Considering the course of events we have seen so far, would it not stand to reason that the distortion stains all nearby things with memories most foul? The presence of Chunokuns suggests a correspondence to Yasong's memories. Conversely, however, the absence of T-Corp's time collectors weakens the hypothesis. In which case, the most plausible theory is that this particular distortion could have stemmed from Bamboo-Hatted Kim or Angdu's memories. Angdu furrowed her brow and fell into thought, as though she couldn't grasp the full picture of the problem. I've seen a few distortions that show trauma or affect their surroundings, but this one? I'm not getting that pop of inspiration. Can't even guess at what this distortion wants either. The white flash of light suddenly drew on my vision again as Ezra clutched her head and cried out with annoyance. If only the team leader was here, cracking this would have been a piece of cake. And we're back. So, this is why you kept asking whether we'd seen anything bursting with a pop. The N-Corp employees must have it rough too, getting dragged into the distortion like this. I mean, what else were we supposed to do? It was self-defense. They were about to attack us. I suppose finding the root cause and taking care of it would be the fastest way forward. Let's just do what we can for now. Okay. First, we need to develop the film we found here. We'll head to the nearest darkroom and... Nah, actually, let's first drag that slippery hat-wearing cult back here and get him talking about the Chonokans. That's probably our best bet. Ugh, every time we take a job, that slacker just slips off without telling anyone. As one part of me watched Ezra stamp her feet in frustration, I was also carefully following Heathcliff's team through the other part of my vision. Oh, I think I can help with that. Have you located him? Huh? What? Boss Clock found something? Yep. I found where Bamboo Headed Kim is right now. Overall, Earth's Father Index Yasong is more fun than the others you name. This is true. He does have a fun amount of gameplay that he provides the animations too. He's also one of the only units in the game to do all 3 damage types. Slash, blunt, and pierce. This event has so much reading, and we're only a third done. Oh. I have access to more. Let's go. There we go. That one, this,
벌써요?
boom, boom, boom. Actually,
수금할 시간이야.
I could do that.
드디어 내
7k lunacy for wall. RNG can't help you. I hope you can at least get someone. Meanwhile, Heathcliff's team. Bloody hell. What's up with these gits? They're showing up out of nowhere. How should I know? But judging by their getup, they seem like escort fellas. And things were going so well. We could have talked it out with those Fedora guys who were rummaging around the place earlier, you know? But no, you just had to go barking at them first. Would have saved us a whole lot of trouble if you hadn't, right? Oh, so it's my fault. Those bastards looked like they were nicking stuff. This is our contract area, isn't it? If they walked off with something important, we'd be the ones catching hell. Listen, bud, not everyone's itching to swipe hair coupons into the pockets the second they get the chance. Oh, for how many bloody months are you gonna milk that? Excuse me. What, you got a problem too, mate? No, not at all. Just wondering whether that gentleman over there is also one of our enemies. Is that the end of your true-up performance? Shame. I was really enjoying watching you folks dance. Might have mistaken this place for the Peach Blossom Land of Legends, had there been a cup of fine rice wine to go with it. Yeah, that's an enemy, alright. He has a name tag, though. I think it says, LCD. LCD or whatever, who gives a toss? Am I supposed to put up with every bastard having to dig at me? Oh dear. Such bold swings. Didn't know there was an encore to that performance. Huh. You slippery little rat. Well, I do find this amusing enough, but if you intend to play with me, you ought to be more aware of your surroundings. Hey, behind you, there's... Wow, he took out all those doppel-wearing people with just a single strike. I'd say that about covers the price of admittance for your troop circus, wouldn't you? Well then, I'll leave the rest to you folks. Wandering blades and Murim tails never linger on the stage for long, after all. Boy, where the hell do you think you're going? God damn it. Metal Lotus, LCR, Ishmael, Hydro Faust, that's called Honglu, only 2 stars for the others. Oh. Malkuth's Reign. Yeah. 12, 13, 12, 12. Yep. Let's just get the high flashers. You go to, you know what, you can go 12. 17. You go 13. You go to this one. And you go there. Actually, that's a little better. Okay. We can already use Ego. Nice. Yeah, I will use it on this guy. 17. You can win against that. You can win against that. Win against that. That you should be fine against. Clash lose, so you go against that. Faust. Uh, 16 to 12 to 22. That's a clashable. That is gloom. That won't work. That. Wait, did Sinclair win? The battle passes are always going to be good to get because they are a really good source of lunacy, and once you start farming the mirror dungeon, you get a huge amount of crates as well. And the crates help you with crafting units. I highly recommend, instead of polling for units, simply craft them. And work on your battle pass as much as you can. But try not to burn out on the game. So you kind of probably should balance the game. Some teams are better at farming Mirror Dungeon than others, though. That one dies to bleed because Clash will guard our counter. WoW is a classification for ego, Lou. It's tier 4 ego, in other words. So the ego you start with is Zayn, tier 1. Then you have Teth, which is tier 2. HE is tier 3. WoW is tier 4. And Aleph, which we do not have yet, is tier 5. I like this BGM. It's got such a nice ring to it with the distortion. Yeah, that would be a Zayn, if I remember right. Let's go. Impossible to win Clash for big profit. So let me get this straight. Dude was here just a minute ago, and now nobody knows where he wandered off to. Yeah, bloke just turned up out of nowhere, flapped his gums, then did a runner before anyone could grab him. Ezra let out a long, listless sigh, as though she was getting sick and tired of even complaining about Kim. Lady Ezra, I cannot say your frustration is misplaced. Yet, I trust you are also aware that, more often than not, Mentor's actions have carried a profound design. He has never left his post without purpose so far. No, I get it, okay? But come on, would it kill him to give us a heads up before he goes zooming off on his own again? Yeah, he's like a cat with zoomies, isn't he? Strong unit in general. Yeah, Nurse Father is pretty good. There is no guarantee as well that you'll get the WALP units. I don't plan on polling for them because I made a deal with a friend. It's definitely something. I'm waiting for the next collab before I use any lunacy again. It's not like we'd stop him. What are we gonna do? Tie him up? Lock him in a closet? We don't do that in our team, right? Remember last time? We all thought he was being a good patient and sleeping it off in the recovery ward, but nope. When the LCE got infiltrated, he snuck out without telling anyone and came back like nothing happened. And the team leader didn't even chew him out for that. Lady Ezra, that's... Oopsie, wasn't supposed to mention that, was I? Then the reason he failed to participate in the operation was... simply because the LCD was lax in supervising its personnel. Is that what you're suggesting? Lady Moses bade us hold our tongues for this very reason. She knew full well Mentor's intentions would be misunderstood in precisely such a manner. What part of this have I misunderstood? Did you not just disclose that the man deserted his post without authorization? That's the thing. He wasn't just wandering around. He was outside, all alone, taking down the ring automaticans who'd locked down the elevator that leads into the LCE department. Yeah, it's not like he was dealing with the strongest enemy out there, but the recovery ward didn't have an emergency alarm and nobody from the department was there to warn him either. He somehow just caught on and did the job himself. Huh? Heard it's all thanks to him that the facilities team managed to get the comms back up and contact the LCE chief dude way faster. And that helped the LCA to actually deploy. They wouldn't have been delayed for another... They would have been delayed for another hour or two if he hadn't stepped in, apparently. And he went fighting even though he wasn't fully recovered, so he came back looking like he'd been processed through a meat grinder. So yeah, he did end up staying in bed like a good patient. In a lot of pain. Then the soldier is not entirely deserving of reproach. No, he's a less talking, more doing type, I guess. Anyway, we were all stuck inside the building back then during the incident, so fine. I suppose there was no helping it. Today, though, never mind. It's always like this with him. He always slips away and pops back in saying, it's done. My point is, what happens if one day one of those solo missions just goes away and he just drops dead in the middle of the street somewhere? How are we supposed to help him then? Actually, how does he even know what's supposed to be done in the first place, when nobody gave him any instructions? Bloke's got to be relying on his gut feelings, ain't it? Gut feeling? Look, I only saw the bloke for a bit, so I can't say I've got him all figured out. He's an annoying bastard, but he didn't strike me as some clueless sod who doesn't know where he's stepping. Heathcliff scratched at his chin, then kept talking as though he were stating an obvious fact. Today's proof enough. He's not one of us, so Clockhead couldn't have reached him from that far and sent him to back us up. And there's no way he just happened to run into us just when we were about to get into battle, innit? Then, well, could be bloke's got some stupidly sharp head on him and piece things together. Could be that. But I've got those moments when I get a flash of that gut feeling. However you want to call it. My boss man, Matthew, said he could hear the kind of shite too. Said I can hear them gears turning, or I think I hear rats scurrying about. You do things you couldn't make heads or tails of. Listen, there was this one time when we were expecting a life or death fight. Matthew said. He can hear the gears turning, walks into a random pub, starts throwing back drinks like he'd lost his bloody mind. That does sound like someone who lost his bloody mind. Back when I was on the ship, some sailors used to drink the barrel dry before battling whales to blunt their fears, only to stumble on the deck and fall overboard. Yeah, and Boss could knock it back like a whale. Still, the point is, getting plastered right before a turf war is not what most sane people would call a good idea. Had us all cross, so we went stomping after him. And guess what? Turns out that pub was the secret hideout where the opposing syndicate was holed up. They were crowding around the gaffer, running their mouths about how they'll kill him and put an end to the dead rabbits. That's when we came storming in and had them surrounded instead. Not a single one of them got away. We beat them bloody, and every last bastard and boss knew it'd play it that way. Sorry, but this sounds like a real Barstool. This really sounds like Barstool bragging to me. You sure that wasn't just coincidence? I should think it was no mere chance. If you are saying as much, then surely this was but one of many such coincidences. Is that not so? Yeah. Every time Matthew pulled one of the stunts, our lot ended up growing bigger. Wouldn't have kept working so neatly if it were just a coincidence. Is it likely that it is likely what is often referred to as indeed an instinctive sense, or experience-based precognition, more accurately, an unconscious process by which information accumulated in the subconscious is sorted and converted into sensible conclusions. About Middle Otis, to make her use the skill Total Annihilation, I have to make the enemies hit her until she releases the second seal. If you want to, I'll just say, if you run a full Envy team, 6 Envy resin, and you unpack every turn, I believe. At least that's how it felt for me. There have been some extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff has demonstrated the ability to arrive at coherent conclusions that surprise even Faust. On further analysis, it would appear that he was employing a mechanism similar to a sixth sense, as some people call it. Yeah. Is that a compliment, or are you taking the piss out of me? Though my mentor does not see fit to explain each step he takes, when all has passed, I often find that no footfall of his was taken in vain. I would ask of you, grant him but a little time and wait. Keep waiting, and the shape of his intent may yet become clear. Though I confess I have also been concerned about him of late. His recent silence is far heavier than what I have noticed in the past. To wait. Don Quixote began, hesitated, then stopped herself from saying more. She only gave a quiet nod. Yeah, okay. I suppose our team leader has her own reasons for letting him be. That said, doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Yeah. Let us return to the task at hand and do what we can for now. Fine, fine. As the others quieted down, I finally had room to notice the place we found ourselves in. There wasn't a single ray of light, just a deep red hue pressing in from every side. I can't believe we've been chatting away in the dark this whole time. Fellas, and the red lights aren't helping at all, especially with my aging eyes. Oh, are you looking for the light switch? It's right here. And right then, don't turn on the light. I heard Marceau's clipped warning, his voice coming from a corner I didn't expect to find. Marceau, where are you? Ah, there he is, that corner. Is he washing something? I am developing the film roll, manager. Exposure to light might ruin the entire roll. Please exercise caution. So he'd been doing his own thing. That explains why he was quiet all along. Huh? Didn't think you'd know how to print photographs, pal. What's that for anyway? You expressed the wish to have the film developed, manager. I am carrying out that instruction. I see. So you need 6 envy characters like Ricardo Cliff. The middle team itself is basically a full envy team. So any middle ID you have works. And if you can find any other units with envy, it helps. But overall, most of the middle team archetype will function better if you actually run them as a team. But the same can be said with any archetype for a team. It's the same with high shows, it's the same with Wuthering Heights, same with Pequod. You get the idea. But yeah, Matrix is also right about that. If you're doing Mirror Dungeon, you could simply just replace every skill with skill 3, by the way. A photo studio first, and now a darkroom. This may be no more than a conjecture, but it would not be unreasonable to suppose that the axis of this distortion rests upon a photographer. The film serial numbers either match those found in the photo studio or deviate by only a single digit. It is certain that this darkroom is connected to the studio in some way. The images bear a striking The images bear a striking resemblance to these photographs. I also believe this building and that photo studio share a strong connection. Oh, where did you get these photos? I brought some from the photo studio. I cannot name the location of the picture with certainty, yet they all appear to have been taken at various places in N-Corp's district. Buildings, most likely. Hey, wait, I know what these are. People take pictures like these when supplying stuff to that department store. Correct. The photos must have been taken by a docugrapher. Rousseau chimed in, holding up an odd, cylindrical container in his hand this time. He gave the container a shake, every now and then with a measured rhythm. Whatever he was doing seemed to be part of the process of developing the film. Film rolls are hardly affordable for the average resident in N-Corp. In most cases, taking photographs is done as part of professional duties. There are approximately 21 occupations in District 14 that utilize photography. However, only a single profession involves routinely photographing specific buildings, adhering to fixed standards that can be observed in these pictures. And these docugraphers you mentioned are the people entrusted with that job. Yes, they photograph the information to be poured into canned experience. A docugrapher? How could a person of such a decently lucrative profession fall into distortion? Decent job, maybe. But how do we know if they're a decent person? Ezra replied with a clear-cut answer, only after a brief pause. If you reach Mirror Dungeon hard, everything gets easier. You can play 1 Mirror Dungeon a week, and you will get with paid pass 66 yellow boxes, 750 lunacy per week. That is true. And then every Mirror Dungeon after that, regardless of difficulty, you get, I think, 9 boxes because you get 3 levels per Mirror Dungeon, even on normal difficulty, so you don't really have to put yourself through the ringer trying to farm hard every time. So let's say you do the Mirror Dungeon 10 times after you do your hard, that's 50 extra boxes, and yeah, 50 boxes extra is pretty nice for the price of 50. I will also recommend that you do your threads every day, because the threads, they will add up. Don't be like me. Ezra replied with a clear-cut answer after only a brief pause. What makes you say that? The photo studio we were at didn't have any dark rooms, right? No, it didn't. My team leader said that there are other ways of processing film rolls, But in NCorp, you have to go to a darkroom to develop and print them. Correct. Film rolls are usually immersed in developer solution to be processed. Which is why photo studios have these darkrooms equipped with red safe lights. Right next to them. But this place? It's pretty far from the photo studio. Huh. Yeah, now that you mention it. Check out these windows. They're only covered by newspapers, all messy like. If you consider how sensitive film rolls are to light, it's really super suspicious that this darkroom doesn't have any proper blackout panels. And you know, films can cost a fortune in some places in the city, right? Who in their right mind would print photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspaper? Oh. This probably isn't even a legit darkroom. Someone just hauled in the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and threw them together in a hurry. Someone who didn't want to be seen printing photos. And people don't usually avoid scrutiny unless they're doing something not so decent. In that case, then, I can see why they might have distorted. Right? Manager. Marcel came to my side quietly, still giving the strange cylinder the occasional shake. I have a request regarding your instruction to develop this film roll. What is it? Please ensure that the light in this room is not turned on until development is complete. Aren't we already doing that? Yes. However, engaging in battle opens the door to uncontrollable variables. This is why I have judged it necessary to make a separate request. Battle? There is no need for concern. I am capable of participating in combat while maintaining the development process. Wait, can you slow down? A battle, you say? Surely there must be cause for you to believe so. At the photo studio, reinforcements arrived exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after NCorp's pinframe team were defeated. Deductions based on the events thus far make it clear that the photo studio and this darkroom share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Senator Heathcliff, Senator Hong Lu, and Senator Gregor have battled NCorp's pinframe team in this very location. I hear footsteps rushing up the staircase, approaching closer and closer. I have a feeling I know what Marceau is getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning? The initial rinse is finished. The process is now halfway to the completion of the second agitation. This indicates that 11 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed since the start of development. A battle is imminent. Please withdraw to a safe position, Manager. Marceau, you should have warned us way earlier. Understood, Manager. I will follow that instruction going forward. What the heck, man? He's like, understood, Manager. What do you mean, understood? Also, for another battle, this isn't a battle. After the battle, we didn't even battle. Something sits ill with me. Amid the sprawl of S-Corp's backstreets distorted with a flash, Angdu had her gaze fixed somewhere high overhead. And at the end of her gaze, are those photographs? A long line stretched across the open air, photographs hanging from like laundry clipped to a clothesline. I mistook it for a warding robe at first and gave it little attention. Yet upon closer look, I saw those pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they had been strung within the darkroom and remained thus when the distortion took hold. Bizarre. Observation of unaffected elements in the space occupied by a location-type distortion is most irregular. Indeed, the items we bore from the studio have already changed into images of various sites of S-Corp. Yet, these alone remain as they were. Let's take them down and check them ourselves. Just as I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for me to reach, Marceau stepped forward and plucked a few photos off it. Then, the instant he brought them to me, ads are beginning in 50 seconds. We heard another pop, and again a bright white flash blinded my vision for a moment. No, the lights are on! Good grief, this distortion likes to change its mind, huh? It keeps switching between S-Corp and N-Corp. This feels like getting caught in a flashbang detonation. My whole body tenses, then goes slack right after. The other sinners were busy grumbling about the distortion and his sudden jumps, except for Marceau, who stood right in front of me, with the photo still held out in his hand. Oh, you didn't drop them? No. He gave his usual short answer, then returned his attention to the cylinder he had been shaking. He took the film out from the container and flicked the liquid off. It was clean, controlled motions. Is the processing finally done? Wait, we're back here with the lights on now. Is it okay to take the film out? Yes, exposure to
True
light.
ad break is starting.
Yes, exposure to light will not damage the film once development is complete and the image is fixed. There is no cause for concern. Let's keep going. Take any time you need to do things you may need to do. Self-care is important. Ads are ending in about 20 seconds, and then I will continue. Huzzah. Alakazam. Ha ha. No, wait. I don't know. Humor.exe is not found. Please try again later after the beep. Beep. Welcome back for the ads. Exposure lights. Yep. That's a relief. I couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. Sighing in relief, I held up the photograph so I could take a proper look. So, see anything odd in there, Manager Bud? There are people in them. The people in the photographs all look different from one another. Let's see. We have a baker. We have a scientist. We have a funeral of dead roses. And we have an upside down photo of a man standing on. That looks like. I don't even know. If I had to pick one similarity between them, though, they all looked cold and indifferent. Yeah, that's the city, alright. Ordinary folks you'd see anywhere. The guy in the middle is the only one not smiling. He's probably the one that, like, is not too happy. These aren't like the photos you picked up at the studio earlier. Are these the kind of photographs they use to make canned experiences? What? What was that? The scenery around us seemed to ripple just now. I was about to ask Faust if she had also felt this strange sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. Maybe it was just a spell of random vertigo. Is it even possible to get dizzy when I've got a clock for a head? No. Marceau must have noticed that I was out of sorts for a moment, because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. No? I thought you said docugraphers take these photos to put into canned experiences. Raw ingredients for canned experience are handled exclusively by the Grand Magazine Sisif. There is no known method for external parties to access them. Sisif. What? Oh, I think I've heard of it. Canned experiences, right? They're in high demand in other districts too, but the only brand stamped on them is Grand Magazine Sisif. Same name every time. I remember some of my classmates bragging about trying them whenever exam weeks came around. Never had one myself though. I can't really explain it, but something about them just feels kind of wrong. It's that popular, huh? Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Fab. Sisyph, like Sisyphus? I don't know. The unprocessed base content of canned experience, known as experience batter, is supplied to reprocessing factories where docugraphers fine-tune the experience's details. Photographs are primarily used for that purpose. They can fine-tune experience. An easier example for understanding would be to consider why docugraphers would take pictures of subjects such as buildings. A purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building, so that they could never afford. Another may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. Demand for culture canned experience is increasing by day. So that's why the photographs from earlier were all fancy buildings. Yes, manager. Conversely, information concerning ordinary experience that can be easily encountered in reality is in low demand. Then why photograph these residents at all? Perhaps they were not images harvested for their commodity value, but pure photography in and of itself. Mayhap they have been captured for a desire to seize a vanishing instant through a lens. There are people who take photographs knowing that it would cost an exorbitant sum. I have seen some before. A staggering amount of money just to take a single photo. That is, if they could even manage to find a photographer who'd take the risk and help take the picture. I'm not so crass as to put a price on sentiment and nostalgia, but spending this much money on film rolls, what could have made this investment worth it? I'd say maybe this isn't just a matter of sentiments, or memories even. Leafing through the photographs, I quietly expressed my thoughts. Executive Manager. I'm not exactly an authority on distortions, but I know they manifest through desires or emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. But everything the distortion has shown us so far points back to S-Corp. That is, the S-Corp. From the past that only Kim and Aang-do would have seen and remembered. These photos, though, they're completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel off? There must be a strong fixation at play here, strong enough to slip past even a distortion. And if that obsession is something that refuses to let these memories be influenced, I think our next step should be to look for the people in these photos. These photographs are the only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. Dante says it would be advisable to locate the people shown in these photographs. Oh, good idea. Team leader did say we should accept input from the LCB with open arms. Hey, Yang-do, can you get me the office catalog? We'll probably need a commission office affiliated with 7 Association. Let's look for one that can take the request right away. Can someone tell Ezra we're fine? I think I know where to find those people. Dante says one of the people shown in the photos has already been found. What? When? How? Well, guess I'm just having a lucky day. I pulled out the radio from my waist and switched it on without answering Ezra's question. DW. Aussie. Dante, what? Ready? Condition? What? I think she said, do we regroup clock? That one was especially hard to understand, Ryoshu. Heh. Rodia's with you, right? Can you put her on? Okay. Rodia, you there? Eh? What? Dante wants to talk? One sec. I kinda went overboard with the bread and pastries. My hands are completely full over here. Pastries? What kind? Just one of everything. Neat. Can you grab extra brillant and baguettes for me, too? Love the ones from that street. They're so good. Hold on, I gotta readjust the pile if I wanna... Just throw them on. TF. They're packaged. Ryoshu, you can't treat food like that, okay? Bread has... bakers have feelings too, you know? How do you think the baker would feel if they knew someone was treating their precious if their precious babies like trash? This scabbard is rattling again for no reason. Anyways, Dante, can you give me a sec if you need me to fight? Just need to cram these... Just need to cram these into my pockets real quick. No, it's not a fight. Huh? Then, what's this about? I took a closer look at the words written on the wicker basket in the first photograph Marceau had brought me. Where's that bakery you're at? More dialogue. Oh god. I know who you're looking for. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the picture I held up for her, and gave a quick nod. This man, he works in Cannery 17, right next. He's a regular. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches to share with his co-workers. Haven't seen him around lately, though. And those co-workers, I assume they are wearing the same uniform. Asking the question on my behalf, Oda showed the baker another photograph. Probably. He was always wearing one too. I guess it's the Cannery uniform. This confirms our lead, executive manager. A few inquiries at that cannery should bring us to the information we need. Yeah, you're right. But it's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photos that weren't affected by the distortion, right? That should be a close acquaintance. Allow me to verify, executive manager. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke of? His name? Am I supposed to know that? Though I wasn't expecting her to actually know his name, the apathy evident in her voice gave me pause. He took a photo of you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that you're well acquainted with him? Oh, that. The baker's demeanor changed when Otis pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile that put before pulling something from her apron pocket. A thin, round, can-like object. He said he'd give me 5 of these canned experiences for free if I let him take my picture. Even said he'd throw in the docugraph of the building of my choice. He docugraphs buildings, right? I hear he even takes work trips to the Nest every now and then. So I asked him to get me a docugraph of this lovely mansion I saw by the Nest suburbs. I know I'll never get to afford a beautiful place like that, but this way I could at least experience what it's like. And gosh, it was everything I'd ever hoped for. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distinct eeriness to that dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that sent a chill down my spine. Ahem. Young Marceau, are these canned experiences truly possessed of such marvels to pluck all semblance of reason from one's countenance? To maintain high demand across the city, District 14 is only one of several markets. Does that mean that those who indulge in canned experiences may experience venturing on an expedition to the Great Lakes and bungee jumping off the summit of that skyscraper yonder as they remain seated where they are? They may. However, a magic can, allowing one to pursue any dream the heart may conceive. Verily, I confess mine own soul is such tempted. It differs from pursuing a dream. Marceau does not look happy. Mass-produced canned experiences are made from base experience matter, mixed with various modified information. The resulting end product enables intense stimulation through altered memory. Therefore, it is unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. A piece of memory refined among the numerous processing stages of the cannery's production lines is not equivalent to genuine experience, meaning the usage of experience in her previous statement must also be amended. Memories altered for intense stimulation. That does sound quite shady. How doth this cast a shade upon the boons granted by the can? Adventures and tales are forsooth inclined toward a little grandeur. It is because the memories provided by canned experiences are extremely vivid. Statistics have shown the users of cans can interpret them as authentic experiences and become dependent on them. A possible cause of the formation of dependence patterns is that canned experiences allow one to feel as if one has achieved a dream that is, in reality, impossible, without implying that the users are made content with devouring forged dreams stored in instant-use cans. Worse still, the user may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world. For the sweeter and more splendidly a dream is embellished, the more impossible it will appear to be grasped with one's own hands. To become a cause for surrender instead of inciting one to march forth. Verily, doth it not annul the significance of dreaming itself? If the resultant dream rouseth not the spirit to gallop toward it? Whether that annuls its significance, I cannot know. But they sell well. So, how much will you be buying? By what? You came bartending with all these questions, and I was patient enough to answer them politely. Wasn't I? Don't you think you owe me a sale or two? You're not about to leave without buying a single loaf after crowding up my bakery and scaring off my customers, are you? Our case was on point, actually. With our whole group gathered around, the passers-by gave us a wide berth and hurried on, whispering among themselves. Nobody was about to come in and buy bread like that. Come on, lady, I practically cleared your shelf already, didn't I? You did? Why the hell are you keeping all that, then? You even gotta ask. Of course I had some already. The rest is safely tucked in my coat pockets, so we can all share later. So we ate some. Let's buy a little more. It's true we scared off the other customers. Understood. Given that the expenses made to facilitate this operation, the lack of prior budgeting should not pose a problem. Oh, nice! Sesame rice bun for me, please. It was Kim. He really did have a knack for making an entrance at the least expected moments. Hey, mister. Where have you been this whole time? Wait. Be cross with me all you like, but just give me a moment. Ezra paused, waiting in puzzled anticipation, only for Kim to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hand and chomp into it. Alright, I'm ready. Frickin' waste of bread. Ugh. Ezra's angry fist drove straight into Kim's solar plexus, folding him to the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might start charging us for the whole bakery next, roof and all. Best get away from here. Manager. Marcel approached me as we walked down the street, with Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown and tightly coiled. I have completed development of the film per your instruction. Oh, so this is the film in that canister you were shaking. Do I just unroll it? Hold it up against the sun or another source of light. That is, as it is a reversal film. The images should be visible as they were photographed. I had no idea what reversal film meant, but I did as he said and unrolled the film. Okay, I can see it. Huh, that's pretty cool. Oh, is it showing? Can I see too? Move it. Move it over a bit. Let me have a look too. It was hard to make out the details because the images were too small, but I could still tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures. Is this the same person in every shot? In the same pose in all of them? Huh, you're right. No, wait a second. See the arm here? The further along the strip you go, the lower it gets. Yeah, and the head looks like it's turning to the right. Huh? We were all squinting up at the tiny frames on the film when Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. A second later, all color drained out of his face. Sinclair, what's the matter? This reminds me of something I learned in school. You draw a picture in the corner of a stack of notes, or a thick book in the exact same spot on every page. You start with arms down, then you make one small change on each page, nudge the arms up higher and higher, until they're raised all the way up. And when you flip the pages fast enough, the drawings stop looking like separate images. The still figure starts moving. That class was called Introduction to Motion Pictures. I see, so he's just afraid of that. I remember the teacher saying that video footage we watch are all made the same way. Are you saying that it's a frickin' video? A film movie? It's a continuous sequence of still images. The arrangement of the frame suggests that this film strip is highly likely to constitute footage, a violation of N-Corp's taboo. Oh. N-Corp doesn't allow you to have recorded footage. I see. That means that one guy from the Sync Association West wouldn't be allowed there because he streams. He live streams in the city.
꽃을 피워볼까요?
Oh, crap. As soon as I registered Marceau's words, my hand reflexively threw the film to the ground. Are we gonna be okay? We might have just broken the taboo. My mind began a race, rapidly traveling through our journey, specifically to the time when Don Quixote had smashed that window at K-Corp and caused the wing to wipe out our team multiple times over. I felt faint. At least we had Virgilius with us then. It ended up being not that big of a deal at the end of the day, since I could have had the sinners, but some Nest taboos can get us in serious trouble just for carrying anything that has to do with them, can't they? I hurriedly turned toward the sinners, some of whom looked every bit as troubled as I felt. Still, a few of them expressed a casual lack of concern, citing all the crazy things we've gone through so far. Miss Faust, what'll happen to us if this gets the manager killed? Okay, so this is it, huh? Stop freaking out, guys. They're not dying, and we'll be fine. N-Corp's not gonna kill you on the spot just for possessing a film roll. Really? Well, it might be a problem if the film roll does contain genuine recorded footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? When N-Corp dudes get here to pick it up, just comply with their commands, thank them for their service, and nicely hand it over to the authorities. And everything should be okay. There is a possibility that everything will not be okay. Eh? Because I have developed the contents of that film roll in that dark room. Oh. The court will take the lack of intentionality into consideration. However, it is very likely that my actions will be deemed as aiding the primary violator of the taboo. Really? But Team Leader said that N-Corp has their own regulatory standards regarding image quality, which they use to determine the severity of taboo violation. If the footage's image quality or frame rate is within regulations, N-Corp won't be sicking their fixers on our butts right away. That could buy us time, or give our company some leverage to make a deal, however small it may be. Because what they're really sniffing around for is how close to reality the video is, or how close of an experience it provides to real life. A Mnestic experience. So even if we're really, really unlucky, and they actually come after us, it's going to be fine, as long as the footage is low fidelity. Probably. In other words, Marcel trimmed that footage down to 5 FPS. What exactly does frame rate regulations entail? It means that the interval between each frame shouldn't be, like, super brief. Think about photo slideshows. They only show you one image every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You could technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate their taboo. Then let us analyze this film roll and see how vivid it really is. Marcel, I trust that you are knowledgeable in subjects concerning N-Corp, yes? Cooperate. Could this film roll be considered a violation of the taboo? Otis picked up the film roll, filmed from the ground, and showed it to Marcel. That cannot be determined. Unless each frame is thoroughly analyzed and compared with adjacent. Without waiting for Marcel to finish, Otis unrolled the film roll and raised it again. It's the sky. The rest of you get over here. We must analyze these frames. The film canister was labeled experiment, so I assumed the culprit had created this as a test run of sorts. An experiment to see how close they could get to violating a taboo, and testing the limits of the law. It may even be a mere collection of similar photographs that are pretending to be recorded footage. The sinners all gather around Otis and look up toward the unrolled film in unison. Here, the flower pot moves between frames, doesn't it? The docugrapher couldn't possibly have moved the pot while also holding down the shutter button. Thank you for the hydrate. Awesome night. Oh, it's already 2 hours and 30 minutes into the stream. I don't see any difference. See here. The expression risen on the subject's visage appears rather stiff. Maybe they're just a gloomy sort. Perhaps, yet observe closer. The stiffness arises not from gloom, but from strain to maintain it. Oh, if that's the case, then maybe the subject really is trying to fake an actual footage by moving very, very slowly. That's a pretty convincing theory, but I'm not sure if that's enough to conclude that we're in the clear just yet. That's when bamboo-hatted Kim, who had been sprawled on the ground ever since Ezra punched him, steps into conversation. Let's see. Look at the shadow cast on the window still. See how it noticeably shifts between each frame? Whoever made this knows their craft for sure, but I can't imagine a backstreet dweller would have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory. Then the likely scenario must be that the creator of this film deliberately made its subject move very slowly from frame to frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that, when played sequentially, would look like footage that violates the taboo. In which case, the film rule does not violate the Nest taboo, correct? That is highly probable. So he says executive manager. We should be in the clear for now. At least in regards to aiding the violation of a wings taboo. Ooh. But if he was willing to go through this much trouble just to test N-Corp's patients, it's hard to believe that he would have stopped here. Based on all available evidence, executive manager, it seems reasonable to conclude that the inflection point of this case is a taboo violator on the run. Huh? But what motive would they have to do that? Sure, working for a wing subsidiary has nothing on being an actual wing employee, but it's still pretty up there when it comes to careers available in the backstreets. Work for a subsidiary long enough and you might even get transferred to a factory job in the Nest. That gives you a pretty okay chance at a better life, so... Maybe he was just tired of living that kind of life. Everyone has one of those days, don't they? A sudden feeling that you could be doing more than live the rest of your life in 9 to 5 hell. The drive to do something that takes you away from the pressure of trying to make a life. Something about what Ishmael said must have tickled Bamboo Head Kim, because he suddenly whipped around toward her and shook his head. Maybe, but how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing away everything they built on a whim? From what I've seen, maybe our culprit just likes to play with fire. Play with fire? Yeah. Must have started by doing something that technically doesn't count as a taboo and inched on until he brushed thrillingly close to one. One thrilling shot through this camera and another with the next. Until eventually, he ended up recording actual footage. Okay, cool. Then that leaves the question of, what the heck was he trying to do with it? Must have been trying to screen it using a projector for all this part of the backstreets to see. What? But wouldn't that make everyone out here, even those who unwittingly came across the projection right on, it'd have made those folks violators of the taboo? But why would anyone... So, would you care to explain how you know that, Mr. Breadbrain? I asked around on the opposite street, and apparently some guy's been going around asking the workshops if they could make him a projector. Seemed like most of them turned him down, but they also said that he'd stopped showing up after a certain point. Fair to guess that he got his hands on a projector somehow. Alas, is it not a taboo of N-Corp to view recorded videos? Pray tell, why would any insane mind... Well, it ain't a taboo if you've only made a projector in it. Backstreet's blokes down for anything. Or down for anything. As long as there's coin. So how do we track this guy down? Multiple individuals in the same garb as the pinframe team have been just identified in the vicinity. They are all carrying the same briefcase. Oh. Well, isn't that convenient? Maybe we can play this like a festival or convention and just tell people who look like they're involved with what we're looking for. So they'll lead us to wherever we need to go. Indeed, at architecture conventions, there would be those in formal plaid shirts and suspenders milling about, and I could always trust them to lead me to the convention venue. And was it common for those plaid shirt fellas to look around like they're scanning the area? Did they also go around checking people against photographs? Or collect evidence, please advise for... They also radioed each other, glaring at people like they're glaring at... Perhaps you could answer that series of queries yourself. Nope. This crowd sure doesn't look like they're gonna... This crowd sure don't look like they're gonna let us follow them. Nice.
전부 잡아드리죠.
Russia.
네 상대는 나야. 하! 이리리 빠!
귀와 요격 함수 전수가 이어졌다면
Okay. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Unfortunate, actually, though.
망설임이 없도록.
역시 모르네.
망설임이 없도록.
Oh yeah, I was curious about something. If memory serves me... Did I ever update that? Yes, I did. Good, good.
흐트러지게
Need 2 envy resources. But this team has no envy gen. Unless I use that.
배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데.
귀와 요격
육청.
그렇게 무르진 않네.
순순히. 보라를 돌아가기 싫다면
아름다운 것 그렇지 않은 것
That won't work.
전부 잡아드리죠.
망을 참아. 숨을 거두랴.
Oh, that guy's dead. He's dead, Jim. You're dead.
그려낸 대로.
달빛이 밝다는데
귀와 요격 몰아떨굴 수밖에.
승부수가 먹혀들었군. 판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다. 정착지를 찾아.
And we are 2/3 done. I think we're almost done, actually. If I had to guess, then it's gonna climb the building. We're gonna be up here. Okay. Let's see. Slash team. I am currently running these. Can I switch anyone out? Not really. Yeah, not really, no. There is no one to switch out, it seems. Let's see. Yep. Nada. But I do want envy. Does anyone else on this team have envy? Oh, these two have envy. I mean, I could put them in, but they're not leveled up. Not leveled up at all.
반드시 팬다. 아비들도 거미집도 지금까지.
Have Sinclair flash it since he
전부
wants to
잡아드리죠.
이
lose.
순간이 다도록 베어내리라.
가속 펀치!
귀와 요격 함수 정리노화.
Okay, here we go. Mm, 12, 12. Okay. That. This. Oh. That. And that guy's probably dead.
배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데.
Or not.
현수가 이어졌다면 낮도 밤도 지나 숨이 닿도록 베어낼 뿐.
Okay, because Kim has it.
숨을 거두리라.
What was that weak slash? Seven. He might stagger. But he's also the only one that can win against it.
발광 차단.
Oh, he did it. Good job, sir. Have a good day.
그 몸까지 밟진 않을 터.
대전 그릴.
베어낼수록
배워냈어요.
Nice crit. Why are you struggling, sir? You're paralyzed. That's why.
발광 차단. 단수가 이어졌다면 뒤와 요격.
중량 5배.
흐릿한 등화, 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 하늘, 용이 되어 빈 벼루에 남았구나.
아름다운 것 그렇지 않은 것 희한하니.
역시 모르네.
How could this happen?
망설임이 없도록.
Does Faust freaking high kick them?
승부수가 먹혀들었군. 판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다.
See, I
정착지를
knew
찾아야
it.
하지. 이 기세를
What's
잃지
this?
않기를.
The distortion is happening again.
벼릴 수 있는 기회겠죠?
Hardly a challenge. What a waste of time. Phew. Well, at least they're not much of a fighter 1-on-1. Service to Klo is not a combat specialized department. While they have all undergone basic combat training for exigent circumstances, they are not prepared for head-on conflicts such as this. Yeah, I noticed they keep taking pictures of us with their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description. What are they snapping away for, then? Whispering behind our backs like a load of creeps. Collecting photos to include on the report for the higher-ups, I'd wager. I can kinda see how they could think we're involved in this somehow. Every time they followed a lead, they ended up encountering us. It's hardly a surprising rationale. Ritual stood a foot away from the rest of the sinners and watched in silence as they tried to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is it that he wishes to say? Or is he simply contemplating, observing without any preconceived notions in his mind? His silence shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence, but as though by some chance or whim, ever so, I was struck by the sense of brief yet distinct strangeness, and was compelled to speak with him. Yes, manager. Don't hesitate to let me know if there's something you want to say, but aren't sure if you're supposed to say it. Yes, manager. I will do as you ordered should one such circumstance occur. As always, his reply was as deflatingly concise and direct, as though he had some rule of his own that told him this was the specific response for situations like these. No, okay, but I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have anything to say right now? No, I do not. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything, or choosing his words in response to my question. His reply was simply that, an answer, nothing more. Yet, a prepared answer written down in a list of responses, that's what it felt like to me. As though this particular answer had always been the only one he had available for situations like this. Clearly, prodding him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere, so, with a curt "sure, if you say so," I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. As I did so, a few words lingered at the tip of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out, so I did. Would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Of that, he spoke. I cannot form a judgment. What? That is because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze are just as unknown to me as to you. Should you point to an object or an enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. Had I asked him again then, had I tried to get to the bottom of that line of questioning, could I have found myself the smallest peek into Merceau's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery even after an entire year of traveling together? I suppose that's not up for me to judge as well. Manager. Yeah? Another battle is imminent. As you have previously instructed, I have informed you of an imminent battle. Yo, Boss Clock, are you just gonna sit there all day while we do all the fighting? They're pouring out of that building over there. So they must have been on their way to that building. Our path ahead seems clear, Executive Manager. Let us neutralize those foes and head up there. Gotcha, right there. The brief little battle came to a close, and battling enemies who arrived precisely at the time Merceau had predicted, we made our way into the building. Bloody hell, them blokes we fought downstairs must have been the weaker ones of the bunch. How does N-Corp have so many guys on their payroll? There's no end to them. It is a wing after all. Are these the taboo violators? I thought the culprit worked alone. No, I'm quite certain they're the ones from the subsequent reports. The N-Corp fixers appeared just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find the taboo violator here, not a big group of a dozen or so people. What were they thinking, sending fodder like us to deal with an organized taboo violation? They should have sent taboo hunters here instead. Why do you think they told us to consume the canned experience containing mass melee combat? They must have thought our current manpower would suffice to deal with this. I don't know about that. Wait, wasn't there an extra report? That one of them say... All of a sudden, with a click, the room began to buzz with a metallic whir of some kind of machinery. And immediately I could tell what it was. Distortion. Standing in the middle of the shabby room was a device I wasn't sure if I'd seen before. Its exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked similar to what we saw in the Chunokins' faces in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. Thank you for the hydrate, Fab. The round object affixed to it began to rotate slowly, with a dull, worn-out groan of a thing past its prime. Men, shield your eyes. Indeed, cover your eyes, because we're about to get flashbanged again. The moment it began to emit a ray of light, Otis thundered in a commanding voice. I quickly turned away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. The device could be playing a recorded video, Executive Manager. Even a brief look at it could constitute a taboo violation. Shit! I saw that. I'm so finished. Just as panic began creeping into the voices of several unlucky individuals. Oh man, folks, this is just starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness past my, metaphorically speaking, shut eyes. Mentor? Eyes open, Aingu. What's wrong with everyone? Got dust in your eyes? The hell's wrong with you? Don't you know that anyone who watches even a split second of a recorded video in NCorp gets... Of course I know, but I watched it anyways. Open your eyes, seem fellows. This motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on, he's right. That video's not a recording. Possibly emboldened by Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused as incidental exposure incurred while subduing violators, the NCorp employees also opened their eyes and began to mutter amongst themselves. Is that thing talking to us? I finally allowed myself a good look at the machine, which was firing conical beams of light, a conical beam of light, against a side of the wall. And this was its message, delivered via white words on a black background. So you tracked me down this far. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. Thank you, Awesome Knight. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing. Case number TC 3224. You are under suspicion of a Category 3 violation. Reveal yourself now and forfeit your illegal recordings. Should you comply, we will. What is this foolery but woodless buffoonery in the absence of fools? The hollowed vessel, bereft of all the lingering delusions, grants not even a rule of echo to the dogged exhortation of tools. What's this fella on about? If you mean to obstruct our official duties, we won't hesitate to use force. Without even so much as turning around, Bamboo-Hatted Kim raised his sword and parried away the NCorp employee's nail-shaped weapon. I'm only speaking as my whim guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. I only aim to say that this abomination has no consciousness. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even care as a real thing. It's repeating the same sentences over and over. Now that does make me wonder, was I just as far gone when I distorted past all words and reason? I mean, if anyone has an answer to that question, it'd be you folks, right? Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us, while effortlessly swatting away the NCorp employee's attacks, as though he was goading us into telling him the truth. Thank you for the hydrate, Fab. Also adds in 20 seconds. I will actually be going to be right back. This ad break. Take care of yourselves. Hydrate. Do anything you need to do. Go to the washroom. Yada yada yada. Get food. Whatever. Whatever. Perform self-care. I will be back.
True, an ad break is starting.
I am back. And yes, I washed my hands and I brushed my teeth. Okay. Yeah. Continuing. As though he was goading us into telling him the truth. Well, don't suppose there's any point in asking. I am no different from this abomination. Just as it wields a contraption, I must have wielded the only thing I have really known, the blade, transforming into a mindless fiend consumed by a mere tool, cleaving through both friend and foe, unrestrained. Hey, Junior, are you still on about that? I tried to avert my eyes, so truly did, but such disregard is easier said than done. How can I, when the distorted being has no qualms showing me the... Doesn't he know how rude the unsolicited reflecting of the fathoms of one heart is? That's got to be legal or something. Legal, I say. Turning a customer into a thug on a protection racket run, a mere ant before a car in motion into a swerving driver. Conjuring dead followers before the eyes of their mentor is simply unconscionable, rude as hell, as some might say. My poor heart almost burst out of my chest. Courtesy of you. All of you blindly consuming fake experience without even caring about the real thing. In that split second, I think I saw Merceau's eyebrows twitch. A battle is imminent, manager. Just a natural response in sensing an imminent battle, perhaps. A blinding flash followed by an explosive bang. My vision immediately went white and decided to take its damn time coming back. And when it did, the first thing that came into view was a particularly unsettling landscape of escort followed by bamboo-headed Kim, surrounded by a small army of Shunikan. Mentor, keep that up and you'll shout me to death, I do. Isn't it about time we both grew accustomed to such sights? Mentor, still do I wake from these dreams drenched in cold sweat that they might bind and drag you away. This isn't so bad, is it? It's just these folks so far, unlike earlier when, the Flash. But what was that? Everything went dark. I don't understand what's happening, but first things first, we have to neutralize everyone here and get our mission back on track. Adjusting protection. I've been straying far and wandering all day for this exact reason, and so that was its mechanism. Faust? The words began to shift rapidly before I had the chance to ask Faust what she meant. To the one who finds comfort settling in lies, I give you what most deserves your gaze. Bullocks, I'll be blind before today's over at this rate. It changed. It did? Unlike the earlier instance, one of the distortions is different from the others. As Merceau identified, there was something different about the group of Shunikan, and this time, they were accompanied by someone else. A warrior in oppressive armor, wielding a sword that was just as tall. That armor and a great hondo of the South Circle. To be reunited in such a manner. The warrior drew a bow that hung from the waistguard and knocked an arrow. I suppose this is how it would have gone down had you been the one to grab me. Military commissioner. I'm Gyeongyabok. Yup. How do you fare, friend? At the signal, arrows loosing, seize the accused. The warrior loosed the knocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle.
And with that air-splitting sound as their cue, the Chunokun began to swarm us. Oh.
랜덤 사월을 건
가속 펀치! 응?
발광 차단.
하나, 둘, 학살!
망을 참아 숨을 거둔다.
Oh no, please. Spider.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것. 무렵에는
대전! 응?
낮도 밤도 지워 숨이 닿도록 헤엄네.
Well, young yellow. Wait, is he actually on the field with us? No, he is not. Strangeness. Wait. Oh. I see.
배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데.
망을 참아. 숨을 거두라.
자. 중량 5배.
무대배들. 흐드러지게. 귀와 요격. 삼수. 정리화.
-2 base power. I see. Very interesting. Let's go gambling.
그렇게 가만히 있으면 상처는 나긴
Nice.
맛없으니까. 이 순간이 다 배운 일이다.
달빛이 밝다. 그 문까지 발진난을 터.
순순히 오라를 받으시죠.
아름다운 춤을 추는 건 나뿐이어야 해. 그러니 네 발목을 잘라버리면
그렸는데
Good damage.
달빛이 밝다. 그 문까지 발진난을 터.
아름다운 것, 그렇지 않은 것.
순순히 오라를 받으시죠.
이 순간이 다 배운 일이다.
I should set my form alright. Just a little more, and we might be able to smash that dang thing to smithereens. But yeah, but it's really hard to focus on one thing with that huge warrior zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. It'd make our lives a whole lot easier if we could just get rid of just one of them. The battle seemed to be taking a toll on the sinners, more so than usual. It wasn't that we weren't up against an insurmountable foe, not even close, not to mention how Ezra and Agdo were here to help us out. But, shite, haven't they had enough? About time they gave up in it. Wait, don't you go legging it again? The big sword-carrying fella sure is kicking our butt, but I don't know if they're the key to solving this distortion. We ain't exactly flush with options, are we? Our exit's blocked, and it ain't like we can stop mid-fight to strategize. With the battlefield constantly shifting and flashing between N-Corp and S-Corp, we simply did not have the breathing room to focus on either the projector or Im Gyop, who was swinging that great blade with frightening force. Besides, Angdo, go cover his back too. Copy done. N-Corp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't that many at first, but it seemed that the sudden spike in employee casualties in an area so close to the nest had alerted N-Corp to our location. How do we get out of this? Faust, Otis. Faust, Otis. How do we get out of here? Or help me out of here. I decided to stop racking my brain trying to navigate a situation I know so little about, and instead rely on the sinners with possibly more experience in the field. First, I need to know if there's any way we can deal with the endless reinforcements N-Corp is sending after us. And second, will defeating MGOP or destroying that projector bring an end to this distortion phenomena? If I may speak freely, Executive Manager, it is unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to overcome the current rate of enemy reinforcements. Not only is this battlefield situated in close proximity to the enemy's stronghold, but there is an unpredictable variable in that strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but we are trapped in a battlefield with but a single exit, which the enemies have already blocked. Without reinforcements of our own, there is little hope of prevailing through this current predicament. Yeah, seems that way to me too. But maybe if we can neutralize the distortion phenomena at the very least. Faust, recommend entering the Dungeon of the Fathoms as our exit. Dungeon of the Fathoms? Like, how can I enter if we can't even talk to the distortion? Wait, maybe. During the LCB regular checkup at the LCE, he says that all you have to do is read what's on the note in front of his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of code. Right, keywords. This one seems to be a location type distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright flashes take us, N-Corp or the twisted caricature of S-Corp, we're still within its range. In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon an entrance to its Dungeon of the Fathoms from anywhere within it. Okay, so what are the keywords for this distortion then? Hohenheim had provided us the necessary keywords for his distortion back then, but this time we had to figure it out on our own. Things first, one of them has to be photograph. It's obviously been present throughout the entire phenomenon. I may have perhaps experienced maybe one of them. Yasong put his 2 cents in, having briefly retracted from battle to the backlines. There is an undercurrent of obsession with experience sustaining his every trail. It must have aught in relation to what has caused his distortion. Experience. The concept alone lacks substance. It must be something more grounded, something that is at once synonymous with experience while maintaining a through line to N-Corp's technology. That was the core of his obsession. And experience? Most likely, thinks Faust. Alright then, photograph and experience. Not seems to transpire as of yet. It didn't, but I could feel it. Are these the kind of photographs that used to make an experience? So that's what that strange sensation was. Mentioning that word shook the distortion and caused that rippling effect. But it was clearly not enough to force open the Dungeon of the Fathoms. How many other keywords could there be? Well, Dante, it's time to play Wordle. Scraps. Sorry. No, I thought we were all taking turns sharing what might have caused him to distort. And going by the way you folks were saying your piece one after another, I thought this was to be some sort of Zen riddle. Not a Zen riddle, no, but where does scraps come from? See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off at all kinds of mundanities, come to possess far more interesting qualities. All kinds of mundanities come to possess far more interesting qualities, sometimes even revealing secrets invisible to eyes focused elsewhere. Take our person's interest, to wit. He has been poking around this area of town with an wateringly expensive camera in tow. So conspicuous that every store owner I'd lightly prodded for information had tales to tell about him. Every tale had added another facet to the long saga of a once-driven man, a man with a can-do attitude, an uncanny ability to pull himself up by his own bootstraps, and a clear path toward Nest resident who became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune on what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. And what went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper barely making a rent on a scrap heap of an apartment. In pursuit of his ideality, the man has lost grip of fortune and reality. I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. When cold rain drips through the roof, when mold and tepid humidity together encroach from the earth, the mind begins to wander, lost. Eventually, madness is evoked in a form indistinguishable from drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. A shadow darker than any I had seen on Kim's face crept beneath the shade of his eyes. No, I had seen that look once in the past, though it would be more accurate to say that I had heard it in his voice, that echoed in his fathoms distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that this distortion has, among the countless people here, taken a particular interest in bamboo-hatted Kim. Photograph, get experience, and scraps. Like inserting a final piece of the puzzle, the space before us momentarily warped and flashed, opening a pathway to the distortion fathoms. Well then. We will be right behind you, Executive Manager. Miss Ezra, this is what I had seen then, the gateway to one's fathoms. Yeah, this is it. Huh? Neat stuff. But, before she could finish, Ezra had to redirect her focus from her discussion back to the battle. Most of the sinners were caught in the same predicament. Some managed to disengage from the battle and prepare to enter the dungeon of the Fathoms, but Hung Lu, Gregor, and several others were still busy holding off the Encold employees. They're gonna follow us right in there if we run now, right? Probably. Even then, those who aren't chained to Dante like we are can travel through the pathways. Even those who aren't chained to Dante like we are can travel. Yep. So yeah, let's not drive ourselves into an even narrower corner. I'll keep them at bay. Hearing that, Bowheaded Kim stepped up. My sword arm's not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Besides, I have little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place and be tangled in such a bizarre mess. Is that really what he thinks? There was something in his eyes that led me to believe this was about more than just staying behind to protect our rear. He was... What the fuck? Eh? What a terrible front. Oh. At least try to pretend to be sincere and make it easy for us to believe you. Did you think that terrible excuse was going to fly? What are you trying to avoid, Swordswinger? You're not some kid trying to get out of doing his homework. I remember hearing that entering a dungeon of the Fathoms will bring one to the spiritual fathoms the distortion is gazing into. Then what lies within must be my very own, or that is what the abomination is gazing into. It's decided then. You're coming with us. We ain't about to walk in blind to a place we know shite about, mate. Guide us in there, yeah? No, that's... He keeps it simple. You try that too. Learned the hard way that homework, like summer reading, doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there even as the summer break comes to an end, ruining the last day of your vacation into an all-nighter. Alright, Shiki's scabbard vibrated cheerfully in agreement. Hi, Deke. Stop procrastinating. Go do your summer reading. What was it you said? Face the homework, save the GPA? Face the sin, save the ego. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects of its employees. Go, Junior. You guys too. LCB, I can handle them on my own. You will make a lone stand? Hey, who the heck do you think I am? I'll show you why Team Leader Moses felt safe sending me out alone with you guys. This is basically a monster of the week situation for team leader and me back in our duo days. I can handle them on my own, no problemo. I wanted to see how you guys handle the inflection point, but I guess you can never really have it all. Oh well, guess I'll just have to trust our two OSIR team newbies to handle that. Now that I think about it, I'm setting a pretty solid example as your team senior, aren't I? I don't like this, but it seems I have no choice in the matter, as long as this employee card hangs from my chest. With a sigh, Kim shook his head and joined us, dragging his feet all the while. I shall take the vanguard. Ah, Mentor, be warned that the entrance is floating. Take a tall step over or you may trip. I can clearly see that, Angdo. Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried. Why don't you? Random pickup. Thank you for the hydrate, Deke. Have you need of one? A mere jets, you needn't worry.
승부수가 먹혀들었군. 판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있어.
And into the fathoms we go.
정착지를
Look at
찾을
that,
때까지
it's blue.
이
Oh, there was
기세를
more in
잃지
the
않기.
back. Funny. 2. Do I want to run this team? So first, let's seems like pretty much identical. There's no point. Let's see. And so first off, we do a little bit of Bamboo Head Kim with we're a little bit of this. Then we do Rodnia with we do that. Sanguine. We could do Pursuance. Does this have a uptype 5 yet? And I think that's fine. That. Do this. Do that. You know what? Let's add a little bit of Tremor to this team. For practice. $20, $40, $60, $120. Yeah, that's more than enough. Let's see. Unfortunately, I don't exactly have everything. This is just turning into that one team again. Can't believe this. Well, this really is just turning into that one team. He doesn't have a Tremor ID, does he? Oh wait, no. I'm already on the Tremor ID. Okay. This doesn't seem right. I'll just do this.
그대, 이 검이 필요하오.
If that's how everyone's been living, then my life, my photographs too. So this is S-Corp 2, right? It is. Reminiscent of my homeland, but the sights are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memories. Hideous was apt. When we emerged from the entrance of the dungeon into S-Corp streets, what greeted us was a distorted and eerie scenery I wouldn't be surprised to find in an S-Corp-themed haunted mansion. This place hardly fit for human habitation. far more dilapidated than once expected. Thou sayest that people inhabit these lands for truth. Really? I think it has a cool vibe. Vibes my foot, I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here. The lives of the downtrodden were beset by 1,000 woes and tenfold more struggles, and the streets they inhabit reflect that reality. Many times I had contemplated in consternation how the folk here had even the will to live on. The shadow that had begun to haunt Kim's face still lingered there, as he looked around. If the distortion reveals the fathoms of those it gazes into, as Kim said, perhaps this is how S-Corp is reflected in Kim's eyes. On the days when the skies were spotless blue and without orders from the counselor, I would scale to the roof of the thatch-roofed house and feel it rustle beneath my back as I lay upon it. I thought it to be a respite solely mine, yet in this mirrored world another has walked here before my arrival. I joined him in looking up at the thatched roof of the choga. Beneath it, a wicked tunnel have I passed, and now I witnessed the one who shall strike the head from my torso. There was a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up toward the man on the straw roof. Imgyop. Gyongyop. Are you home? Are you home, I asked. What a strange visitor I have. Why not call at the front gate if you come seeking the master of the house? Be not like a dog barking up the wrong tree. It's beyond good coming. Dog. Really now. I can see you up there, lounging on the roof. I'm not going to speak to the door like I'm blind. Has a spell of some sort befallen the day? To have such an odd occurrence transpire twice excessive. The work of a bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that a high and noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on how a lowly mercenary fares? You know me. She certainly knows her jest. She marches forth, vested in war strider armor, yet expects no violence. She wields a two-handed great blade like a yaksha, yet harbors no hostile intent. Why, who else may she be but Military Commissioner Yongup, the principal of the famed Im family? You are certainly in the habit of speaking in hyperbole. I am not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with an epithet so grand as the principled. Not a compliment, you see, Commissioner. This is a rhetorical technique known as backhanded compliment, in which I damn you with praise, for you are so bound by your precious principles that you would rather be unreasonable than betray them. Does an officer ranked second ordnance have no wit to engage in such banter? Why am I out of line, as they say? You are friends, right? That was our first meeting? So, no, not at that precise moment. I know, I'm just saying that if I were her, I wouldn't ever let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons. Maybe, but people do find a friendship with such personalities if they have taste for prickliness. You got a friend in us, don't you? You have a point. I guess I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons too. But still, I hope you're not seriously comparing the way I talk to his sassy gotcha digging pun riddled. Well, the world we live in is a vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. It's because it's of that same luck that she took the joke well, rather than respond by trying to cut off my head. You are out of the line. Yes, but I knew you would be. So I won't take an issue with it, though I must admit the rumors of your sharp tongue do you no justice. The streets speak of a man they called Kimlib Bamboo Rain Hat. A man who once had intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sins of his forefathers and exile himself to the back streets. Yet, with the sheer power of will, gritted teeth, and scarred heart, did he find in the path of sword another way into the nest. As the right state counselor sworn guard at that. That's you, isn't it? All those superlatives, yet the reality is that I've merely found the path of man-butchery as a viable way of life. Direct any compliments you have toward the right state counselor. If you will, I am but a butchering blade that happened to fall into the right hands. Not a compliment, just the word on the street. Huh, you're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading of my name. Watching you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is painful enough already. Keep it simple and spell it out as bamboo-headed Kim, thank you. Haha. And does he continue to veer away from the line? I'd rather be a corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shred of mercy on me, almighty one. If I'd come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners, I would have laid you out and split you in two, 3 ways before riveting this riveting dialogue brought us this far. So feel free to continue traipsing outside the line, but in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and really, stalking someone's not very principled of you. You sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? No, truly a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she did give me a free rein to continue traipsing outside the line. I couldn't in good conscience turn down such offers to kindness, not that I ever do. You sure have a way of words. A way of finding your way under the listener's skin, huh? Perhaps, yet are such shapes not to be expected among fellowships of close mutual bond. They don't look like friends yet, though. So, care to tell us why she's been watching you? Huh. I was engaged in the age-old pastime of throwing rocks. Oh, you speak of the game of Sokjan, rock tossing. Save them for the festivities of Dano. I was throwing rocks at the passers-by. Beyond thee, this is a wrong deed, good sir. I suppose it is. People of Bayo and Sal, bone and flesh, particularly found it to be distasteful, and yet they did not let their discontent be hidden. But the pie, blood, and the downtrodden cheered me on to a degree. They found it cathartic. Oh, curious. Then it is a right deed or a deed not right. Bayo Sal? Whatever is that thou art describing? It is a well-known truth that Escorp is also known by its other name. Salpipio, agro-industries. A wing specializing in the general agriculture and livestock industry of the city. The vastness of the depth of its responsibilities have necessitated such divisions of labor. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 court circles responsible for different aspects of the industry: Sal, Pai, and Peo, each meaning flesh, blood, and bone, respectively. Sal responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains, Peo responsible for the meat and livestock, and Pai in charge of the technological aspects of both. As a scientist and a researcher who once toiled in Escorp, you must have felt the persecution that the Pai faced firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity was designed for balance and that they would provide assistance when requested and keep one another in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable Escorp. Alas, the noble intentions of yesteryear now lie sullied. The Trinity now degraded to 3 quarreling bands of profiteers blinded by avarice, relying not on honor but betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of the triangle. An adherent of the flesh claims the position of the chief state councilor and monopolizes rice as the common folk starve. An adherent of the bone, once a right state councilor, toadies a sow and rises to the seat of the left state councilor. Then such shameless conspiracy permits not the common folk to even till the land as they please. Anguished cries of suffering flood the streets. Thus the common folk are reduced to livestock bleeding out, hanging from a hook while bone and flesh collide, like that of emaciated meat, dead. Who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone, and force them to both yield an oft-heard poem when walking the streets of Escorp. Oh. Oh. And the people whom thou have targeted with thy rocks they weren't people. Rats. Rats? Oh yes. Counselor finds rats detestable. Much better to stop them from a distance if you want, to crush them. By any chance, do these rats have a chance of sneaking into the royal court to better pilfer what the common folk rightfully deserve? They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania. So you purposely threw a rock at his feet to trip him to the ground, knowing that he was a kleptocrat. Well, I could not help but react as such in the presence of scurrying rats. Is there aught you find funny? Speak if you do, I could use a good laugh about now. Just heartily expressing my gratitude, that is all. And those whose corruption is revealed ought to readily receive these Scarlet Arbor bonds, the gall to scamper away with their expensive prosthetics. My men were having some trouble apprehending them until now. Well, if that is your intent, you're invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. Wouldn't want to get thrown in the dungeons teeming with real vermin. Oh, I was going to do just that. So, when'll you stop being a sword and be human again? What? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who will ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the right Saint Counselor. Return to the Shogo when you're human again. I'll buy you a drink as thanks. Heh. She's a funny one, Mentor, then this fellow you had mentioned fondly was... Correct. Haven't I mentioned her a few times as a drinking fellow I had left behind in Escorp? I must say, I myself found that relationship most intriguing. That a military commissioner of the Sol faction would fraternize with a bodyguard of the Right Saint Counselor who was of the Pi faction. Still, I knew not that the fellow was none other than military commissioner of Escorp. Ungdu's eyes had gone wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. Is it news to me that you had ties to a second ordinate official? It is news. A military officer with command over high-ranking employees of the wing at that. Well, I was in the service of the Right Saint Counselor, who's a first ordinate, you know? Well, that may be true, but... Yet you would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, have ended up in exile from Escorp. Yes, your silence over matters of such great import is why I have come to introduce you to others as a reticent one, Mentor. We had made the Blade lineage our home for Escorp, availed no one for us but the lineage, but you, Mentor. I would rather show them than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all of my past, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in due time. Kim looked around, a twinge of loneliness in his eyes before moving on. We followed without a word. We emerged into a dark and muggy cavern filled with air so still it almost felt stifling. Thank you for the hydrate, Deke. Up ahead, a thin ray of light shone through the darkness, seemingly guiding our path. Following the light led us to a four-way fork in the road. A constant, powerful gust howled through one of the paths. Another one was filled with metallic tang, the smell of blood. Then there was a path that was entirely silent, and the last one echoed with the harsh noise of sword striking against sword. Which path should we choose? Just how many people are fighting up there? We must proceed with caution, Executive Manager. There may be a battle underway. The sinners all looked disconcerted as the strident noise of metal against metal. It was an unmistakable sound of battle. We stood ready in troubled silence as the sounds of war only grew louder and louder until they came to a sudden stop. Silent stop. A pedestal made of stacked stones appeared before us, though none of us knew how long it had been there. Atop it was a red accessory, the kind one would hang at the bottom of the hilt. The red tassel. Nice. We got something great. Do this. What's your support passive? One ally that has the highest SP gains 1 more poise count from skill effects. Good support passive. Yours is one ally with the earliest deployment inflicts defense down. You're on field. Yours is one ally with the least poise gains 2 more poise potency when gaining poise potency using its own skill or coin effects. Okay. You might be better on field, honestly. And your support passive. One ally with the earliest deployment order does more damage when the enemy has bind. You're on field. You? One ally with the fastest speed deals more damage, and if they have haste, they do even more damage. You're on field. You. Final power for the last skill. You're on field. You. Slowest speed does 10% more slash damage. You're on field. I know you are not good, so you're off field. Off field. What about you? One ally with the fastest speed against enemies that use defense skills or were at max HP before attacking deal 10% more damage. And you. Oh! When the ally with the earliest deployment order uses a base skill, the set ally gains 2 points potency 3 times per turn? Nice. You're off field. Okay, so I can run him. No, I'll run him. Boom. Ads are soon in 45 seconds. Since this is a battle, I will be continuing regardless of ads. He doesn't look happy. He's level 81. Amazing. That's insane. Bleed, paralyze, bleed count even. I see. Slash damage up.
True. An ad break is starting.
Brandon, no. At 1 poise count, lose 10 HP instead of losing poise count. I see. This is actually pretty good. Imagine if we had that. If Pride Resin was activated, gain Pride Oh, so I want Pride Resin for him.
발광, 차단.
They seem to be... I see. They have it too. His eyes are glowing now. What? That doesn't seem good. If there is an ally at 50% or less HP on the field, gain 1 assist defense a turn. I see.
발광, 차단, 하! 귀와 요격, 함수, 정밀화! 아름다운 것, 헛! 그렇지 않은 것. 배워냈어요.
Oh! Ads are in the process. Should be over now. Sorry if anyone got hit. And thank you for giving them a shout out, Awesome Knight. Welcome, Raiders. If you need to raid a run, feel free to do so. Otherwise, we are currently in the Dungeons of the Fathoms for the Mnestic Experience event. But yeah, if you need to perform self-care, do so. I hope your stream was wonderful, and yes, welcome in. Let me do this. There you go. Yeah. Why does he have so many skill 3s? What is happening?
벤단 서울을 건너
역시 모르네.
여기 피었잖아. 놈 나와.
Seems about right. About the ads, I'm guessing. Yeah. It was about on schedule, unfortunately.
숨을 거두며
잔수가 이어졌다면
6천
눈물 앞떨굴 수밖에. 귀와 요격, 겨냥사 눈물 앞떨굴 수밖에.
Maybe it'll work on other people, but for me, I don't know.
배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데.
Oh, your poor points. Excuse me, may I introduce you to this delectable bread? It's a baguette. It is shaped like a walrus. Anyways, as we were slowly looking around the streets of Escorp, a youth, after fidgeting and hesitating for a moment, walked up to us and asked for help. The youth explained that, wishing to better his own status, he took the royal examination, akin to a public employment policy in Escorp, and was able to attain a high grade for himself. And that was where his problems began. As far as he knew, people who had passed the exam with flying colors like himself had their travel expenses paid for by the homeward trip, and were to be granted a guide. But there must have been a misunderstanding or something, because when he left the exam grounds, no one was there to escort him. Confused by the unexpected turn of events, he wandered away from the exam grounds in search of his escort, lost his bearings, and found himself in these alleys. He's here, asking if we could help him with directions. What should we do? Let me ask my group if they can help. I see. Marcel opened their mouth to begin, stopped, and turned around to where bamboo-headed Kim and Angdu were. I am not so well versed in the geography of this area. Perhaps Mentor would know better? Come on. Kim let out an audibly disconcerted sigh, then walked up to the youth to give him directions. And take off that royal celebratory flower crown. You don't want people to know you passed the exam. But why would... It's for a good reason. Just do as I say and you'll thank me one day. The youth stared at him in puzzlement before seemingly deciding to giving proper gratitude for Kim's assistance took precedence. He handed us what appeared to be a small ceramic-ware vessel. Might this be a water dropper for brush calligraphy? Though you may have no practical need for this, I see none of you are much acquainted with the art of grinding ink against inkstone. I impart this gift to you in hopes that this dropper may form a small flow in your rivers of life. Though it would have made for a rather moving moment had it not been for the exaggerated scoff Kim gave. The youth hurried on his path without minding the sudden discourtesy. Angdu later asked Kim what had spurred his sudden outburst, but he did not give her reply, instead choosing silence behind pursed lips. Welcome back, Matrix. You were kind of distracted. I wonder what by. Though it would have made for a rather moving moment had it not been for the exaggerated scoff Kim gave. The youth hurried on his path without minding the sudden discourtesy. Angdu later asked Kim what had spurred his sudden outburst, but he did not give her a reply, instead choosing silence behind pursed lips. He probably knew who that was. We have obtained the Baigja water dropper. When an allied identity gains assist defense, the said ally gains 2 damage up and 2 protection. Number 1 deployed ally gains 2 haste. When an identity's speed is faster than the enemy's, deal more damage. Oh. That sounds great. Why is there no drift? Where's the drift for this dungeon? Also, since we need pride resin, I might have to run someone with pride skills more. Like this, I guess. Yeah, that's a pride envy for her. Pride evade. Unfortunately, I want to run him on backline for reasons. If I want to see the facial rig, you sent me the Discord link. It's insane. I will take a look at it when I am able then, Matrix. Thank you. Okay. Yep, this is good pride resin.
배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데.
순순히 오라를 돌아가기 싫다면
Good choice. What's a good choice, Jake?
귀와 요격, 함수, 정리와.
I think the reason of why I had Ryoshu on backline is because the support passive seemed interesting, like good in a good way. Yeah, I wanted that because earliest deployment combined with Yasong's is there. Yeah. That's like a ton.
배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데.
I could probably just switch to full stop Heathcliff.
숨을 다하도록 배운했군. 몰아떨굴 수밖에.
Or maybe someone else.
그렇게 모르진 않네. 배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데.
The real Bamboo Hat Kim is actually so strong compared to ours. Imagine if we got him. Maybe if they do release up Type 5 identities,
그렇게 무르진 않네.
maybe we'll see our Blade lineage Marcel become that. That'd be kind of silly. Faust?
육참. 하! 골단. 귀와 요격.
I think Faust is dead. Well, that happened.
전부
Not only was she losing clashes, she was also just, dead. Very much.
몸을 앞돌고 수밖에.
That is unfortunate. They technically made the Kim Salt close to it by releasing the ego. That is true, but have you seen his extra skills? Those look great. Like, the skill changes. I catch a glimpse of a figure staring off into the darkness of the unlit prison. I recognize this. Huh. Remember I'd Kim let out sight, but before he even fully exhaled, who goes there? A sharp cry cuts through the stagnant air. Someone here must have noticed us. What should we do? The woman who called us stood there for a moment, nonchalantly trying to gauge us, even as we stood with our weapons drawn. Then she walked toward us in a gait that could not be called aggressive. But instead of chatting with us, she called upon the figure sitting inside the prison. Would you care to explain? Who are they and what happened? The one-sided exchange continued for a while as she tried various lines of questioning to chat up the figure inside the cell, but it was to no avail. Might as well be talking to a corpse long dead. She let out an exasperated sigh before turning to us. Are you not here to visit him as well? Might you be those who share his purpose? Oh, that's Kim. Is it that fool? Hearing that, Marceau and Kim stepped forth to explain what had led to the incident at the Bright State Councilor's estate, with a particularly critical edge coming on when describing Kim's own actions, that is. So that is what has transpired? Hold on. How does that man know what happened? There's no time for idle chatter. You must leave Escorp right this instant, and by the time Kim's story ended, the prisoner's curiosity finally bubbled over the limit and threatened to spill over as questions. However, the woman who had just learned the truth of what happened refused to engage at all and focused entirely on removing the Kang clasped around the prisoner's throat. You cannot stay here. There is still much to be done. As for my fellow conspirators, perhaps it would be best that you make yourself scarce as well, considering your precarious position in Escort. The side entrance I used should still be open and unguarded. Leave quickly. She continued to deftly work her hands to unclasp the Kang, even as she gave us directions so detailed and vivid that we could find our way out of the prison without a map. Meanwhile, Bamboo Kim had wandered off to a corner of the room and picked up a broken piece of wood, pocketing it. Crushed wooden medical. Nice. Looks like there's gonna be story on this stage, I think. Oh boy.
등롱을 밝혀 앞길을 열어라.
No, it can't be. My life is, the experiences, the memories I had recorded are different. Alas. Kim came to a stop with a grim look on his face. Again, I am returned to this day. His voice had dropped to the same morose pitch we had heard before. Mentor, I have been here before. Ah, have you? Had a peek into my memories when I had distorted, did you? Huh. I must say, it's a bit embarrassing to have my deepest and darkest secrets revealed like that. Kim grinned sheepishly as though to clear the air, but it was becoming rather clear to me that what he was doing. That his flippant demeanor and seemingly devil-may-care attitude were but a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. Then this must be, indeed, the Rice State Councilor's estate. Someone whom I had once protected, thought was worth protecting. Kim pushed open the main gates and made his way into the front yard. Watch out, Angdo. Take a tall step over or you might trip. Ugh. There were bodies splayed about the yard, and I couldn't dare start counting them all. I felt faint watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated, some had the torso split diagonally, and some of them were so mangled that I could hardly even tell which parts belonged to who. Are they not retainers of the royal court? What were they doing at the councilors? No, were they killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. You're looking at what remains of them. Though I had but a moment to glimpse it, I clearly remembered what the S-Corp logo I saw in Kim's Fathoms looked like. The hats these corpses are, or were wearing, are adorned with the same logo. So why is Bamboo-Hatted Kim calling them assassins? In this corrupt land, the Right State Councilor's life was always as precarious as a candlelight in a tempest. Such is the fate of all those who have the guts to speak the truth in S-Corp, where positions of influence are hoarded by corrupt sycophants, whose chokehold on power is ironclad. The most prominent among them, the left state councilor with the chief state councilor's blessing, sought to wield his own private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corrupt. Private army, but they are prohibited in our homeland. So they're kinda like how the great houses of H-Corp each had their own armies. That is similar to what is happening, but not exactly. If S-Corp's circumstances were to be explained in plainer terms, it would be akin to a situation in which a company whose employees outwardly appear to be all working for the same side is in fact fractured within, with certain departments pledging allegiances to different individuals than the chief executive. What assassins there had been in the past at least wore masks to hide their allegiance. I thought this was no different, though with assassins significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises. Not realizing that I had just placed my stone inside the tiger's maw. Looking around the yard, teeming with the assassins, I recall thinking it odd just how many of them they had sent. Though the left state councilor's power had grown to loom over that of the king, I should have realized how ridiculous such a brazen attempt on the life of one of the triumvirate councilors of the royal court would have been. Foolish. I can't have fouled you, councilor. There were simply too many of them, as though they had decided that tonight was the night they would finally slay the councilor, or die trying. I was soon overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get around me and reach the councilor's bedchamber. The moment I heard them breach the door, all strength left me and I fell to my knees. I am a poor excuse of a bodyguard, and I have failed you. And I knew who the author of the foul scheme was. The left state councilor. Let this be my final act of loyalty ere I depart this life. Though I am too meager in person to carry on your will, councilor, what I can do is plant the seeds of terror in the hearts of the unjust, if only to unshackle their blackest hearts from committing greater misdeeds. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal and see that the favors are paid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the councilor at last close his eyes in his grave. Or so I had thought. What? Greetings, honored bodyguard of the right counselor. I see that you've been hard at work. Parasite. To flay you alive and reveal the wretched soul underneath. Some gall you have to show your face here. Oh, here? You mean the home of the Honorable Right State Counselor who toiled day and night in service of the Royal Court? I know the assassins were sent by the left State Counselor. Get out of my way. I shall collect your head once my task here is over. Alas, alas, this unsightly display of anger shames us all. Are all those who live by the sword as uncouth as you? The cruelty of your damning words is an oppression upon decent men like myself. Let's see how long you can. Heed me, soldiers. Arrest that mad butcher. What? The accused shall heed his crimes. 1 moon ago, an anonymous letter threatening to take the life of the revered Right State Counselor arrived at the royal court. This audacious, contumelious effrontery is an affront not only to the royal court, but to the heavens and men alike. The revered left State Counselor, who has long been in disagreement with the Right State Counselor on matters of the state, found this offense so heinous that he has personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day writ on the letter. Ha! Yet a tragedy has struck. All those lives sent to protect the noble counselor are slain. The bravery and justice of their honorable hearts trampled upon the ground by this villain. And now the villain promises death to yet another pillar of the royal court. Thus we are perforce to arrest the criminal and restore the rule of law. You spout nonsense. You spout senseless drivel. I saw your men make their way into the counselor's bedchamber with their blades drawn. The counselor, might you be looking for the Right State Counselor here, alive and well? My lord? The vile wretch leaned down next to my ear and whispered, "Perhaps you should have known where not to stick your nose. Did you really think you could overcome the entire private army in the left State Counselor's service? He sent so many of his men to their deaths just to lure me into a trap. Why? Now, don't take this as a compliment, as you're not even the apex blade of the homeland. Nor are you the cloud blade. But you have been a rather egregious obstacle in the execution of my plans. Couldn't get through with the first thing in my plan. With you constantly getting in my way. Let's keep you nicely locked up and out of trouble. This can't be. For what it's worth, young man, I am sorry. I've come to realize the error of my ways. The truth is, though S-Corp is indeed a pond of turbid water, it was those like us who had stirred the dirt from its bed and turned it cloudy. During the worst, we arrived to protect the revered Right State Counselor. 1,000 curses upon the villain. In his quest for the Right State Counselor's life, the butcherous man has already watered the ground with S-Corp's laborers. The very lifeblood that runs in the veins of this most serene wing. And that charcoal-hearted villain is none other than the Counselor's sworn guard, Kimlib. Heed us, O villain. Han Hobai. And let the Obra bonds take you. You've fallen far, my friend. You, who were once considered a candidate to the honor of Ungyam, and with that brand of Nobi sapping your strength, even your mastery with the blade will only dull. Are you to become my executioner? Xiangyop, I hadn't received the orders to behead you, if that is what you're asking, nor would it be fit someone in my station to sully my hands with an executioner's duty. Thank you for the hydrate, Deke. How will you live on now? I don't know. The counselor has abandoned me. There is no path forward. Salpipio Agro Industries is more corrupt than I had thought. Rotten to the core. This is where the game ends. Time to resign my stone. Indeed it is. Why are you freeing me? Once a game has been lost, you start anew and test other gambits in the next round. Why don't you stop playing this unfair game where the opponent always starts with stones placed on all 9 star points on the board, and find a place where you can begin anew in equal standing? As soon as they realize it was you who freed me, they'll come after you. It's okay. Unlike someone who made a fool of himself and fled after passing the royal examinations, I have the royal court's backing as its military commissioner. My position in the court isn't so fickle that they would cast me down right away just because I let go of someone like you. You're a branded criminal in the eyes of the royal court. You're as good as inconsequential. I'll report that even if you were to flee, you would still be nothing more than a plaything in the palm of their hands. I didn't think you were the kind to go against your honorable principles. Some things can't be done without bending a rule or two, and you are needed. S-Corp's future is in need of those who are less bound by expectations like yourself. Besides, it's not the rules I stand by, it's my own principles. I did say I owe you a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider this a settlement of that. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They are both debts to be repaid. Young up. Come with me. There is no hope left for S-Corp. You said it yourself, didn't you? We'll never win as long as we're playing the rigged game. Listen, they might have a 9-stone advantage over you, but to me it's as small as 3. I'll manage and keep my finger on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always have to come from the outside. The old wisdom says that to catch a tiger, you must enter its den. But wouldn't it help to have an ally waiting in the tiger's den to back you up when the time comes? There, all done. Your bonds are severed. Go now. Go and build your strength beyond the walls of S-Corp. Yet beware of relying overmuch on foreign powers. I don't have it in me to take up such a grand purpose. I'm done with S-Corp. You know how I am. I just go with the flow. Yes, do as you will, go with the flow, be whatever you want to be. But I'm just hoping that the currents of the river will someday bring you back to S-Corp. That's all. Though I had left the rigged game, my records afterward weren't stellar. The laying of the stones on my board was always full of holes and mistakes. I joined the Blade lineage, became their mentor, dragged them into the library, until eventually I cut down those who had placed their faith in me, self-defeating move after self-defeating move. When Gong-Up had let me go, I thought I had escaped the Tiger's Maw. But as I let the game progress with the flow, I soon came to the realization that my life was an endless sequence of connect and dies. I was in a losing play from the start. Shadows dancing by the distant humanoid form began to grow like wildfire, and those in the tire of the Blade lineage, one by one, leap over the wall and approach us, like the projections of Kim's darkening phantoms. They're from his memories. Films and photographs can sometimes remain undoctored, but the impressions a person gets from viewing the photograph is malleable. Then they must be after. Yeah, Kim believes that if the Blade lineage were to come back to life, they would want to kill him. That is kind of bad.
그렸는데
순순히 보라를 돌아가기 싫다면
배웠을 수가.
There we go.
귀와 요격. 동물아 떨굴 수밖에.
목을 내놓으시죠.
역시 모르네.
That was it. That was an elite node, and that was it. Excuse me. Why was it so short? Also, I'm realizing I can't revive Faust. Oh wait, I hit skip subconsciously. Someone carrying a sword on his belt and the sack on his shoulder leaped into a haystack near us. A few moments later, what's so funny, Fab? A small squad of Chunakans, torches in hand, rushed in from the same direction the man had come from. We saw a criminal who has coveted the kingdom's properties. Flee in this direction. Speak up if you haven't seen the wretch. The Chunakans began walking up to the civilians and questioning them about the criminal's whereabouts. Despite all having seen the man jump into the haystack, all of them shake their heads and refuse to give up the criminal. Are they hiding them? Are they hiding him for some reason? Soon, the Chunakans having made their way through the crowd, approached us as well. What should we do? I mean, we don't know. We really don't know. So it went that way, huh? Appreciate the assistance. Since the group of Chunakans hurried toward the direction I pointed them towards, the man crawled out of the haystack. Seeing the Chunakans had gone, some of the civilians walked up to the man and gave their thanks. Good work, you. Can't have those vile Chunakans take a noble thief like you away. A thief of the people. They're all wretches, I say, wretches. So well fed while we all starve. I bet they'll bleed rice if we got them. He returned their gratitude with a polite bow, then approached us. You have my thanks. I did not expect to be shielded by outsiders such as yourselves, but this is a welcome surprise. Who am I, you ask? Well, I have no name to give you, but it seems that the common folk have taken to calling us the like-minded, the Blade lineage. I'm only stealing the sacks of rice the corrupt officials have stolen, and returning them to where they belong, just as Mentor Bamboo-Headed Kim had once done. Kim squeaked out of a small, embarrassed cough. I've lingered here too long. They're already on my trail again. It's about time I saw myself off. Even in a hurry, he bade us to wait a moment as he rummaged through his sack and produced a few packages of food. Take these. It's not much, but it should be quite filling for those on the road like yourself. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They are both debts to be repaid, eh? With that, he withdrew into the shadows. All allies healed 50%. Heal my Faust! My Faust is still dead.
착수.
That's 12 in that. Yep. 18 in that. Yep. Then that. Just keep on doing that. Excuse me. I guess I should have you clash that. Who are you targeting? Build my Faust. Fab. Your mind is in the wrong place. What's the game called? Limbus Company. Or is it a Mnestic experience? Also, hello, Albina Ring Corporist. I take it you two are a fan of the Ring and their art. Amnesiac? I don't know what that is. It seems my memory is eluding me. Don't judge your mind, you blame the server. Can I blame myself?
낮도 밤도 지나 숨이 타도록 베어낼 것.
Okay. I'm definitely not the first who did this to you. Yeah, I did it to myself, don't worry. It all started with a little bit of curiosity and it leads you down the rabbit hole.
전부 잡아드리죠.
And once you go down the rabbit hole, there is no escape because the entrance is too narrow.
살을 베어내고
이 순간이 닿아도 베어내리라. 원망도 엿하지나.
Do a little bit of that. We need envy.
배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데.
흉터의 결과요.
Nice. Boss fight with story. I want my Faust revived.
칼을 부딪힐 시간입니다.
Like a prey backed against the cliff's edge, I am left bereft of paths. My hand hesitates with no room to place the stone. Misjudgments burgeon when contemplations harrow the mind indeed. Now all that remains is to neutralize that one enemy combatant in the yard. Tell me, who's waiting for us in there? You should know. This place and its enemies are projections of your memories. Not the hardest guess to make, is it? I expect to find Yongyop in there. Yongyop was a woman of loyalty and principles. Even as a military commissioner, she never stopped wanting to change the way the royal court was. But even she must have broken in the end. I scoured the newspapers and TV for anything I could find on the current state of Escorp, but it was plain as day that nothing had changed there since my departure. Mentor, is that not but a baseless speculation? Your concerns grown uncontrollably. Never have you spoken to us about such a monstrous one in the past. Thus, what lies before you is but a figment of the distortion reflecting upon your memories. Did this Gyeongyop appear as that monster does, Mentor? No. Gyeongyop wasn't like that. Gyeongyop was... I still believe that Selpipial Agro Industries deserves to die. But destruction's not the point. The point is that I want it to be a place where I can cut away the avariciously corrupted and have it be a wing that cares for its common folk. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were seeking to supplant the current S-Corp. You know that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just a wanderer, floating down the river's flow to where the currents take him. When the river bent and I hit a wall, someone picked me up and made a blade out of me. Once abandoned, I returned to the flow and found myself a mentor to those who afforded me the undeserved faith. And the river continues to wind, carrying me back to S-Corp, whence I had fled. Shall I let the blade sing my inner thoughts? You think I'm satisfied with the way S-Corp is? But your method, as it is now, goes against the principles. I expected better from someone of your wiles. If you enjoy those principles so much, then why ask me to leave the game? because someone has to stay behind and try to bring change within the limits of their principles. I only hoped that one of those bends in that river of yours would float you back to knock on the gates of Escorp once it was primed for change. Has that changed? What do you think? You at least seem to think that I have. Because you believe that I shall stand in your path? Stand in my path, and stem the flow of this river evermore. Very well. The law states that denial of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. I am Gyam Gama, second ordinate of the South Kivyarg Agro Industries, official of the sword and military commissioner of the royal court, shall uphold the command and sever the buds of rebellion before they propagate. There we go.
그려낸 대로
순순히 오라를 받으시죠.
마음을 참아. 숨을 거두리라.
귀화 요격 함수 정리화.
Oh yeah, I do have Rodney on my team. I could use some red shoes.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
Okay. Do a little bit of this. You have bind. Nice. I cannot use red shoes because I do not have the envy resin. Resources, that is. Yeesh. Rodna has 1-6. That's not enough.
삼켜지기 전에 되겠다.
Oh yeah, I can read this now. It's a escort this for 19. Bees, bears, and tigers. see. Hmm. Seems I am unfortunately unable to pull off a
죄를 새겨주겠어.
red shoes, so yeah. Thank you for the hydrate, Fab.
달빛이 밝다. 그 문까지 발진나를
이 순간이 다 되어내리라. 낮도 밤도 지우 숨이 닿도록 베어내구만.
Okay, here we go. And I think I need to, yes, I need to refresh his ego.
배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데.
How much bleed?
마음을 참아. 숨을 거두라.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
Rarely is a good time.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
그래요.
Let's go gambling. And we lost. We lost the gamble. How dare. Ishmael, try harder.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라. 원망도 되어지나.
She's not as powerful as I recall, yet way down by the brand, I am not so far ahead or behind. I don't know. I think you're doing pretty well. Apparently, they appear evenly matched, yet... Hi, Cyril. Welcome. He's wielding that sword like he's trying to get himself killed. That blade work is far beneath him. Seeking the end here, is he? How have you been, Cyril? Can you afford to look away in a duel? This reminds me of someone from Ruina. Please, at the art tag. Fab, you said please twice. Can you afford to look away in a duel? What are you doing? What are you doing? You'd rather lock your sword with mine than parry it away? Can't have a proper sword fight without a blade lock though, huh? The duel between the mentor of a syndicate and a military commissioner of S-Corp is neck to neck, clash after clash. The two warriors eventually lock their blades in a contest of might before it comes to a close in a final fatal bout. When the dust settles, the mentor lies in the sand, dead. Just like Faust. If that is what you want, I will grant it. Good. Let's finish this. Just as Bamboo headed came and Yamagon up, ready for the final bout, Ang Do leapt in front of them. Leapt? Hello? Leapt? In between. Ang Do, are you really so ashamed that you would choose death over life, Mentor? Are you so scared to live that you would rather die? Yes, I am. I am scared. I am terrified. I am terrified of my own audacity to live my days as though I hadn't failed everything and everyone who had the misfortune of placing their faith in me, my mission, my honor, my fellows, as though my path isn't haunted by ghosts, as though I can stand shamelessly before the watching eyes of the heavens. What have I even done with the life that was given to me, blind to the realities of my homeland? I served a master who chose politics over loyalty and justice. I cut down my very fellows who chose to trust a fool like me. I walked my entire life as the flow carried me, and when I finally had the mind to look back, all I saw were blood-red traces everywhere I had gone. Isn't it about time I admitted that this game cannot be won, that... Mentor, the weakness in your strength has failed your mission. The weakness in your position has failed your honor, and the weakness in your heart had become the fiendish blade that cut down your fellows. Angdu, I thought you were here to talk me into keep on living. Your words pained me so. All $5. Fab, I'm sorry. What weakness of yours is it this time that you would cast away your own creed and life? What other weakness will you use as an excuse today? Stop trying to bear responsibilities asked not of you. The Blade lineage was never about responsibility, nor was it about you, Mentor. Or does your overbearing guilt help you overestimate your importance? What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat will aid one another. Not a single soul demanded that of you. To talk about kicking a man when he's down. And I've had enough of that flippant larking of yours. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us had picked up on the fact that all your levity was a means of relieving yourself of the burden you had cast upon your own shoulders? None of us ever demanded some impossible feat from you. What was it that you've always said to describe yourself? That you are but a butchering blade that wields not itself, a tool wielded by willing hands. Why, Mentor? I know not what kind of shame or responsibilities some your tool has. Do you? Oh wait, do you? Because I fail to see any. Can't even sell the old phone. The screen is already barely attached to itself. Screen repairs. If the shame does not subside still, then shroud your face with that bamboo hat of yours and live on. Live on so that you may repay your debts. Out of blades, out of arrows. Even the heart that sought death lies defeated at your feet. There is no stone left for my next gambit. There is nothing more. There is nothing there. Indeed, perhaps there was some merit in your words that I must retreat from the silly game of stone to become a fiend of blades. Mentor, that is not what I said. Interesting. Whence did you hear that poem? Yes, when I inverted a bamboo hat is like an... Wait, is he about to He's about to obtain ego, isn't he? Bamboo hat is like an unladen ship. Angdo and M. Gyeongyup were knocked away from bamboo-hatted chemists, though bounced off by an invisible force. Just like when Angdo was distorting, but instead of distorting, he's obtaining ego. Congratulations! You are now on the same lines as, possibly becoming a color fixer. Kim raises his gaze to meet the empty air as though someone were there, a hollow laughter escaping his lips, or is he about to fucking distort again? We know who he's talking to. Carmen. It's the voice. But your last move was not a good one. Indeed, I did wish to become a blade. And what did you do? Force me into an indiscriminate one that cleaves blindly in a front of foe both. It seems that in your excitement you have cornered yourself with that last move. Well, as it seems that I have had an opportunity to retrace our past moves, allow me to try something different this time. Be not so vexed by this round, as you say. I can't snooze it because it's 0-3 again for some reason. As you say, we never know when the next game shall bring. What the next game shall bring. I appreciate and will treasure the other bits of your advice. But let us play by my rules for tonight's game. Something different this time, innit? He ain't distorting. I think that's an efflorescence, perhaps. Nothing is for certain indeed. Yet I trust that the words of my last remaining follower have also reached your ears, I am but a tool wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain. I know not whether this move is what cements my defeat, but I desire it to be a victorious stone nonetheless, as it's starting in 3 seconds. Thank you. I will take what encouragement I can. The strange invisible pressure dissipates, and the armored woman, Im Gyeong-gak,
True,
readjusts her
an
grip
ad
on their
break
sword.
is starting.
Thank you for the hydrate, D. Running low of that. Another snack break, another cheese break, I should say. Because it's all I can find to eat. Cheese. Oh god, it's melted. I appear to have found a new pastime. And I do believe I have found a new state of cheese that I like. Turns out if you leave this cheese to sit out for long enough in probably 90-degree room temperature, it tastes like macaroni and cheese without the pasta, which is sad, but you know, it's like, it still tastes like, it freaking tastes like the cheese you find in macaroni and cheese. You know, it's just like, whatever. Yeah, whatever. It tastes good. Ads should be over soon. Thank you for sitting through them. Hopefully nothing was too cursed. And once I see that they will end in 1 second, I will be continuing. Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully nothing was too cursed. And hopefully you got everything you need done. Strange visible pressure dissipates in the armored woman, and yelling up, adjust her grip on the sword. Also, again, Deke, thank you for the hydrate. I did drink. I don't know if you heard or were able to hear, because ads, you know, just ads. It's always ads. Ads here, ads there, ads everywhere. You look in your closet, ads. You look in your car drawer, ads. You look in your chair, ads. You look in your bed, ads. You look at your screensaver, ads. You look at your AC unit, it doesn't work. It's unplugged.
I'm really not all that hard. Oh, wait.
Ads.
I'm really not all about...
Ads. Ads can explain that too. It's always ads. I've been embarrassing to change my stance now, but now I fight to live. And I suppose you will be okay with that. Of course. He's that fluorescing ego. Let's go. It's the man, the legend, the bamboo-handed Kim. I'm just gonna call him Kim. To hide from heaven's gaze, this hat I wore. An empty boat, it bore my friends along. And bamboo veiled, we drifted from shore to shore. From wine, I donned my hat to watch blooms throng. In mirth, I doffed that shroud the moon adore. So with this bamboo hat to veil my brow, though winds and rain may rage, I shall not throw. What is happening? Oh god. The dog's throwing up. Hey to me, bamboo-headed one, speak your name, for I find your outfit dubious of character. I am he who has mentored the lineage of blades to its premature end. I am he. Oh yeah, dog was fine, I think. It was just a episode. I don't know. I am he who has sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden, to no avail. What to call a man who has failed to disburden himself of the world? How to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the world? There is none. So call me Bamboo-Headed Kim. Bamboo-Headed Kim, the treasonous wretch of LCD. You know, that actually has a ring to it, if you just add of LCD to the end. The photographs rapidly fold away from reality. Oh my god, it's like friggin' butterflies. Perhaps because Kim had successfully managed to face his own past. When the photographs and memories that were overlaid upon the Phantoms are pulled away, what remains is a man in dirty, ragged clothing. The Phantoms of Escorp slowly lose grip on this world, and soon reveals the phantoms of the distortion that was hidden beneath it. I see residents of the back streets in their blissful highs from taking the canned experiences, and a man who's watching them with disapproval. Why? Why is everyone running away from all of this? A baker always surrounded by the smell of freshly baked bread. A florist who makes lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters, even though the flowers are dead. A photographer who captures beautiful sights to remember. They're our lives, our experiences. You want to be a billionaire with an extravagant mansion and a nest, a legendary fixer who can make the syndicates cower in fear just by going on a stroll. What you get from those cans is not real. Is everything in your lives, all of this, just empty means to an end so that you can get high on fake purchase experiences nailed into a can? Is that all your life is? Then my life and the photographs I've taken are all... No, it can't be. My life, those experiences and memories I've photographed are different. You're all blindly consuming fake experiences after fake experience, without a care about the real thing. That's why you're all floundering, grasping at illusions. So let me show you the things I've shot. The memories, the experiences, the reality of your lives. It was only in passing, but I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, a scowl on Marceau's face. I reflected upon the events of today, and could at least begin to guess as to why that might be. You don't believe there's any experience in either the canned experience or that guy's photos, do you, Marceau? Because experiences and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them, I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. But what I knew was that the distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Marceau. Huh? A figure materializes into a humanoid form, swirling out of the projector. He must be the distortion's... And next to him is another figure, stumbling out in a giant suit of armor. Blimey, that thing's still alive? It is but an overlay of fathoms created within a distorted space. The concept of life and death has little meaning for such a thing. Yet faint does she grow. It must be that the distortion's power is waning. Hark, accused one, for these are your crimes. The crime of fomenting chaos in a foreign wing while impersing Chunokans of Salpipio Agro Industries. The crime of exploiting the suffering of Salpipio Agro Industries downtrodden as a mere veil for one's own fathoms. And, though it be but a part of reenactment, impersonating a military commissioner of the kingdom without the royal decree. Pursuant to the law in the homeland, the accused is to be sentenced to death by beheading. And before we even had the chance to step in or anything, the faint mirage-like warrior brought down her sword on the docugrapher's neck, decapitating him. Can an entity of the Fathom slay one outside it? Such an instance was heretofore never been observed, but as it is happening right now before our eyes, I can only say yes. So that guy's fathoms were so strong with recreation that it literally killed him. Yang Yop is a woman of principle. She would have done the same to the bitter end had she truly been here. As the headless body of the inflection point crumples to the floor, and Yang Yop's shape slowly phases out of reality. And we found ourselves back in the projection room. And there. No way, don't tell me that headless corpses... We found a large group of injured N-Corp staff thrown pell-mell about the room, and Ezra, who was looking down at the headless body of the docugrapher. Yes, that is his corpse. He is dead. He was executed by his own projection.
승부수가 먹혀들었고 판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다.
Faust, why'd you die?
정답지를 찾을 때까지 이 기세를 잃지 않기를.
Also, him going off is actually kind of cute. I'll just say that. Yep, right on. Gotcha, team leader. And that's the initial report done. Good work, guys. Tucking her radio back in, Ezra commended us in a relieved voice. The distortion has perished in the mission. Will that not cause trouble? Yeah, that kind of sucks, but it's not like you guys could help it. Who would have thought that the distortion would kill its own inflection point? If we knew that in advance, we probably would have prepared something to stop it, but... Well, that's for the LCD and team leader to investigate. All in all, this mission was still a success since we managed to eradicate the distortion from N-Corp, not to mention satisfying our client. Also, Ezra looked toward it, Angdo and Kim with a lighthearted shrug, clearly less concerned than she had been earlier. Now I finally know why you've been disappearing on your own, without letting us know. Glad you don't seem to have any more reason to, though, so it's all good. Hey, that's the real win of this mission in my book. The point is, we did it. We did the thing. It is done. Gosh, I swear I'm never doing one of these without the team leader ever again. Seriously, I got this close to losing it more than once a few times. It seemed that the responsibility of looking after her LCD juniors had kept her stressed and high-strung throughout the mission. I hadn't noticed it, but her brows had finally relaxed, bringing back the chipper Ezra I was more familiar with. The same food-munching gremlin that would always pocket food just like Rodnia. Thus, I shall not abide by any more of your indolence. You will now join us on missions and tasks as you are expected to. Is that understood, Mentor? Angdu is a yandere. Angdu, would you mind releasing the hems on my sleeve? Of what? Oh, what I wouldn't give to lie down and pass out right about now. The raw emotion in Kim's voice had likewise faded, and with Angdu's voice no longer as bobbed as it had been in the Fathoms, it seemed to me that the two were back to the more relaxed selves that I knew. Can't exactly say more relaxed for Kim, though, because that's how he's always been, at least from what I've seen in any case. Fine. You are released. Phew. You've given me a good, hard shake. I don't feel so good. Say, Angdu, I'm afraid they may have gone overboard with upgrading your arm. With your hem released, allow me to reiterate that. Stop. My heart finds peace as well as I watch them bicker. Is everyone doing okay? Yes, Executive Manager. Our forces have only suffered minor injuries that do not require you to go through the trouble of rewinding the clock, except for Faust, who is currently in the middle of being dead in the sand, because, for some reason, she couldn't win a clash and died in one turn. Hang on, mate, I got a dislocated shoulder. I can pop that right back into place for you. Allow me. I've taken care of similar injuries in the field. Yeah, and guess what happened the last time I let you do that? You rotated my bloody arm the wrong way, and turned the bones in my shoulder into little chips. Don't sweat it, I can rewind that. By now, I've grown used to the pain of rewinding the sinner's injuries. A dislocated shoulder shouldn't be a big deal. I have ought to ask thee a clarification, if thou wilt. Yeah. Dost thou recall how, as we battled the N-Corp pinframe team, the foes have taken photographs of us? And? They are those who were said to identify and capture the one who had violated a taboo, forsooth. As we stood in their path, 'tis no mystery why we had to come to blows. Yet I find this to be most perplexing. Wherefore did they take so many photographs of us? Maybe they're taking photographs to report their locations. Recording footage is taboo in N-Corp, meaning they can't install security cameras here. Their only option for keeping a consistent record when tracking down a case or a person is by photographs. Thine wern told water. Yet, most puzzling, forsooth. For I recall with clarity that, from a certain point, they had begun photographing us with renewed obsession. Oh hey, that sounds like a question for Marceau. Given how often I had to rely on the information Marceau had provided me in this mission, I think I've gotten enough practice on how to phrase my questions the right way and pull the answers I need from him. I couldn't get him to tell us his own judgment on matters, but since he seems to have a near photographic memory of what he's seen... Photographic memory. There we go. Marceau, do you remember how many pictures of us the N-Corp staff took? I do. 56 times. That's a lot of pictures. You actually remember the exact number of times they shot us? I do. Yeah, this man is a living taboo in N-Corp. It's always so neat seeing his memory in action. So, did you get the chance to see which one of us got the most photographs taken? I did. Oh, who is it? Who is it? Is it me? I make for a fine model if I do say so myself. No, it wasn't you. It was me. Yeah, they recognize him. Huh? Why? I mean, what's the most statistically likely reason that it was you? It was at that moment that I heard the sound of pebbles crunching on our boots approaching us louder and louder. What the heck? N-Corp? Dang it, are you here because we beat up some of your guys? Listen here, we had to because of the distortion, see? It is as she says, the skirmish was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. Limbus Company provides a customer damage compensation program in case of such unforeseen events. Instead of engaging us in battle, please elect to contact the emergency response team at our headquarters as your first. Yes, we fully understand the circumstances surrounding the battle, and we intend to submit an expeditious request for damage compensation as you have recommended. But we are here on different business, so if you would be so kind as to let us speak. Different business. They're here to arrest me, manager. Hold on, Marceau. Let's hear them out. Wait, what? Marceau did not resist. Hello, Mr. Hello T. I do not speak Russian, I am sorry, but I will assume that is hello or something, I don't know. Marceau did not resist. He walked past us and joined the group of N-Corp employees. Please confirm that you are Marceau, formerly one who nails, and a former member of the maintenance and management team at the Grand Magazine Sisfi headquarters. Confirmed. By the decree of the Giant, you have been expelled from N-Corp with imprisonment as the penalty for non-compliance. Pursuant to Article 12 of the Eviction Regulations, you have also been informed that remaining in N-Corp's district for more than 6 hours may subject you to immediate arrest. Please confirm that your memory pertaining to the above incident has not been expunged, and you are of sound mind to recall it in entirety. Confirmed. Very well, then in keeping with the regulations, I hereby notify you that you are not subject to arrest and transport. Place your hands behind your back and please offer no resistance. I am required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties. Wait, stop. What the hell is going on? Wait, forget all of that. Did you know this would happen, Marceau? Marceau, who stood calmly with its arms behind his back as the N-Corp employees handcuffed him, nodded placidly in my direction. I did, manager. Then why the heck didn't you warn? It was less of a question and more of a reflex, but I didn't need to hear his reply to know why. Right. I never asked, did I? You did not. I'd say you should have warned us way earlier, but you'd just reply, I will follow those instructions going forward, right? Yes, I would. Subject now in custody. From this moment onward, you are considered a suspect and will be transported to N-Corp headquarters for your trial. As for the rest of you, would you be the organization the suspect is a part of? Organize your arse. When the bloody hell do you think you're, Heathcliff? You are about to antagonize N-Corp. A wing. In the absence of a reasonably justifiable cause, such as a contract, engaging in battle with the city's corporate entities is strongly discouraged. Yeah? And we're supposed to twiddle our thumbs while they drag him away? This must be another piece of information they neglected to tell me. Yet another development that was set in stone. Despite our calm and collected explanation, I could tell that this was not a pleasant situation for Faust either, as she was sending an uncomfortable glance at the N-Corp employees. So, where are you taking him? A retrial will be scheduled for the execution of the exile sentence. They replied dispassionately as they took Marceau into custody. We looked back at them, not knowing what to do or say. The late afternoon sun pricked us like 1,000 hot needles. Marceau, now in cuffs, gazed at us with an expression that would not have seemed out of place on any ordinary day. Marceau, please. I can't believe you got locked up on your first day in N-Corp. I guess now we know how the next Kanto is gonna start. Wait, no. Wait, was that the final one? Yes, it was. Okay, so we're actually done with the event. Except for, you know, the rewards. These delicious things they are. I should pick up these. Yeah, I'll pick up this, and then I'll pick up this. Okay. Next up is we do a mirror dungeon. Because I need to do a mirror dungeon before the weekends. Yeah. Nah, let's just select all the races. I'm not gonna pick anything here because I'm not planning on going to floor 15 since I have something else in mind after this mirror dungeon run. So let's just try to get this done. Let's go Lake World. I see Milestone. Milestone is nice. And we take this because we're going to be running some Kurakumo. Okay, first, second, third, fourth, fifth. Let's see, 6th and 7th? No, 7th? Wait, how many blade lineage do I have? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Good enough.
어떤 조직놈들인지 면면 좀 받을까?
And for this, I don't feel any need to try, so I'm just gonna win rate, because why not? There you go, Cyril, you're getting your win rate.
목이 피었잖아. 육청.
다음번에는
I win rate until I deem it unnecessary, because, let me reiterate that. When I say when I deem it unnecessary, I am regarding my chances of winning the entire encounter reduced to below 50%. That is when I begin win rate. Or stop win rate, that is. Something like that.
귀와 요격, 함수. 정보라 떨굴 수밖에.
순수히 목을 내놓으시죠.
How hot is it today right now? With no AC, I'm feeling the heat. 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Very hot outside. Feels like temperature is 98 degrees Fahrenheit. And if I were to translate that to Celsius for any folks on the other side of the hemisphere, because they don't use the same system, 32 degrees Celsius. Honestly, not that hot for the middle of summer. This is actually really freaking... This is honestly cold compared to the usual temperatures over here. You guys are basically experiencing what it was always like in the middle of summer over here.
선배분들이 잘 가르쳐 주신 덕이죠.
Kinda nuts. Heathcliff,
사람 베는 것 말곤 좀
you failed.
했잖냐?
How dare? I want my cost back.
주세.
Go into the grinder, give me cost. Sell his organs.
8권, 차단.
순수히 보라를 받으시죠.
망설임이 없도록
육청.
기와요격 함수 정리노화
돌아가기 싫어했어요. 안 가네.
함수가 이어졌다면 몰아떨고 수밖에
Should I take a look at that? Oh, Megamine expressions.
목을 내놓으시죠.
I probably should look at that. This water bottle is looking like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. I really hate these defects in their designs. Slash! Give me slash! Nebulizer, I'll take. I'll take that. Next!
등롱을 밝혀 앞길을 열어라.
Pirates. Remember, chat, only engage in piracy when it's reasonable. And no, I am not promoting it.
보라를 받으시죠.
목이 피아크를 마실걸?
기와요격 발광 차단 몰아떨고 수밖에
역시 모르네.
기억을 끝낸다.
발광 차단
So, it's interesting.
떨고 수밖에
돌아가기
Earlier, does that mean Bamboo Hat Kim was quite indeed no longer subjected to the brand after he obtained the ego? Also, the fact that he flourished ego is pretty good because that is a sign
배운했어요.
we'll have a more even field, considering N-Corp has Ahab,
망설임이 없도록
and Ahab has flourished ego, and then Dongbank also flourished ego, or whatever her name was, Yasong's girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend, I should say.
재미없게. 벤담 4월을 건다.
And we can only imagine that Herman will have Shen and Mong match, and she's a freaking ex-R-Corp employee.
6천.
Imagine having access to R-Corp's technology to clone roaches. Have an army of Gregors. There you go. End of the world.
망설임이
You deal with not one roach, not two roaches, not three roaches,
기와요격 함수
not even 10
떨고
roaches,
수밖에
but millions.
몰아떨고 수밖에
살을 베어내고
Only way to survive is hide, and even then you can't really hide. So the next best solution,
배운했어요.
retreat to the outskirts, go beyond the outskirts, retreat past the outskirts even. Found a new city, because the city is about to become the city of roaches. Or something like that. Nice.
꽃을 피워볼까요? 발광, 차단. 귀와 요격, 함수.
Thank you for the follow, Mr. Hello T.
배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데.
The red stained flower is still white stained. Can it die faster? How could it?
망설임이 없도록.
몰아떨굴 수밖에.
Oh, funny robot. Nice. We got the funny robot.
시간입니다.
Mr. Roboto, I shouldn't continue. This is a copywritten song. I don't even remember it anyways.
차단.
Sue me.
귀와 요격.
Oh, please, actually. I can't afford it.
정리다.
Hello.
다음번에는 뵐 수 있겠죠? 망설임이 없도록.
I can't wait for win rate to finally declare that Marceau's skill 3 is no longer win rateable. And then it never uses it. I have an idea for Let's Set. Clash win, Tremor self. Clash lose, Tremor enemy.
목이 비었잖아.
Does a robot bleed? Does a machine bleed? Maybe oil.
어떤 조직 놈들인지 면면 좀 받을까? 전부
Fiery,
잡아들이자.
just like my passion for this game.
된다면 사활을
귀와 요격. 함수. 정리다.
살을 채워내. 육참.
You know, if anyone wants to blame the heat, they could always blame the big ball of fire in the sky. You know, it's not like sitting in a room and close to the flame is going to heat you up any more than sitting on a planet next to a star.
몰아떨굴 수밖에.
Reverse.
귀와 요격.
No, not the reverse. What is being reversed?
칼을 부딪힐 시간입니다.
Oh, the temperature is being reversed. Wait, actually, is it about to rain? It's 91 degrees Fahrenheit now. The temperature went up.
배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데.
휘어짜라.
순순히 오라를 돌아가기 싫다면
So, how much of this team is bleed? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bleed. 7 bleed. How much poise? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 poise.
망설임이 없도록.
This is Blois.
귀와 요격.
Run, Mr. President. It's a Blois team. What will we ever do? Get the full stuff office. Hire them. They're the best marksmen on the market. Probably. I mean, you need a really good aim, or if you miss with one of those Atelier rounds, you're gonna lose a kidney. Maybe more than a kidney.
잡아드리죠.
Thank you for the hydrate, dude.
수가 이어졌다면
돌아가기 싫다면
뼈를 깎.
귀와 요격. 몸을 앞돌고 수밖에.
흙을 마실 걸?
전부 잡아드리죠.
귀와 요격. 함수. 몸을 앞돌고 수밖에.
So, if Aingdu is displaying yandere tendencies, doesn't that mean that this Ishmael is also technically displaying yandere tendencies? Hmm. Can't you talk? You can talk. Can talk, I think. Yes. Painkillers. Perfect for a headache. The share for some smoke. We do slash gifts. Now we don't get slash, so we just do this. And we get nothing. Well, I got nothing. Why was that a 2? I never know. Wait, hold on a second. That's exactly the problem. Ah, we got another bleed gift. Nice. Can't use that. And can't really use that, so we just do this. Yeah, we do that. Clover, let's go. What a nice shop that I got.
어떤 조직 놈들인지 면면 좀 받을까?
Copyright music, let's go. Gregor, you got nailed. I can't believe you did it, Fab. You finally got a new arsenal, a new nuclear warhead in your collection. Valviant is saying today is Heathcliff's birthday. Like the voice actor Heathcliff or the actual character Heathcliff in the game? By the way, happy birthday, Heathcliff. The center. Oh! Wait, where do you see their birthdays?
순순히 오라를 돌아가기 싫다면
Actually, wait, I might have already seen their birthdays, but I kind of forgot as well. I forgot, that's still not good. Either way, I'm trying to think of if I did see them. Usually when I look for birthdays, I also try to... Oh! The birthday is based on the center number, according to Kim. So...
소림이 없도록.
I see, so... In the roster, it's 1 to 12, and then in accordance with when they are in the story for the day, maybe? I don't know. Oh wait, oh wait. Oh! So it's like going to be 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 6, 7, 7, 8, 8, 9, 9, 10, 10, 11, 11, 12, 12, something like that. Wait, but there's a center on, there's 13 centers. Dante is 1.
목이 피었잖아.
Unless we're not given Dante's and we're excluding him because him saw him as a, since Gregor is 13th, he is a leap year baby at 0229. That's actually clever if that's the case.
그렇게 무르진 않네.
된다면 4월을 걸.
귀와 요격, 함수, 정리노화.
역시 모르네.
Huh. It's actually cool. Now Poppin can ask. Are you going to ask me? Yes, the intervalo was great, Poppin. You missed everything. I mean, Valviant, how else do you think Gregor is going to stay alive when he's a roach? Roaches don't have long lifespans. Not that I know of. Not that I can think of, anyways. Oh. It's fine. There's the VOD poppin'. Either way, welcome in. Also, hello, Valvian. I don't know if I said hello yet. So, hello. And we fight a fish.
별일 수 있는
Oh, no.
길이겠죠?
We fight a fish. Oh, wait. This isn't a fish. This is a clam. An oyster. Definitely will skip back for some stuff. Hell yeah. I am too close to my desk and I keep on hitting it with my fingers. Did I do the refractorial? That's after this.
순순히 보라를 받으시죠.
I would like to at least get one of the new thumb units for it, considering they want you to apparently use Tremor against them.
있겠죠?
귀와 요격, 함수, 정리노화.
전부 잡아드리죠.
I mean, realistically, I could probably do it with the units I have currently, but there is a problem. Burn Wrath Phase 1, Poise Pride Phase 2. Yep, that is a problem. And 100 to 200 days, I see.
몰아떨굴 수밖에.
Boys Love, you mean Blade Lineage? That is good. Wait, then they're a K-pop. They're a K-pop band. Oh no. That explains Sinclair's appearance.
된다면 사활을 건다.
I do, they're just off field. Because I have Don Quixote here, good passive, and then Yasong, he is right here.
망설임이 없도록. 순순히 보라를 받으시죠. 목을 내놓으시죠.
6점. 전부 쳐주게!
Phase 2 will be a brace. I do have his ego.
전부 잡아드리죠.
Honestly, the things I'm missing right now are just the previous two wall purchase units, because I got Harmony, but I did not get the Immerso or the Ryoshu ID. And I have all IDs outside of wall purchase except for the two new thumb ones because I haven't farmed them. Also, this isn't happening yet.
쳐주게!
귀와 요격. 동물아 떨굴 수밖에.
열을 깎는다.
I would like to think that I do have a good Tremor team, but there is no guarantee that it is a great Tremor team because without Valencia and Lucio, there's a problem. Because they're strong, broken even.
미호스럽군.
I hate how broken they have seemed so far. It's so painful. Let's do slash. Nice, I'll just take that. Oh, I do need this. Almost forgot about that. You get skill 3. Faith! Let's go, we got something good. Sun Shower, Ryoshu. Nah. Oh, that is good. Oh, wait a second. That's a huge shop we just got. Nice. So I can exchange this, and I can exchange this. Yeah, perfect. Perfection. Okay, so we're just missing some poise gifts. In that case, we can do... Actually, wait, let's just do bleed. Most of the team is bleed. I have that. I need the other thing. Where is the other thing? The other thing that I can't remember right now. That isn't bleed. How dare you do this game? This is also not what I was looking for. Is that part of any fusions? I don't remember. Game, why do you troll me like this sometimes? Thank you. Still not enough because I don't have Meliarca. I'm also very down on cost.
뛰어가겠네. 발광, 차단.
So busy. Look at these guys. They're so busy.
비었잖아. 망어처럼
Only Burn and Wrath get the benefits. I see. It's a little unfortunate that the Refractorial is going to disappear before World Purchase arrives, considering they're releasing new Burn Tremor units. And they're turning Dawn of Sinclair into a Tremor unit. Truly a burn season, yeah. It feels a bit like a slash season though, doesn't it? Because Nurse Father Yasong is slash, Valencia I think is slash, both rings are slash, and then you got freaking Ryoshu being slash, Fatal to Blunt and Pierce damage season. Wait, are they actually? Resistant to slash season. Oh boy.
다음 또래는 뵐수 있겠죠?
Fine, let's investigate the factory, see if I care.
배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데.
Either neutral or resist slash. Yeah. No. No. 9.
귀와 요격. 몰아떨굴 수밖에.
배워냈어요.
The face tracking seems a little off because the lighting is a little different than when I started it. Yes, yes, yes. Very nice indeed. Very, very nice. Oh, yes, I'll take that. I need that. Now then, can I get the funny floor game, please? No, screw you. I am rolling for the floor. By force. Give me the book gun. I should just accumulate costs because I'm not going to be able to get the events.
이번에는 누굴 베어버리면 되는 거야?
Oh boy, here we go. I need red tassel actually.
발광, 차단.
망설임이 없도록.
funny bonk. With a blade, by the way.
6천.
배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데.
That's quite a lot of coin power you got there, Hung Lu.
돌아가기 싫다면
역시 모르네.
Can't believe this. He survived with 5 health.
떨굴 수밖에.
Unbelievable. Can I get a red tassel game? What is this? What is this? What are you giving me, game? You almost... Oh, I do need that, actually. Oh, thank you indeed,
단테,
kindly.
이번에는 누굴 베어버리면 되는 거야?
Ads are starting in a minute. I will remind everyone that ads are there because they are ads. There's ads under your bed, ads in your AC, ads in your car, ads in your drawer, ads behind you, they watch you sleep, yada yada, whatever. Anyways, if you need to perform self-care, feel free to do so. Don't mind me going off on a tangent. Ads drive me nuts. It's such a long period of nothing.
배는 맛은 있는 편이
귀와
좋은데.
요격 떨굴 수밖에.
살을 베어내고
Oh, and since there is no story, I probably will continue in the background. Because, unlike before, there is no narration.
그렇게
So it's
물어보는데?
just me playing, and you can see that in the background with the ads because Twitch is nice, and yeah, it's nice. Don't slander Twitch.
잡아드리죠.
They're always
떨굴
watching.
수밖에. 귀와 요격.
True, an ad break is starting.
Freaking Karakumo man.
6천.
I hate having a stuffy nose.
이 식구를 턱을 마실걸? 안 가네.
떨굴 수밖에.
단테, 이번에는 누굴 베어버리면 되는 거야?
That pack had here, that reminds me.
전부
Once I
잡아드리죠.
saw Moified Gloom Pecatilla. It was kind of cute.
귀와 요격. 단수가 이어졌다면.
Although I don't know about taking the Sinking Deluge.
목이 비었잖아. 우와!
배워냈어요.
랜덤 4월을 건
떨굴 수밖에.
왜 이렇게 흐느적대?
돌아가기 싫다면
6천. 뭐 찾으랴!
So hot. Melting.
목을 내놓으시죠.
역시 모르네.
뭐 쳐지게!
귀와 요격. 단수가 이어졌다니.
Ads are over. Welcome back. I totally wasn't just ranting to myself in the background.
순순히 목을 내놓으시죠.
단칼에!
목을 내놓으시죠.
His taboo hunter ID is actually really broken. Blunt skills. Blunt on this team. Blasphemy. Yeah, super shop. Let's go. That is a poise gift that I do need, but I want slash. Give me slash. All the slash. Give me slash. I'm not afraid to do this game. Do not tempt me. I will do this. Hold on. What are the ego gifts that are exclusive to this floor? We need this, 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 this. Ah, we need so much. So much indeed. Very much so much. Ooh, yes, I'll take that. And yes, I would like another slash gift. More slash. More slash, I say. Red tassel, I'll take. What else do I need? I need, let's see. I want this. And let's see, bleed and that. So this one and poise. Yep. I want slash, and I want slash. And I want poise, and I want bleed. Poise and bleed. I would like to buy this, and I would like to buy this, and this. Yes, we buy slash. Always slash. Slash, slash. And more slash. Wish upon a star for guarantee slash. That isn't what I wanted, game. I don't care for these. Why do you mean? Fuck. Bleed. I need blade. Game, give me blade. No, wrong bleed gift. We do this. Oh wait, no. We do this. Yes. We do this. I don't need that. This. Perfect. Yes, we got it. Now I need poise. Poise gift. Game. Make way upon me the poise gift that I demand. What can I sacrifice? Yes, I can sacrifice these. Nice. Let's go. Now then, I need to combine this upright one with the bleed. Upright with bleed. Upright with bleed. This one, yeah? I'm not bamboozling myself, right? Yep, I got it. Good, good, good. This is what we call stonks. Big stonks, even. Poise. I need poise. And bleed. Oh, yeah, I do need Miliarca still. What can I sacrifice? I don't think I can really sacrifice anything. Oh no! What will I ever do? In that case, we do in fact try for poise, because poise is nice. Everyone likes poise. You like poise, I like poise, everyone likes poise. That's bleed. Whatever. Now we see the true fruition of this team and why I run 3 Karakumo and 3 Blade Lineage minimum. Hello, distorted bamboo-handed Kim. Did you know you have Florist Ego in the future? Oh yeah, this is the bulk dock one. He has unbreakable coins.
그렇게 무르진 않네.
Nice. Staggered. And now, 8 eyes. Maybe. I don't exactly have all the fusion gifts.
목이 비었잖아.
Can't believe we done this.
전부
Blade him. Blade him dry. And we replenish some stars that I just so carelessly used. And we get this because of Blade Lineage. And this because Bell. Everyone likes the bell, right? Mnestic. We go here,
꽃을
play a little bit of
피워볼까요?
this, that, then we just smash everything to bits and pieces. And just watch everything die.
발걸.
Hello, men. Goodbye, men.
발걸. 차단.
Karakumo.
전투가 이어졌다. 동물아 떨굴 수밖에.
살을 빼어.
전부 잡아드리죠.
Rodnia, how in the world did you lose Clash?
참 재미없게.
Marceau just simply cannot lose Clash. He is too strong for this.
전투가 이어졌다.
순순히 목을 내놓으시죠.
못 쳐주게.
동물아 떨굴 수밖에.
Box of nails. Oh, it's this guy. Ah. Yep, I think we did this. But since we don't have Bamboo Hat Kim himself in the party,
미호스럽군.
we still got the water dropper. Nice.
별일 수 있는 기회겠죠?
기와 요격 함수 점수가 이어졌다면
살을 베어내. 아니카리
기어라 떨굴 수밖에.
뛰어를
순순히 돌아가기 싫. 목을 내놓으시죠.
흙을 마실까?
Sky clearing cut. Yeah.
살을 베어내고 뛰어를
전부 잡아드리죠.
They get so much poise for free, just like us.
육청. 살을 베어내고
목을 내놓으시죠.
Gregor? Did Gregor just get staggered? Yes, he is staggered. Is he alive at least? He is alive.
배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데.
뛰어를
Look at the man, he's balancing on one foot. That's how good he is.
착수.
And we do this one for this time. We have 0 envy.
전부 쳐지게. 망을 참아. 숨을 거둔다.
Nice.
단수가 이어졌다면
다음번에는 뵐 수 있겠죠?
다음 놈 나와.
Does anyone have a healing ego? That is interesting. I don't seem to see one. Is this healing? This is healing. But it's not going to get used because the game doesn't think it will win. Nice. Heathcliff hits it first. Okay. Sinclair it is. Nice. Wait. I see. It still wins. Nice. It's not gonna do enough damage though, game. This is bad.
아니카리.
기와 요격 기어라 떨굴 수밖에.
전부 쳐지게.
야자! 단수가 이어졌다면 누구라 떨굴 수밖에. 기와 요격 단수가 이어졌다면 누구라 떨굴 수밖에.
전부 잡아드리죠.
몸을 앞돌고 수밖에.
Good enough. So, what else did I need from this floor? I don't remember. I do need something, though, because we have a little something. Oh, yeah, Finifugalities is good. Also, it's another super shop. Amazing. Amazing. So, for this, we need slash. We need that slash. Slash. Always slash. I mean, that is slash. Slash. Game. Slash. Please slash. Show the class game. You ran out of hydrate redeems. Is that why there's been no hydrates? Did you guys actually expunge them all? Just for you, D. Miliarca. Oh yeah, I need the flower too. Shoot. Oh no. This isn't good. We're running out of everything. Yeah. Shit. What's a tier 2 I can give up? This one. That's not what I was looking for, game. What? There we go. Next is poise. I did not pick up the pendant. I mean, I have the pendant here, but I mean the other one. I did not pick up the other one. I didn't pick up the other one. No. Wait. Yeah, I have both tier 3s. I can't do that. Game is trolling me. Yeah. That is bleed. What an awkward moment that this is. I kind of need all of these, don't I? Except for this one, maybe. Angel's Cut, nice. We got Angel's Cut. I could sell, well, I mean, it's not really worth selling because I could just do this. And then I do, okay, I sell it. We sell it. And we get this. It's a throwaway. Yes, we got a throwaway. Do this. Boom. Bah. Not it. That's not it. Shit. Poise. Poise. It's just poise. I only need poise. Yes, thank you. Wait a second. What am I missing? Clover. Horseshoe. Oh, fuck. Oh, this was doomed. This was doomed entirely from the start. You are my one chance at the horseshoe game. And that's if you even work. That isn't it. There we go. No! Okay, we have another chance at the horseshoe game. Yes, we did it. We friggin' did it. Nice.
주세. 할게요.
Perfect. We got both slash gifts. We didn't get the double rope. Or the other hat. Two. This isn't slash at its peak.
아니카네. 순순히 보라를 받으시죠.
육청.
The guy that is singing in the background on this, he's just vibing. I would like to imagine he's literally vibing.
전문 처지기야.
귀와 요격 함수 정리화.
Do. Wama!
망을 참아. 숨을 거둔다.
Get staggered. Do you know what time it is? What? Never mind, I guess it's not that time because the game thinks that the freaking rat skill is better.
귀와 요격
Goodbye,
그냥
dear lady.
떨굴 수밖에.
Fair lady. No, we are not going into that right now.
돌아오고 있어요.
Every time.
뒤틀림에서
Every
다시 사는
time.
현상으로. 살수의 방식으로는 절대 도달하지 못했을 결과일 테죠.
It's literally just every time.
이젠 좀알것 같네요.
Every time
S사로
that
떠나기
they are
전까지
always neck
제가
and neck
현장
like
취업하면서
that.
무엇을 배워가?
Okay. We got 69 boxes. Perfect number. We open these. Go 30 into Rodnia. That was average. 15 into Rodnia. That was also okay. We just do all of them. Nope. Nope. We do 12 into Rodnia. 5 into Rodnia. Are you? I'm actually not gonna have enough for Rodnia's. Really? Really, game? I'm not gonna be able to up type 5 this Rodnia. Or up type 4, I mean.
기다렸어. 이제야 좀 이 개 같은 추위에서 벗어나나 싶더니 고작 그 애새끼 하나 때문에 티켓이 백지 쪼가리가 됐다고?
This is gonna be so much farming. So much indeed. Let's get these tickets. Nice. Get the threat. Wait, actually. Tremor. Do I have enough? I don't even have enough of these anyways.
지금 네가 뭘 잊었는지 뭘 희생하고 온 건지 알아?
Do I want to go through the frickin'
네 놈을 데리고
intervalos worth of story dialogue here? If you want to read, then simply pause. This is for the VOD watchers. Wait, ego? Oh. Huh. So Sinclair and Ryoshu betrayed them, I think. Does Sinclair die last to Ryoshu? Oh. Also, hi, Zach. So, Sinclair joins Ryoshu in the betrayal, and Ryoshu kills him last as a result. Wow. Now it's almost sad that he does die. He also takes the damage for Shu. Yeah, that is true. Realistically, he should just die for taking the damage for Ryoshu before Ryoshu actually gets to kill him. I was right. This is a lot of dialogue. Heathcliff comes out victorious. He retreats, he runs away, and then he gets slammed. He gets freaking killed by the Earl King. And I can't even use this Rodney. I don't have tickets. Eh. Guess we're gonna have to go without this Rodney. Perfect. This is what I always wanted. Yeah. Because not only can I not get them to up type 4, I can't even get them to level 60. I need to bring back to the washer. We're back. Yep. Anyone that you need to do self-care, go ahead and do so. Hi. There is so much heat. My room is like an oven. I left it and I immediately felt cooled off. Anyways, you understood the House of Spiders uptight stories in a way that Sinclair is the apprentice of this version, Soraya, not Ryoshu. Yeah, I kind of noticed that myself. You tested the rental thumb road neon, and Jesus, the dodge is OP. And the dodge. Oh no, wait. Jesus, she is OP. And the dodge. Yeah, I mean, the whole kit about her is overpowered. Like, who decides that having an auto dodge on a character is fair and balanced? Like, you don't even. It's unopposed. Bear Hunt. 25% Wrath or Skills Inflict Burn or Unique Burn. Deal Wrath damage? What? Dealing Wrath damage via the above effect when target. Target shield takes 50% damage rounded down. Huh. I need to read this for a second. One moment.
가볼까요?
바로 가지. 이 순간에도 시간이 새고 있다. 가시죠. 파투페 이페우레.
흑수, 오필터, 이상이요.
준비되었습니다.
걸맞는 곳이어야 할 거다. 살아서 돌아갈 수만 있다면 무엇이든.
I just lifted the restriction. There you go.
시간 체납자인가?
실수.
명령하실 때까지.
오늘은 시간을 얼마나 뜯으려나?
자,
I'm gonna regret this, aren't I?
돌아갑니다.
Thank you for the hydrate, Zero. Also, change the description since it's not always water. Hello? Game? What's happening here? Oh no. Oh no. This isn't good. This isn't good at all. I'm not realizing how painful this is gonna be without those 2 units to help me out.
완벽한 한 발을 위해.
I had a little bit of an ice cream to cool me off just a little bit though.
총알값 아까울 놈.
Hya. Hello, sir.
일기당천.
Hans.
일발 장전.
Oh wait, that's not Hans. Oh yeah, and let me. Yeah, OBS. Can't scroll up in OBS. Okay. Auto dodge. Zac up it. Zero can't use hydrate. I fixed that. You redeemed hydrate. I drank. You said hi to Zac. You had a nap. I hope you had a good nap and shower. How much? He does not have enough tremor. How dare he not have enough tremor? Unbelievably blasphemous. You want to use sloth. You use sloth then.
받아볼 텐가.
Sir.
제쳐라.
And phase change. Here we go. Otis gets one more turn of that. No unbreakable is good. At least Marcel can target that.
빠르게 처리하지.
So much bleed on you, Yasung. Maybe I should use your freaking defense skill so you don't have bleed anymore. Goodness. I can't believe he survived with that much. Just left.
자비에 감사도.
아메스코.
Do this. You want to use Wrath.
완벽한 한방 위해.
자세가 모르겠니? 자비에 감사도.
Yeah, no, not this. That's fine.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
So, where the heck?
직접 타도하죠. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
이 구속구가 나의
Merceau, why? Why must you fail me so? He's failing me so hard. Where is his Wrath skill even? That's in a minute. And it's also time for the Hong Lu moment.
당신 짝패군요.
Staggered. Of course.
알아. 올때 심장. 아니란 빈 꿰뚫어주지.
True, an ad break is starting.
Let's have begun.
일발 장전.
Oh god, wait, what? That's kind of funny.
모든 것을 견뎠어.
Oh, now you get it, game. Now you get it.
탈출 개체 확인.
증기압축 피스톤 압력 제한 해제. 관측 완료된 시간부터 계산 완료. 축적된 과거 변형. 모먼트가 유지. 발사.
Oh god, it's so funny to see for some reason. Let's go, we got a 5-er.
주목받기. 코코.
당신에겐 제가 어떻게 보일까요? 시간의 태역 안에 그 답이 있을까요?
허술하군.
슬픔에 흔들린 마음. 이렇게 터져버리죠.
Oh, he staggered. Yikes. You take extra from Sloth. That's good. That is really good, actually. Nice. Why is it so hard to win against you now?
빠르게 처리하지.
증기압축 피스톤 압력 제한 해제. 관측 완료된 시간부터 계산 완료. 축적된 과거 변형. 모먼트가 유지. 발사.
Boy.
빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레터. 허술하군.
이런 것도 되죠.
시간 징수 집행.
Goodbye, Gregor. And Honglu got staggered. Oh boy. This is just horrible.
탈출 개체 확인.
당신에겐 제가 어떻게 보일까요? 시간의 태엽 안에 그 답이 있을까요?
Oh, nice. And then we just lose all our debuffs. That's all. I don't even have a slot skill on you, Ishmael.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없.
전탄 격발.
초목과 비. 코코. 피가 튀.
Yikes.
당신 짝패군요.
Okay. Can tell this is gonna be annoying already.
자유로워질 수 없어. 이 거미줄을 끊어내지 않고서는.
환약이
저를 부르셨다는 거 화점에 두지.
벌써요? 네.
이번 의뢰는
잠깐.
저를 부르셨.
준비는 항상 되어 있습니다.
Solo 144p. Welcome in. Welcome. Is Faust the one who grips? Good. That depends on the team. If you're running a N-Corp team, like a Fnatic N-Corp team, then yes. But if you're talking about on their own, no. I mean, they still are good on their own, but it's like, there's better options, is what I should say.
마침내.
Blood debuff? In that case, then I would suggest that Faust if you're going for a debuff team. Specifically, if you're going for specifically bleed, I would recommend Ring Faust. But if you're going for like debuffs in like Kurakumo's stead, then Grips Faust brings you multiple unique debuffs. One of them is Gaze, one is Paralyze, and then one is Nails, which is unique bleed on top of normal bleed. It's overall really good.
빗소리 속에 묻히다.
마음을 참아. 숨을 거두리라. 감로 확보.
이 순간이 다 되어 내리라. 낮도 밤같이 숨이 닿도록 베어내리.
결정 혹은 초월 지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네.
Yeah, we can go for Sinclair's ego.
되겠다. 달빛이 밝고 그 문까지 밝힌 나를
그대는 친절하지 않았지.
이 순간이 닿아도 베어내리라. 귀와 요격, 함수, 정민화.
잠시 아파도 참아주세요. 장담할게요. 사람만큼 훌륭한 음악을 만들어주는 건 없어.
아비규환.
예측할 수 없게.
이 순간이 닿아도 베어내리라.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
미래를 과거와 같이.
Nice. That
예측할 수
works.
없게.
순서에 따라 대상을 제거합니다.
Huh. Almost no damage.
자, 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
모든 슬픔과 눈물을 끌어모아 대신 물어드릴 수 있다면
이 불 또한 예술의 황홀경이지.
Sheesh.
여섯째.
그려낸다.
귀와 요격. 겨냥 삼수. 상전.
감로 확보. 야. 여덟. 앞으로 하나.
이 순간이 닿아도 되어내리라. 숨막히도록 견뎌와 절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니
목표 확인.
Okay, have a safe drive home, awesome knight. Thank you.
랜던 4월을
반드시 적중합니다. 이 순간이 다 되어내리라. 몰아치는 것을 처절한 원망. 이것도 받아보시게나.
Oh. Did Sinclair just die? Wait, huh? Yeah, he is executing himself. I believe. Yeah, that is a execution on himself.
아홉째
해금하겠네.
떠도는 삶 예정된 죽음이
No, Furioso. How could you do this game?
이 순간이 다 되어내리라. 대행 완료.
Bruh. Even he got staggered out of nowhere. What's with everyone just getting staggered?
딸아이가
You're
이상적인
late,
됐지.
Yasong. That wasn't enough for the challenge, was it? Oh, it was. Good. 24 turns. Nice. Perfect. 18 turns for the next one. That's gonna be annoying. We need to redo this Tremor team just a little bit, apparently. Believe poppin'. You believe. Yeah. still can't up type 5 her? Really? Ah, right, threat exchange.
하나씩 차근차근 그어서 되갚아보죠.
I'm totally not in desperate need of tickets right now.
재밌겠는데? 그렇지. 이거 분강 맞지? 바로 그거다. 필살. 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램. 쳐다보기.
I want to turn the AC on, but I'm worried I'll get picked up in the background.
그쯤 해줬어.
I mean, there's not any narration going on. Hot damn. It's 90 degrees in my room. Sweltering.
거긴 킬존이다.
거창을 새겨주지.
쳐다보기. 그렇지. 바로 그거다.
암털만한 것들.
엄마만큼은 못하지만 나도 녹이면서 뵐 수 있거든. 재밌겠는데? 장부를 펼칠 것도 없겠군. 쳐다보기.
I just realized. Isn't this team basically just bring your kid to work day? Wait. Bring your kid to work day. That is the House of Spiders. Oh, wait, that's the House of Spiders.
그래. 내가 왔다.
쳐다보기. 갖고 놀기. 지렸다. 이제 그럼 끝이다.
거창을 새겨주지. 거창을 새겨주지.
재밌겠는데? 쳐다보기. 준비한 기믹은 이게 다인가? 이거 분강 맞지? 그렇지. 필살.
hit, Cliff. You have so much burn on you.
저리 꺼져. 거창을 새겨주지.
차 부숴줄 테다.
그럼 끝이다. 거긴 킬존이다.
얼얼하지?
거창을 새겨주지.
이거 분강 맞지?
그렇지. 필살. 바로 그거다. 딸래.
This
브레이크
cheese,
슬램.
is it melted? I wonder.
암털만한
두 눈
것들.
크게 뜨고 잘 봐라.
Nah, not melted.
불사이군.
House of Spiders more like House of Frauds? Yeah, that is true. They are all wannabes. They're not exactly the real thing. They try to be, though.
거창을 새겨주지. 그래, 내가 왔다.
이거 분강 맞지?
그렇지. 필살. 바로 그거다. 딸래. 브레이크 슬램.
좋아. 장부에서 삭제.
이거 분강 맞지?
거창을 새겨주지.
So much burn, Heathcliff. So much.
일어나. 아직 11번을 죽어야 한다고.
차 부숴줄 테다. 얼얼하지?
이거 분강 맞지?
Maybe I'll just let them attack me next turn.
차 부숴줄 테다. 얼얼하지?
이거 분강 맞지?
필살. 바로 그거다. 딸래. 브레이크 슬램.
막아봐라.
장부를 펼칠 것도 없겠군. 쳐다보고. 너무 멋있는 건 알아가지고.
거창을 새겨주지.
Nice. Do that again. Reduce the burn more. Show why Tremor Scorch isn't the greatest.
부숴줄 테다.
Heh.
반항하지 마. 얼얼하지?
이거 분강 맞지?
필살. 바로 그거다. 딸래. 브레이크 슬램. 쳐다보고. 너무 멋있는 건 알아가지고.
불에 더 키워.
Can't believe this.
뜨거울 거다.
죽어야 한다고. 진짜 일어나. 아직 11번은 죽어야 한다고.
재밌겠는데? 이거 분강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
장부를 펼칠 것도 없겠군.
거탑을 새겨주지.
그럼 끝이다!
Oh wait, this is fine.
그래, 내가 왔다.
좋아.
그럼
장부에서
끝이다!
삭제. 반항하지 마. 좋아. 장부에서 삭제.
새겨주지.
Ha!
차 부숴줄 테다.
반항하지 마. 반항하지 마.
되겠냐고요.
진짜 일어나. 아직 11번은 죽어야 한다고. 노래 더 키워.
장부를 펼칠 것도 없겠군.
의식 불명. 좋아. 한주. 일어나. 아직 11번은 죽어야 한다고.
이거
장부에서
분강 맞지?
장난이 길었군. 전환. 사역이다.
재밌겠는데?
암털만한 것.
뜨거울 거다! 좀 많이! 몰라 열받도 이러면 아무것도 못해도 뜨거울 거다!
의식 불명. 좋아. 한 줄 지워주지. 그래. 내가 왔다.
좋아. 장부에서 삭제. 좋아. 장부에서 삭제.
Okay, there we go. Maybe it'll be a little more forgiving this time.
어때 딸? 엄마밖에 없지?
Maybe it will be a little more forgiving this time. Maybe. Tremor. And it wasn't enough. Argue. What's 78 or so lunacy in the face of everything? Please tell me this is enough.
영맥이었군.
It wasn't enough. It wasn't.
제가
형님과 누님들
당장 집행해주지.
House spiders. If we ignore that we had two color fixers, one certain Sinclair and a half-hatched Lord of Flies, House Spiders is indeed a house of frauds. Roach Emperor, however it was. Yeah, it was the Roach Emperor. If it was the Lord of Flies, then that would have been interesting. It would have there would have been corpses being spat out, I guess.
얼얼하지?
쳐다보기엔 우리만 멋있는 건 알아가지고. 그렇지.
If there aren't any corpses, maybe the mannequins?
거탄을 새겨주지.
재밌겠는데? 그쯤 해줬으니 포장지 한번 벗겨야겠군. 너무 멋있는 건 알아가지고.
그 정도 각오로 우리 식구를 건드렸다.
이거 공각 맞지? 그렇지. 바로 그거다 딸래. 아무튼 슬램.
저리 꺼져라. 거탄을 새겨주지.
Nice.
엄마만큼은 못하지만 나도 녹이면서 뵐 수 있거든.
차 부숴줄 테다.
장부를 펼칠 것도 없겠군.
쳐다보기엔 우리만 멋있는 건 준비한 기믹은 이게 다인가?
나가 의식 불명. 진짜. 일어나.
Nukes, like Virgilius. That is true. Oh yeah, and the
거탄을 새겨주지.
what was his name? We had Ezra, Moses, and we also had
불에 더 키워.
the Yellow Hornet guy. I don't remember his name. Yellow Fixer.
쳐다보기엔 우리만 멋있는 건 갖고 놀기. 틀렸다.
장난이 길었군. 전환. 사냥이다.
Vespa, yes. And the Roche Emperor did finish off Lucio and Valencia. But then we had to take on the Roche Emperor.
브레이크 슬램.
And we also had certain Sinclair who just came up out of nowhere and just like freaking ragdoll physicked the two ring members of the House
그럼 끝이다.
of Spiders into death.
마침내 돌아왔구나. 나의 스페셜 헤어 쿠퍼.
Well, that's much better. Finally. Okay. You have Tremor, right? This is Tremor? Yes, this is Tremor. This is also... No, this is Sinking. This is Tremor, right? No, this is Healing Splash. I mean, Burstus. traversed. Yeah. This is burn. Burn. It's all burn. Blah. Whatever. Anyways, let us try a wrong spot. I mean, right spot. Wrong spot. Hard mode. I'm gonna hate this.
시간 체납자인가? 시간 체납자인가? 시계 챙기고 징수 곡괭이 챙기고
걸
명령하시.
준비되었습니다. 가시죠. 파트.
흑수
재미.
Ego. 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 Let's go. But clashing I need. This is good tremor. I mean, this is like decent tremor, but this is better tremor. Harmony might not be good here. This. I mean, it is burned. Oh yeah, we're not gonna be using them. And that's good tremor. Yep. I think that's about all I can do.
명단에 있는 놈들 모두 명단.
So from what I gathered, I should probably just ignore the ads as much as I can, which is a little awkward. So let's do this. Yeah, we can do this. You want to use blue.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
당신에겐 제가 어떻게 보일까요? 시간의 폐허 안에 그 답이 있을까요?
앵화
충할까 아까울 일은
Okay. No time moratorium? Not yet.
하려 추진.
That is good damage. Don't know if it would be a good time to do it now. I mean, I could try. Ads are starting soon. That is unfortunate. Yep, do this. At least I could do this, I think.
받아볼 텐가.
True, an ad break is starting.
전력으로 상대하라.
전탄격발.
Got one dealt with. Pretty good. Oh, Valencia.
뇌물이요? 무슨 잘못 본 거겠죠. 아무도 못 봤지?
Ah, they get reinforcement, so there is no reason to kill them. Are you freaking serious?
명령에 따르겠습니다.
증기압축 피스톤 압력 제한 해제. 관측 완료된 시간 벡터 계산 완료. 축적된 과거 변형. 모먼트 값 유지. 발사.
말했잖아. 느리다고. 하! 내 차례네?
넌 위아래가 없군.
탈출 개체 확인.
Welcome back from the ads. Hopefully nothing was too cursed, and hopefully everything that you had to do is done. And I realized I am slouching too much because the tracking is breaking. Crap. Love this lighting. Why are you using this, Ishmael? I didn't want you using that. Whatever. Oh, it kept the time moratorium. Interesting. Very cool.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
Oh no. Don Quixote, please.
사냥 끝. 모조리 해체.
And stagger. Go figure.
증기압축 피스톤 압력 제한 해제. 관측 완료된 시간 벡터 계산 완료. 축적된 과거 변형. 모먼트가 유지. 발사.
Them are dead.
이런 것도 되죠. 화력 추진. 튀어! 하! 예.
Fantastic
내가
damage.
썼다고 벌써.
Oh, what's this? You're very fiery. Disposal! Haha! I'm gonna save it for next phase.
자신 있으면 받아봐.
전력으로 상대하라.
정탄격발.
Because I'm feeling a phase change in the middle of this turn.
사냥 끝.
And I called it. Okay, let's give them some tremor. Let's also reduce their SP. Just a little.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
이 구속구가 나의 폭력을 저지하기엔 턱없이 모자르지.
지긋지긋해. 요시 그 새끼도 너도 전부 다.
눈물을 끌어모아 대신 물어드릴 수 있다면.
Good thing I did that. Hung Lu, you're already at enough SP. Good job. That's amazing. And Marceau can no longer clash. Nice. I think my team needs some SP recovery. Huh. This is not good. Not good at all. Oh boy. No, actually, I see. These two need to be crushed still. Yeesh. Who is unopposed? You're unopposed. Win that.
당신 짝패군요.
Marceau.
종원, 조명이 전멸하는 저곳으로 파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다. 나가리판이네.
Oh dear God.
이런 것도 되죠.
말했잖아. 느리다고.
There we go. Do that.
당신
Sinclair, your sacrifice will not go unnoticed.
다소 즐겁군.
한눈 팔았으면 되져야지. 하! 내 차례네.
Or he won. Amazing.
뻔하잖아.
Precognition goes ham.
바람에 흔들린 마음을 이렇게 터져버리죠. 탄환 보급해드리겠습니다.
개패가
명령에 따르겠습니다.
증기압축 피스톤 압력 제한 해제. 관측 완료된 시간부터 계산 완료. 축적된 과거 변형. 모먼트 값 유지. 발사.
너무 뻔하잖아. 내 차례네.
바친 목숨.
Okay. This is gonna be tough. Because I have 6 turns to do everything that I need. On the other hand, though, I do need a bird back to the washroom. So, we'll just that. Okay, I am back. Okay, as well, let's see. Go through this.
자유로워질 수 없.
저를 부르셨다는 건
벌써요?
대상 확인했어. 시작.
Oh boy. Bride and poise. Bride and poise. Yay. Man, guess freaking Otis can do okay.
부름이라면
잠깐
관역이 생겨.
어디서 뱀 기어가는 소리.
잠깐 이번 임무는 내가 나갈게. 괜찮지?
관역이
부름이라면
잠깐
어디서 뱀 기어가는
이거.
소리 들리지 않아?
Okay, that's good enough.
주세 개시할게요.
예측할 수 없게.
순순히
Right, absolute resin.
보라를 받으시죠.
벤발 장전.
망을 참아. 숨을 거두리라.
귀화 요격. 함수. 정민화. 이 순간이 다 대형일이.
I probably could have run both Thorpalagias actually.
결정. 해본. 좋아. 지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네.
어디까지 각오했을지.
격장!
하나.
차! 차! 자, 오늘은 최선을 다했다고 말해주시게.
흐릿한 등화, 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 19의 하늘, 용이 되어 빈 벼를 남았구나.
역시 니놈 말대로 어떤 사람이라도 맞출 수 있는 마법의 탄원이다.
무뭉쳐.
팔공, 차단.
귀와 요격. 균형 상수. 상전. 정린화.
왕을 참아. 숨을 거두리라.
흔들리는 일 따위 없이 가로막는 모든 것을 침묵시키고 지평선을 따랐나.
둘.
이 순간이 닿아도 베어내리라. 낮도 밤도 지나 숨이 닿아도록 베어내리라. 빗소리 속에 묻히다. 그래요. 그렇게 가만히 있어요. 상처난 고기는 맛없으니까.
This is gonna be pain.
시연합니다.
이 순간이 닿아도 베어내리라. 숨 막히도록 견뎌왔고
예정된
절박하게 갈망했으며 피할 수 없이 저주했어.
속을
그렸는데
한 점만 노린다.
이 순간이 닿아도 베어내리라. 예측을 몰아친 것을
There we go.
처절한 원망.
Claim their bones.
그 문까지 발진난을
It was enough, right, game? That was 18 turns. Please tell me that was 18 turns. I don't want to do that again. Holy. Hell. Just approach of things, I guess. We did it. Whoa. And next is the part that I'm not looking forward to. I mean, I am also looking forward to it, but it's like, oh my god. It's gonna be such pain. Yes, indeed, we're going to line 6. What is this? What am I fighting here? Ah, I see. Hohenheim. I have an idea to who I want there. So it's just my throwaway team here, I guess. Okay.
말뚝을 쑤셔.
이곳에
고래를 향해
기다리고 있어.
출발하지. 고래를 향해
시험
작전 따뜻하게 혹은 뜨겁.
당신이 이 숲의 괴수로군.
불길 속으로.
침묵하라.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
저놈을 추적해.
Mass attack.
불길 속으로.
Okay. Hi, lad. Hello.
군주가 나선다.
이제야 부르나.
흑수, 오필두.
이제야 부르.
의로움을 세우기 위해
명을 받듭니다.
잠깐. 이번 임무는 내가 나갈게.
흑수,
뭐야?
보는 눈은 있네요.
죽은 길.
보는 눈은 있네요.
어디서?
명을 받듭니다.
문을 열 시간인가?
I feel like I'm gonna regret this team.
행진이다.
counter. I see.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
Oh, I see.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 물러나라. 적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보여라. 행색이 이상하나 그럼에도 이상이여. 내가 봤어. 내가 아시의 이상을 안겨줬던 호위 이상이여.
Honglu, why are you losing so much SP? What's going on with you?
일기당실이 속이면 이약 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나
세상은
살려보내지
없어.
마라.
불끈한 지원할 뿐.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
Who has Capricus Mercy? Heathcliff. Oh wait, no. No. That's not what it meant.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
따뜻한
Maybe I should have just run Fluid Sac.
멈추는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
자! 숨통 끊기.
토끼를 보내라. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
자! 숨통 끊기.
묘여. 길을 열어.
자!
혈염도 바로. 모아쳐라.
일기당천.
틈 끊어
결정 영화.
종원, 조명이 전멸하는 저곳으로 파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다.
나의 손으로 잘라낼 수 있다면.
Okay. That's a lot of mass attacks.
게임의 꼴물치마시오.
Min max speed plus 3, clash power plus 2. When hit expires, its skill end of the skill that hit. I see. This is meant to get rid of it. Cool. Just starting soon. Oh boy.
조세와.
흐름을 따라 달려가면 역시
True, an ad break is
여기
starting.
숨어 있었네요. 혈액도 바로
모두가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
피로 다스리시.
불가 위압 막아내지 못하리.
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
Welcome back from the ad. Hopefully nothing was bad, as usual.
무상한 목숨. 불끝에 지원했군. 불가 위압 막아내지 못하리.
친히 목을 떨궈주마. 적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보여라.
Boss fight? Yeah, I'm trying the refraction railway.
흑수묘 뜀박질 춤.
Oh my god, Don Quixote. Why? Oh, you fool.
죄를 받아들이나이다.
혈압도 바로. 모아쳐라.
세 번 배워낸다. 과거를 1000번 간주하여 미래에서 1000번 거슬러 찰나의 일수. 다시 1000번의 두. 산진다의 색깔.
나는 이 왕좌에 묶여 홀로 통치하는 자일지.
잠깐 기다려라.
양조 불사전. 진짜 죽는 줄 알았다. 아?
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
진짜.
틈을 끊어 바로
Oh god.
과연
내 걸음이 빨라. 이제 도착이다. 돈될 때까지.
너무나 안 나? 천장에 납고 싶어. 결국 이렇게 해서
상념으로 맑은
Absolute bloodbath.
이 한 몸 바쳐 땅 모든 피 쏟아내리리. 나온 길을 생각하면 이 또한 내가 걸어야만 하는 길이겠지.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
Ah, Jesus, the unopposed attacks. What the hell does theirs get to live? Excuse me, game. Not to go through all this again. Egregious.
흑수미
시비
빈박질 중.
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
모든 것을 이겼어. 일기당천. 토끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
자, 숨통 끊기.
묘여. 길을 연.
더는 하늘에 오르지 못하는 끝없이 아래.
이제야 부르나. 좀요.
죽음. 아, 뭐야.
슈그리 부르셔.
흑수.
보는 눈은 있네요. 여기서 저만큼 유능한 인재는
이제야 부르나.
명을 받듭니다.
의로움을 세우기 위해서라면 보는
잠깐.
어디서?
문을 열 시간인가.
내 명을 들은 시비수 결집이다.
불가 위협
시비수에게 명한다.
막아내지 못하리.
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
틈을 끊어
혈연도 봐라.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
첩세와
저 해충들을 도려내라. 체력도 바로.
Asayo's light. Yeah. The longer the stream goes, the worse the tracking seems to get. This is horrible.
모두가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
물러나. 적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보여라.
헤어내리.
무상한 목숨. 불끈한 지원.
닭은 달려들어라. 저 혈육들을 도려내라. 유여. 길을 열어라.
숨통 끊기.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
무상한 목숨. 불끈한 지원의
조심하시죠. 전장에서 촌딱처럼 두리번거리고 있다간 피가 끓어오른 투개에게 쪼아먹힐 테니까.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
That's it. What? Excuse me? What the
저
heck?
해충들을 도려내라. 나에게 쓸모를 보여라.
Hello, Antonio. Hello. What's up?
불가미야. 이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만. 이제 깨우치시게.
I have taken multiple breaks, yes. The tracking is getting worse, though, every single time I look at it. Maybe I need to recalibrate it. Give me 1 second. Okay, let's see. I don't know if it's any better. Whatever. That's nothing. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Antonio. I am about to run out of drink. Any more and I'm gonna have to get a refill. Where's the shut up? Where's the shut my eyes for 5 minutes redeem? I mean, I did have a redeem like that in the past. It was called Glasses Off. You're gonna lurk for a bit while you get ready for class? Well, be sure to have take care in class and all that. As in, you know, hopefully everything goes well, yes. That's what I'm trying to say. God, my throat feels hoarse. Or my voice sounds hoarse. Why does it sound hoarse? Maybe it's because I was narrating an event for 6 hours. Trying to. Anyways.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요. 믿음을 되새겼다면 어리석은 의무는 품지 말았어야지.
승리를 위해서라면.
Has the game been good so far? Yeah, it's been pretty good. I actually managed to first try the hard mode of the Fractorial, which was the part that I was worried about the most, since that was the actual timed part. What the heck? Why is this like this? It's on the left. What? What the heck? Oh my god. Did something cool happen? What do you mean? Before you got here. Oh. Ah. I mean, we got raided a couple times, actually. I think. Yeah, we got raided a couple times. Oh my god, this is gonna freaking drive me up the wall. How do I do this? True. Wait, I can do this. Okay, so I do that, and then I do this. And then I have Faust take that. Is Faust fatal to Pierce? No. Wait. Wrath? Yep. Wrath is fine. Ugh. You would be surprised if I wasn't raided? Honestly, fair enough.
쓸데없는 관심 필요 없다.
Also, my room was 90 degrees earlier. Oh my god. Ishmael, why?
무슨 술수래.
Ah. Of all things. Well, all we have to do is win against one of these. Huzzah! And let me guess, there is like nothing to win against it. Okay, take care, Antonio. Be sure to perform self-care whenever necessary.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
Blunt and envy. You're at 7 speed. It's impossible to do that, okay. So best I can do is this. And I could make sure you stagger like this. Blunt. You already won.
피로
That'd be
다스리지.
risky. Would be really risky. I could just do this then.
일기당천. 흐릿한 등화 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 한해 용이 되어 빈 벼로에 남았구나.
Stagger most of them.
태우고 싶은 것을 태울 뿐이요.
Nice. What? Did their Faust just intercept 2 attacks? What the hell?
당신에겐 제가 어떻게 보일까요? 시간의 태어반에 그 답이 있을까요? 무상한 목숨 불끈한 지원했던
Oh my god.
혈염도 바로
이제 끝내지.
빈틈투성이네.
Oh. I see. Did Honglu hit it? Yes, he did.
다스리지.
Good. So 3 of my units didn't hit it. That is unfortunate.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
Unbelievable.
과연
Wait, he uses it up? Are you serious?
이 몸을 온당히 벌하심에 기꺼이 죄를 받아들이나이다. 명에 따라 홍원을 지켜라. 더는 하늘에 오르지 못한다니 당신의 품격 끝없이 한 넘고 산 넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라. 내 앞을
이상한
달리시오. 아시다면 능히 그리할 수 있어.
불끄대로 지원했군. 뭘 위해 지금까지 수고를 바로 해주시죠. 네, 그걸
무모하고 적질 않나. 상념으로 맑은 하늘 가리고 이 한 몸 바쳐 땅으로 모든 피 쏟아내리리. 이깟 더러운 피에 무릎 꿇을 소냐. 적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보여라.
Of course you're targeting someone staggered. Why wouldn't you be? And of course, this isn't targeting you at all. Because why not? Why? Why not? How annoying. Actually, how annoying. I mean, I could corrode it. Yep, I can corrode it. I should be able to get away with that. Targets randomly. Yep. Right. How could I forget? A bunch of free attacks. Did Hong Lu just frickin' die? Nope, he's right there. Good.
더럽혀진 몸은 모를 하늘조차 없다시니 악하다는 모든 것들아 나와 영원토록 멍을 잡구나.
Oh. But their Sinclair still gets to do this. How fun.
겹겹의 죽음을
너의 쓸모를
물어보이겠어.
무상한 목숨. 불끈한 지원해.
I still have both.
목을 떨궈주마.
태우고 싶은 것을 태울 뿐이요.
나는 이 왕좌에 묶여 홀로 통치하는 자일지니
그래요. 그렇게 가만히 있으면 상처난 고기는 맛없어.
행진했고 이것이 서곡의 피날레다. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
어쩌겠지. 잘 생각해보라고. 목을 떨궈주마.
쓸데없는 관심은 필요 없다.
따스한 피 스며드는군.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
눈부시지 않다. 두려워하지 마.
결정 영화.
Oh. Yikes. And he might be able to win with it. That's all. That's a starting scene. It clashes max 32. Well, 30. I see. Max is 30. Oh boy. One speed.
닭은 달려들어라. 저 해충들을 도려내라. 영화.
True, an ad break is starting.
Oh boy.
상념으로 맑은 하늘 가리고 이 한 몸 바쳐 땅으로 모든 피 쏟아내리. 지나온 길을 생각하면 이 또한 내가 걸어야만 하는 길이겠지.
정치 벗어날 수 없다.
내가 죽어도 영혼은
Return.
시작해보라고.
결정 영화. 해천하 개만한다.
Welcome back from the ads.
총원, 조명이 전멸하는 저곳으로. 파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
일기당천. 태우고 싶은 것을 태울 뿐이요.
Oh my.
잠깐만 기다려.
왕의 비호를 하사한다.
적질났나? 이날이 오긴 오는구만.
양조 불사전.
Oh, Jesus.
아?
And in the end, it's come down to this guy. Unbelievable.
퍼레이드와 피날레. 정지. 벗어날 수 없다.
진짜 즐거운 시간이었는데.
톱세와.
나는 이 왕좌에 묶여 홀로 빛이 않은 자일지니.
따스한 피. 스며든 물.
do you mean he survived with 1 health? Is there another phase? Hold on. When your clashes, gender change potion. Thank you for the follow. There is another freaking phase. Are you serious?
야음을 틈타.
이런 임무는 뱀 중에서도 내가 제일이지.
Time for another one. Again. It cannot die until the flower burying wedge is destroyed. That's serious. Also, thank you for the hydrate. I need a bird back. I need to get a refill. Fireball. Sorry, run away.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
Ah, Jesus.
모든 것에 견뎌 적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보여라.
시간 끌 것 없이
시비수에게 명한다.
모조리
이 안에
치워버리죠.
숨쉬는 자 누구 하나
무상한
살펴보지
목숨
마라.
불끄덕 지워냈고.
다급하게 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이 저 혈염도 바로 도려내라. 유여 길을 열어라.
숨통 끊기.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
저 해충들을 도려내라. 물러나라. 적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보여라.
시간 끌 것 없이
이 거리는 충분해. 너한테
모조리 치워지지.
멀겠지만.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
Nice.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
나의 손으로 잘라낼 수 있다면
물러나라. 적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보여라.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Why did you have to hit the scale, Gregor? Oh my god.
틈을 끊어. 바로.
Oh, we get 2 Ishmael skill 3s this turn. Nice. That's pretty good.
얼마든지 꺾어 제쳐라. 내 앞을 달리시오.
And this one was terrible.
저 해충들을 도려내라. 결정 염화.
무상한 목숨. 불끈을 지원했군.
물러나라.
겹겹의 주문을
너의 쓸모를
뚫어보이겠어.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
모든 것을 견뎌 적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보여라.
Ugh. Not again.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
정지. 벗어날 수 없다.
이 수많은 소원들 중 그대가 이루고 싶은 소원이 무엇인가?
적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보여라.
무상한 목숨. 불끈의
Oh,
지원에
300 immediately right there. Yeesh. This might not be too good. Oh no. Ah. This retreat stuff is just... I should have probably just not flashed any of those until after he used it.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
이 스며들 듯한 비 우산이 새지나 않나 묻겠소.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
너일까? 아니면 너? 누가 더 기쁨 있게 살아있지? 궁금하네.
This isn't what you promised, game!
기꺼이 죄를 받아들이나이다.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
무슨 술수를.
이 스며들 듯한 비 우산이 새지는 않나 모르겠소.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
따스한 비 스며들군.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리. 든든하군요. 틈을 끊어.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
행진의 꽃 이것이 서곡의 피날레다. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보여라. 말로 받아내라. 저 해충들을 도려내. 하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 모여 길을 열어라. 명에 따라 홍원을 지켜라. 모험하군.
목을 콱 물어버리자고. 이 전투는
This is why I've stopped trusting the game. This exactly right here is why I have stopped trusting the game. It is out to make me lose.
승리를 위해서라면
따스한 피. 그래. 눈높이를 낮춰라.
It is out to make me lose completely. Oh my god, there's so many corrosions. What am I to do with this? 23. You're ineffective to slash. What about Pierce? Fatal to Pierce. Good. Nice. Perfect. You take like no damage. Okay. What? Oh, great. Ishmael.
지금까지 틈을 끊어. 바로
쓸데없는 관심 필요 없다.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 상념로 맑은 하늘 가리고 이 한 몸 바쳐 땅 모든 피 쏟아내리. 피가 아무리 탁해졌다 한들 모든 것에 견뎠어. 군주는 죽지 않는다.
Here we go again.
적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보여라.
I see. I see.
눈에 보이는 이 전기 불꽃은 무슨 색을 띠고 있는가?
행진의 꽃. 이것이 서곡의 피날레다. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
흑승리 뒷박질 춤.
저 해충들을 도려내라. 모든 것에 적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보여라.
Twenty. Oh boy. I mean, I could just have Otis do this. Very low chance of actually losing.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어. 모아쳐라.
쓸데없는 관심은 필요 없다.
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라. 지금도 바로 몰아쳐라. 겹겹의 중간 뚫어보이겠어.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Dig.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
Ah.
토끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
자! 숨통 끊기.
묘여. 길을 열.
자! 자! 그림자 속으로 가라앉게.
분노와 함께 헤어
Hello,
넘겨드리죠.
hello. Welcome back.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
This dragon looks like a library boss from Ruina. Maybe they did go back to the style. The Wall Purchase event tomorrow? I believe it is, yeah. Aren't you guys please you just spawned one of the new characters? Unfortunately, I think you might have to get all of them, along with Philip Sinclair, because he kinda... They are a three-person team from Ruina, as one would expect. Also, ads are soon.
저 해초들을 도려내.
이 구속구가 나의 폭력을 저지하기엔 모든 것은 턱없이 모자르지.
적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보여라.
True, an ad break is starting.
일기당천.
결주 염화.
What? Are you friggin' serious, you song? How could you do this? And the run's a restart, probably. Thank you, Yasong. I gave you a good ego, and you frickin' flubbed it.
너의 쓸모를 보여라.
I genuinely am baffled.
선을 지켜라.
Oh boy, here we go with the unopposed hits. I suck.
정신 너무 놨나? 결국 이렇게 배설할 운명이었지.
I hate this.
첫세와 12수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라. 저 해충들을 도려내라. 모든 것에 적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보여라.
I'm just gonna level up some units. Oh, I hate this team. Defeated Ricardo today. Took it 3 tries. Last time was epic. Hell yeah. That's really good, honestly. Wasting my EXP tickets on these units. Huzzah! So, 10, 9, 8, 7. I want these units off field from the start, and I want him on field. Faust on field. And I want Rodna on field, I guess?
괜찮지?
No, I want him on field.
잠깐.
Yeah,
잠깐.
that.
주군께서 모이를
잠깐.
Yeah. Wait, who's slot 12? Oh. I see. Yeah.
뜀박질 시간.
See if giving my units those 5 levels is enough. The fact that the odds are this much better already is absurd.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
Someone on this team is flubbing their frickin' rolls. Again. What's so different?
시비 숨긴 너와 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나
유상은 없어.
살아.
불끈을 지원했고
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
Something tells me this is already a restart. Unless I could just recover with fluid sack.
제철.
Good night, Sarah. Have a good rest. Be sure to hydrate and go to sleep on time. Also, thank you for the hydrate. Bye.
헤어내리.
친히 목을 떨궈주마. 행진했고 이것이 서곡의 피날레다. 왕의 비율
하사한다.
모든 것에 견뎠어. 헤어내리 12수에게 명한다. 이약 숨쉬기자. 누구 하나 살로 보내지 마.
훌륭하군요. 이제 깨우치시게.
말로 받아내라. 저 해충들을 도려내. 하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 오여 길을 열어라.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
흑수묘 뒷박질충.
여행에는 목적이 있었지. 숨통 끊기.
Could really use some healing right now. Faust. This is the railway. I'm just having bad luck. I don't really use high shows. This might be a restart because it got up multiple mass attacks before, which were annoying. Oh, the rupture. Marcel, you are literally failing everything. Causing me to fail everything and failing everything. Causing your team to fail. Huh. Try this again.
일기당천. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
Okay, Gregor. This is such an annoyingly long startup. One more mirror dungeon run would never hurt. Truly.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
Oh my god. Marceau. That's it, you're getting replaced, Marceau. This just isn't it. Wait, what? I can run the N-Corp team here? Still? What? What the heck?
군주가 나선다.
의로움을 세우기 위해서라면.
시험이
내 작품 또 보고 싶었나 봐.
곧 작전 시작이군. 그러니 다들 내 시야에서 벗어나지 마.
의로움을 세우기 위해서라면. 이제야 불어나.
흑수,
보는
죽음.
명을 받듭니다.
내 명을 들은
This should be a little better, hopefully.
해고 감염도 증폭.
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
Okay. That's nice.
이번 소재는
Very nice.
찔렀나?
이쪽으로 와. 내가 안전하게 지켜줄 테니까.
Anyone has an ID based on this dragon? The closest you'll get is the ID for Hong Lu, the one that holds the... okay. Basically, the one that I've been using, he is the closest to this for an ID currently until we get a Dragon High show. Hello, is my tracking working? Okay. Anyways. He's the closest you'll get to it currently because he has this dragon as an ego. There is also Sinclair, but Sinclair has the rooster.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
도끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
틈틈.
묘여. 길을 열어라.
더 야성적인 깊이로.
숨통 끊기.
Oh, dear God.
모든 것에
The song. Please.
내가 안전하게
Whatever.
지켜줄 테니까.
Because this works out. This works wonderfully. Why does this one have more attack weight than the other? What? Oh, this one has 2 more power. What in the world? Activate as critique.
자꾸 보면 다른다.
Two clash power up. Let's see.
흑수묘.
시비
빈박질
숨기는
춤.
Faust!
이 앞에 숨지는 자.
틈틈.
보내지 마라.
The low SB gain in the beginning is so horrible.
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
Oh.
나쁘지 않을지도.
인스퍼레이션. 감사합니다.
잘 보이는군. 내가 구해야 할 자가 누구인지.
하나는 마음껏 꺾고 제쳐라.
임파스터.
해고 감독 증폭.
And you really had to roll tails on the first hit, Honglu? And the second? Why?
임파스터.
서바주.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
Oh dear God. Not again.
과제가
밀도가 아쉬운데.
인스피레이션 감사합니다.
내가 동물였으면 내자.
이 목숨은 아직 따로 쓸
특별히
것이.
보여줄게.
적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보여라.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버려줘. 무상한 목숨. 불끝에 지워낼 뿐. 이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
네르프 정렬. 원색적으로.
지 목을 떨궈주마.
무상한 목숨. 불끝에 지워낼 뿐.
임파스터.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
임파스터.
적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보여라.
안전하게 지켜줄 테니까.
Shield almost down. It's got about 2,000 more health.
발톱을 걸어.
But yeah, it's almost there. Oh, come on, you can't really have staggered Sinclair. With that alone, maybe I let it cook too much.
인스퍼레이션 감사합니다.
후회할 자가 누구인지.
임파스터.
적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를.
Oh, he was able to retreat even though he was staggered. What the heck? That's wild.
일기당천.
결정 염화.